Hello everybody, this is Rivet Head, and welcome to the Aesthetics Iceberg Supercut. This is a compilation of the 4 Aesthetics Iceberg videos that I've released over the course of the past year, as well as a bonus segment consisting of fan submissions. So if you're a first time viewer, well, find somewhere comfortable to sit and grab a snack. This is going to be a pretty long video. If you've already watched the previous videos in the series, you can either rewatch everything in this one package, or feel free to skip to the bonus layer to see aesthetics which weren't in the previous videos. Before we start, I do have some acknowledgments to make. First of all, thank you to Reddit user Silent Chatter for making the original Iceberg image and giving me his blessings and support for this video series. Thank you to the Aesthetics Wiki for being an amazing source of information. They've got a wonderful community and they go so in depth into so many aesthetics that I can barely even try and cover all the information here. If you like this series, I'm sure you'll love the wiki, so be sure to check it out. Also, thank you to Kaiser Beams on Twitter for their thread on a bunch of cool aesthetics that I included in the bonus layer. I'll have their Twitter and YouTube linked below. And most of all, thank you, the viewers. Whether this is the first video of mine you're watching, or if you've been an old viewer of mine, your support throughout this process has been wonderful, and I love reading all the lovely comments you guys post. It really means a lot to me. So, without further ado, I'm very proud to present the Aesthetics Iceberg Supercut. As the internet became widely available to the public, it has surely affected societal trends in significant ways. Two of the trends which were majorly changed forever were fashion and art. Previously, these areas would be dominated by one style at a time, and these styles would be dictated by those at the top. Fashion would be determined by politicians, and later movie stars and musicians. Art style would often be dictated by what the institutions would want people to paint at the time. The only way change in either of these social trends would occur is if a bold new group or person came onto the scene and became so popular that they and their style would become the new status quo. And then fashion and art would follow their lead until someone else became the new status quo. Obviously, there was always a counterculture and people adhering to their own style, but these groups were few and far between. The internet changed all of this. Now, there was a democratization of style. People no longer got all their cultural information from the famous few who ran the show. No, now anybody could share their opinion on art and fashion styles. And since these alternative styles were more easily accessible to view, what were once small fringe groups now grew into extremely large communities of people who adhere to a style. This, combined with the fact that social change over the past 50 years made it more acceptable for people to express themselves however they wanted to, led to a renaissance of new fashion and art styles. I mean, compare the variety in fashion styles in high schools 50 years ago to the fashion of today. There's definitely a lot more diversity now. However, it didn't just limit itself to fashion and art. It grew into something more. Aesthetics. Aesthetics is not a new term, but the way it is used now, especially on the internet, is new. At this point, an aesthetic is a label you put on something to determine its mood or vibe. While aesthetics certainly apply to fashion and art, recently the term has been used to describe images, architecture, text, and just life in general. It's very hard to explain, but I hope that as we go through this video, the visual definition will become clearer. Thanks to the vastness of the internet, many different aesthetics have been created. Some of these have grown to overwhelming popularity, while others have remained in obscurity. As someone who loves the corners of the internet and what it can create, aesthetics are right up my alley, and exploring cyberspaces to see how they are used is really fun. Today, we'll be taking a look at many different aesthetics and what define them. This video is an adaptation and an exploration of Reddit user Silent Chatter's Iceberg. It will work like a usual Iceberg video, where the most obscure aesthetics will be saved until the end. While the first couple layers are more fashion and culture trends, as we go deeper into the iceberg, the aesthetics become more and more rooted in the internet and the subcultures. So make sure to stick around, because there is some really cool stuff on here. So without further ado, let's explore the aesthetics iceberg. The visco aesthetic is appropriately the first entry of the iceberg because it is one of the most popular aesthetics today, especially among high school and college students. VSCO gets its name from the photography app VSCO, which allows users to post a feed of images they can edit with built-in filters. VSCO is most commonly used in reference to VSCO girls, who are girls that adhere to the fashion trend defined by this aesthetic. They're almost the evolution of the Starbucks girl stereotype popular a couple years ago. The aesthetic is popular among upper middle class teenage girls, stereotypically white, but in reality they are of all races. They are often carrying hydro flasks, a pricey water bottle brand. Fashion associated with VSCO girls are scrunchies, oversized t-shirts, jeans, yoga pants, short shorts, Vans shoes, as well as messy but not unkempt hair. The vibe associated with them is casual prep. They are definitely well off and focused on their future, but they will still take it easy. The fashion can change depending on the time of year, but this general theme stays. For some reason, they tend to be stereotyped and made fun of on the internet, but you can just chalk this up to angsty male teenagers mad that the popular girls don't pay attention with them. While some can be annoying, in my experience most are quite pleasant and friendly. Of course, we can't forget about the VSCO boys. Although rarer than VSCO girls, they still come from the same background and have the same interests and mindset as VSCO girls. This naturally means that a lot of VSCO boys and girls end up starting relationships. E-boys and e-girls can be seen as the flip side of the coin from VSCO boys and girls. This aesthetic is almost as, if not just as popular as the VSCO aesthetic, since the aesthetic exploded in popularity on TikTok over the past couple of years. However, e-boys and e-girls tend to be more pessimistic than their VSCO counterparts. They also go for interests that are more counterculture, although still popular, as the media they consume, such as certain musical artists or anime, are still quite popular among the general population. The fashion aesthetic is inspired by the grunge of the past, although it is definitely softer. A popular outfit is a striped long t-shirt with a graphic tee on top, usually depicting some interest of theirs like a band or a show, and either ripped jeans on both genders or plaid skirts on girls. Both genders are also notable for their use of makeup, with both boys and girls rocking black nail polish, eyeliner, and even lipstick. The hair tends to be parted down the middle and usually dyed. Stans is a term that is the shortened version of stalker fan. It was originally coined as a negative term used to describe someone who was so obsessed with a celebrity that it became downright unhealthy. However, now, while stan is still defined as an obsessive fan, the negative stigma around them has reduced, and many people proudly identify as stans. While people can stan any celebrity, the two most common types of stans tend to be K-pop stans and Twitch streamer stans. The stan aesthetic is a good example of an aesthetic that gives off a vibe rather than something you can see through a visual medium. You can find this aesthetic in certain circles of Twitter, where people will use terminology like tea, snatched, locals, and mutuals as part of the culture. On Twitter, stans usually talk about how perfect their preferred celebrity is, both looks and personality-wise, and they will viciously attack any criticism of the person they stan. They also will often share edits and fanfiction of the people they stan, and all this combines to create a unique aesthetic of celebrity worship that we haven't really seen before. Vaporwave is a recent aesthetic to pop up, gaining popularity in the 2010s. But despite being such a new creation, it has gained immense popularity. Vaporwave is, first and foremost, a genre of music. This music is often sampled off of 80s synth, combined with smooth or lounge jazz. This music is then slowed down and distorted to evoke a sense of twisted nostalgia. However, there is also a strong visual aspect to Vaporwave. A huge part of the aesthetic is consumerism, with much of the artwork featuring corporate logos and hardware from the 80s and 90s, such as the Windows 95's logo. Other aspects of the art style include hard lines in the form of grids and shapes, as well as neon 80s color schemes. Japanese text is also present, as well as some works using visuals from 80s and 90s anime. The whole aesthetic is supposed to evoke distorted nostalgia from what we thought was a better time, the decades of the 80s and 90s. It's so powerful that even someone like me, who was born in the 2000s, also gets feelings of nostalgia. If I had to assign a vibe to Vaporwave, it would have to be the feeling of a joyride on a summer night in a coastal city like Miami or LA, hence the reason why palm trees are often depicted in Vaporwave works. This is an example of an aesthetic that is only depicted in art or vibes, as there really isn't any Vaporwave fashion. Horror is an extremely well-known aesthetic based on the genre of the same name. Obviously, horror is a genre intended to frighten, shock, and disgust those who view it. While there are many different genres of horror which get reactions out of you in different ways, the genre typically has an antagonistic force trying to kill or otherwise hurt you. Thanks to this fact, horror aesthetic tends to revolve around these frightening images, as well as blood and black colors. In terms of fashion, horror has a lot of similarities to goth and emo, as those are also dark in intention, but we will cover those later. If there's anything horror has that those aesthetics don't, it's that a lot of people into the horror aesthetic will often incorporate fake blood into pictures of themselves. Softies are considered the third corner in the modern fashion trend trifecta, alongside visco and e-boys and e-girls. Soft boys and soft girls go for a cute, youthful look, almost childish. The look often includes them wearing pastel colors, but muted. Sometimes they can also be wearing more light, earthen tones if pastels aren't up their alley. Like the name suggests, softies wear, well, soft and comfortable clothes. Oversized hoodies and sweaters are a staple of this aesthetic, as well as jeans, plaid skirts, and long swept hair. Stuffed animals are also a cornerstone of the whole softie vibe. Emo is basically the older, more raw version of the e-boy aesthetic. It arose in the 1980s as subculture of punk. At the time, punk was dominated by aggressive men, so emo arose as a way for people to show a more emotional side of the same type of music, hence the name emo. Despite being around for a while, emo gained popularity in the late 2000s because its edgy, melodramatic nature made it perfect for the angsty teens of the time. The fashion included longer hair swept to a side with side bangs, as well as piercings and all black clothing, basically how every teenager looked like in 2008. Goth is yet another subculture of punk. Goth arose in the late 1970s as part of the UK rock scene. The style revolves around mystery and death, with the fashion often trying to emulate the look of a ghost, with black and white clothing as well as chains being essential to the style. It is encouraged in the goth community that clothes should be secondhand or thrifted. Of course, black makeup and piercings can also be expected. While a lot of goths can have longer hair, short hair or even shaved heads across all genders is not uncommon. The goth community is often frustrated by the fact that they are often mistaken for other aesthetics like emo. But these misconceptions continue to this day. One of the best examples is how many young men now express a desire for a goth girlfriend, even though the aesthetic that they really want is e-girl, since they'll probably think goth is too extreme. This entry refers to the vibes around colors themselves. Basically, each color will have a mood or a meaning associated with it. Obviously, I can't cover all of them, but some examples are how black represents mystery and power, blue represents coolness and serenity, red represents passion, and yellow represents joy. The aesthetic of metal is loud, and I'm not just talking about the genre of music, even though it certainly is loud, with the fast tempos, extreme drumming, and screaming singers. Even the look is very loud and in your face. I mean, just look at the logos of metal bands. The fashion, despite being simple, is distinctive. Metalheads will often wear all black with a shirt of their favorite band, boots, and leather jackets. In terms of hair, you either have really long hair as well as full facial hair for guys, or no hair at all. There tends to be no in between. Tattoos and piercings are also quite common. Once you get to the more extreme metalheads, the fashion becomes even more aggressive, with their jackets and boots often brandishing spikes. Despite their hostile look, metalheads are known to be one of the kindest groups within the music community. And here we have punk, which is the root of many of the aesthetics we have already talked about. In terms of looks, punk is similar to its children aesthetics, except that it's a tad bit more colorful, with plaid being a popular fashion choice. However, punk is less of a fashion choice and more of an ideology. Punk is actually the flip side of the coin from hippie culture. Both are rooted in accepting all types of people and rejecting societal norms and intolerances. However, while hippie culture is laid back, punk culture is aggressive. They don't want change, they demand change. After all, punk arose in the United Kingdom in the 70s as a response to Margaret Thatcher's extremely conservative regime. As such, punk has become the de facto aesthetic of rebellion and disobedience, whether it be a teen rebelling against their parents or an entire generation rebelling against the status quo. Hippie was the counterculture fashion aesthetic of the 1960s. It revolved around peace, nature, music, and drugs. They were extremely popular in the United States in the mid-60s to the mid-70s, and are mostly well known for massive events like the musical festival of Woodstock and their opposition to the US involvement in the Vietnam War. The hippies preached a culture of peace, tolerance, and harmony with nature. They were quite frugal, often making their own clothes and growing their own vegetarian food. Because of this, the fashion style of the hippie was a mixture of earthen and colorful. The most recognizable design of the hippie aesthetic is the tie-dye pattern, which was made by soaking a white t-shirt in a tub of dye mixture. Other fashion choices of hippies, when they were even wearing clothes at least, were long jackets, wide-bottom jeans, large sunglasses, ribbons, and homemade jewelry. While the hippie lifestyle as a whole died out in the late 1970s, the fashion is still very influential to this day, with the clothing style still being worn. Ironically, instead of just making it yourself or thrifting it, hippie clothes instead have to be bought at designer stores for $50 at the very minimum, which honestly is really funny in my opinion because it goes against everything the hippies stood for. Anime/cosplay is an aesthetic that revolves around Japanese animation, specifically those from the 90s to the early 2000s. The reason why cosplay is grouped in with anime is because a lot of the fashion aesthetic comes from people dressing up in the style of anime characters, which can technically be considered cosplay. In the West, anime has always had a decently active following for a long time, and some anime have been quite successful in the West, such as Pokemon. However, it has really exploded in popularity here during the 2010s, thanks to the immense success of shows like Attack on Titan and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, among Western audiences. Now, in the 2020s, most younger people are watching at least some anime, or are at least aware of its presence in pop culture. The anime aesthetic is mostly a fashion style that girls will choose to dress up as. While it's rare to see someone dressed up in full anime getup, it is quite common to see people take the parts of the style and incorporate it into their outfit. Some distinguishing features of the cosplay style are anime graphic tees, brightly colored skirts, mismatched socks, hair clips, bows, blush, and sometimes even Japanese-style school uniforms and book bags. Basic white girl is the aesthetic that I said was a precursor to the Visco girl. The term arose in the 2010s, and it was used to describe the typical teenage girl in a high school. The term was used mostly by teenage boys to make fun of the girls at school that they deemed as shallow, but you have to admit that at least the aesthetic was common among high school girls. The common denominator were clothes that were recognizable, comfortable, and easily available. This included large sweaters, yoga pants, Uggs, as well as ear piercings. They'll often carry branded handbags from local retailers. These girls often purchase items that are considered the most popular brand of that specific item, such as Starbucks coffee and iPhones. Because of this, many people consider them shallow and uninteresting, only doing stuff because it's the popular thing to do. But in my opinion, this is kind of projection. Keep in mind, the people who make fun of basic white girls are mostly Redditors whose favorite YouTuber is the most popular YouTuber, whose favorite game is the most sold game of all time, and whose favorite platform is one of the largest social media platforms ever. Who's considered basic now? Overall, even if basic white girl fashion is lowest common denominator, I say that there's nothing wrong with liking these things if it makes you happy. A tomboy refers to a girl who prefers to present herself in a more masculine manner, as well as engage in hobbies that are typically considered for boys, especially physical activity. They can act more assertive or even aggressive to try and separate themselves from the stereotypically more submissive girls. But they are ultimately kind-hearted, due to the tomboy aesthetic being about free spirit and embracing who you are. Fashion associated with tomboys is loose-fitting clothing like t-shirts, jeans, and flannel. Also, some sort of baseball hat is extremely common. Stereotypically, tomboys have short hair, however it is not necessary and there are a bunch of tomboys with longer hair. Tomboys also usually don't bother with makeup, but to be honest, I'm a guy who has no knowledge of makeup whatsoever, so my idea of a natural, no makeup look probably still uses makeup in some way. Tomboys have actually been around for quite a long time, way longer than I've been alive, so now girls who choose to embrace the tomboy lifestyle are pretty accepted and not seen as abnormal. The skater aesthetic is an aesthetic revolving around, well, skating. Basically, skater boys and girls are those who skateboard or longboard as their primary hobby. The aesthetic includes flat-bottom shoes, mostly Vans, as well as graphic tees, hoodies, shorts, and jeans. Skaters can usually be found in abandoned and dirty places that are good for skating, but of course the griminess of it is part of the aesthetic. Many people who are not skaters wear outfits that are part of the skater aesthetic, myself included. Normally, skaters don't have a problem with this since skater clothes and shoes are just comfortable and convenient to wear for day-to-day life. The issue arises if you're a poser and you pretend to skate when you don't. Stoner is an aesthetic revolving around people who smoke the devil's lettuce, aka weed. And before we get into this part, keep in mind that I am not promoting the use of this drug, just explaining what the aesthetic is about. This goes for any other entries on this iceberg where this disclaimer is relevant. Anyways, the stoner aesthetic is all about the lifestyle of people who use weed. Typically, this means a lot of the visuals are about smoking the plant and the various items used to do so. Also, the hobbies stereotypically associated with stoners are part of the aesthetic, such as painting, drawing, reading, meditating, and gardening. In terms of fashion, stoners tend to wear whatever is the most comfortable, which fits their laid-back nature. Items of clothing include joggers, hoodies, and beanies. Other visuals include, of course, the marijuana leaf, red eyes, and smoke. If you want to find a real-world example of this aesthetic, just head over to your local high school and you'll be sure to find tons. The athlete aesthetic revolves around sportswear and exercise of any kind. For that reason, this aesthetic is quite broad in scope, but there are some common aspects that tie this aesthetic together. Most fashion of the athlete aesthetic includes wear that is convenient for exercise, like tracksuits, running shorts, solid colored t-shirts and tank tops, and yoga pants. Of course, clothes and equipment worn for specific sports will also fall under athlete fashion. Also, while not technically falling under exercise clothing, merchandising for sports teams, such as a team hat or a jersey of your favorite player, also falls under athlete aesthetic. Visuals of this aesthetic include exercise locations or equipment, such as weights or other things you can find in the gym, or tracks and other sports fields. Typically, the athlete aesthetic tends to be positive and revolves around self-improvement and motivation, telling you to push yourself to the limit to become the best version of yourself. So this is 2 videos in a row I'm talking about furries. I guess this can be considered an aesthetic, but it's not really a fashion style you'd see in day-to-day life, so I guess it's more of an artistic style. Furries are a large fandom who are into anthropomorphized animals, most often mammals like wolves. The animals would often have a human torso and legs, but retain their animal paws, tail, and head. The art is usually stylized in an anime-like fashion with large cartoon eyes. The colors used are also usually bright and neon. A significant subset of furries actually make suits in the style of the art in real life, called fursuits. These fursuits are actually quite expensive to make, costing several $1,000s. Those who own one will often wear them and go to furry conventions where they can hang out with other furries. Fantasy is an aesthetic mainly devoted to the fantasy genre of books and movies. These often take place in a medieval European-inspired setting. Although fictional elements like magic, strange creatures, and different intelligent races, as well as a more clean and beautiful world than the actual medieval ages, are part of the aesthetic. This is more of an artistic aesthetic because nobody really walks around dressed like fantasy characters except for cosplay at a convention. But we should totally normalize dressing up like fantasy characters because they look so cool, and why should we deprive ourselves of looking like that? Now, moving to almost the opposite of fantasy, cyberpunk is a genre which can basically be described as high-tech, low-life. Cyberpunk stories take place in the near future, often within the next 100 years, and the genre usually explores a dystopian future and warns of the consequences of letting capitalism run rampant. Typically, cyberpunk will take place in a city, where bright neon lights and cool technology contrast with poor living conditions for most as well as an oppressive state. Cyberpunk genre became really popular in the 1980s with films like Blade Runner and Akira. Cyberpunk actually has a fashion associated with it called Techware. Techwear consists of usually all black clothing with oversized hoodies and either shorts or pants with lots of straps on them. Honestly, I think that this style is kind of boring, because looking at cyberpunk movies we can see that there's a lot of cooler stuff you can wear, with more bright neon colors. Cyberpunk is a really popular aesthetic, just because it captures our imagination of the future and how it will look like. I mean, even if it is a dystopian concept, I'm sure many of us have fantasized about walking the streets of Blade Runner's Los Angeles, or Akira's Neo Tokyo. The funny thing is that both of these movies take place in the late 2010s and early 2020s, and while we don't have the cool tech or megacities the 80s predicted, we do have the oppressive states and rampant capitalism, so I guess we're halfway there. Minimalism as an aesthetic refers to a style that lacks clutter and busyness, instead opting for simplicity. Minimalism is often used to refer to interior designs of buildings with monocolored furniture that has no design or styling on them. Minimalist art also follows the same philosophy, often just being a sketch on a white piece of paper. There's also another art style referred to as minimalism, which doesn't follow the monochrome aesthetic but instead opts to paint a scene without detail, such as representing people as shapes without features. Minimalist fashion also exists, which is just muted colors on a simple top and bottom. There's really nothing more to describe it as since it's, well, minimalism. The Halloween aesthetic is basically the feeling in the air when Halloween rolls around every year. While similar to horror, Halloween aesthetic is a lot more lighter in tone and sillier. It's not intended to evoke fear, but rather the joy of the holiday. The aesthetic includes the imagery we usually associate with Halloween, such as full moons, pumpkins, different types of monsters, candy, and the decorations people put up on their homes. In terms of fashion, it's either the costumes people wear on the holiday, or the clothes people wear in fall, such as light jackets and flannel. Overall, lots of orange and black, as well as some green, purple, and muted autumn colors. Moving on to another holiday aesthetic, the Christmas aesthetic is the feeling you get when Christmas rolls around, which in my experience is a lot stronger than the Halloween feeling. Despite Christmas being in a cold time of year, the aesthetic evokes a feeling of warmth and coziness. Imagery associated with Christmas include fireplaces, stockings, mistletoe, holly, wrapped presents, sweaters, pajamas, vintage toys, snow, and of course, decorated Christmas trees. Lots of white, gold, red, and green. Overall, the Christmas aesthetic is one that brings joy to many people. These are aesthetics revolving around the different seasons. Since this is basically a formed one, I'll keep the descriptions of each season brief. Spring is a season revolving around life and rebirth. As such, the aesthetic is optimistic and colorful with abundance of patterns, especially floral patterns and animals. Summer is a season that is associated with joy and freedom, as it is the season most people are off for vacation, as well as being a hot season, meaning most people are outside. It is often associated with beaches and pools, since these are popular destinations for people to cool off during the summer. There's also emphasis on food, such as barbecue, ice cream, and tropical drinks. The clothes associated with summer show more skin, such as tropical beach shirts, shorts, sundresses, and swimwear. The clothes will often feature light or bright colors, as well as bold patterns. Autumn is the harvest season, and this has majorly influenced its aesthetic even in the modern day. It's also the season where the leaves on trees change color and fall off, which is possibly the most iconic imagery when it comes to the season. Other imagery includes warm, natural lighting like candles, fruits and vegetables like apples, gourds, and berries, as well as sluggish, colder weather. This season also has a more academic vibe, as it's the season when many people return to school or university. As such, the fall aesthetic has an academic sub-theme, like reading literature or wearing formal clothes like sweaters and khakis. Other aspects of autumn fashion include muted red, yellow, brown, and beige colors on heavier, sometimes layered clothes like turtlenecks and cardigans. Winter is the coldest season of the year, which influences its vibes and fashion heavily. Since most people are indoors, winter aesthetic often revolves around cozy indoor activities. This includes reading by the fire, baking, and drinking hot cocoa. However, there is also an outdoor aspect to the activities and especially the fashion. Outdoor activities like sledding and playing in the snow are part of the winter aesthetic. The fashion includes heavy clothing which keeps you warm, such as gloves, long coats, boots, scarves, and wool hats. Indie is short for independence, which is why the aesthetic revolves around individuality. It was a 2000s trend, but it came back in 2019 thanks to our old friend TikTok. I'm gonna be honest, this aesthetic is so broad and popular that I don't even know where to begin to describe it. It's ironic that indie, despite meaning niche and independent, is one of the most popular aesthetics. It's fitting because nowadays, the most popular films, games, and music technically fall under the indie category. If I had to describe it briefly, it would be like grunge, edgy pastel. Overall, I have no problem with indie style, as it's good looking and easy for teens to pull off. Pretty self-explanatory. This aesthetic revolves around the old western United States. So basically lots of cowboys, horses, and deserts. A lot of the times, people into this aesthetic are into the idea of the lone hero, the guy who rolls into town, saves the day, and leaves like he was never there. The fashion is basically dressing up like a cowboy, with vests, button-down shirts, boots with spurs, and of course, the iconic cowboy hat. There's also iconic western sounds, including music with guitar and flutes, as well as that southern drawl. Overall, this aesthetic is really popular due to the extreme abundance of American cowboy movies in the 20th century, and the influences even reach into media of other genres, like Cowboy Bebop and The Mandalorian. Country is similar to Western, except for the fact that country is really based on the modern lives of American farmers and ranchers instead of the lives of cowboys in the 19th century, and as such takes out any feel of lawlessness and adventure. In fact, you can say that the very opposite is true. Country is a very homely aesthetic, placing emphasis on tradition, family, Christianity, and hard work. A lot of this is perpetuated through the genre of country music, which is the most popular medium this aesthetic is spread through. In terms of visual, the country aesthetic features cornfields, farm animals and equipment, pickup trucks, acoustic guitars, and wooden home decor, often featuring messages about family, God, or America, as well as barns and countryside homes. In terms of fashion, country fashion romanticizes and emulates the wear of modern-day ranchers and farmers. This includes flannel shirts, denim jeans, cowboy hats, and work boots. Jock is an American aesthetic that seems to have been prevalent in the 50s to 80s, but I doubt the aesthetic as presented even exists anymore because I've only ever seen it in movies. The jock refers to a teenage boy in high school who is known for playing sports, typically football. They are depicted as the top of the social hierarchy and are also stereotypically bullies. In terms of visuals, the jock aesthetic places emphasis on a romanticized view of high school, especially in its social and aesthetic aspects. Fashion-wise, the only thing that stands out to me is a school varsity jacket. Like I said before, it seems like this aesthetic, at least the most stereotypical version of it, just seems like a product of movies about high school, because in my time during high school, it never seemed to be as separated and hostile as the movies depict. There's a joke that writers of 80s and 90s high school movies always depicted jocks as bullies, because back when those writers were in high school themselves, they were social outcasts and resented the popular athletic kids, so when they grew up they would just write about them in a negative light. Of course, this is all just speculation. The nerd aesthetic, just like the jock one, is another over-the-top look given to a group of high school kids. Nerds are considered as students who are invested in book-smart culture, that is, someone who is knowledgeable in school subjects, specifically STEM subjects like math and science. Nerds are stereotypically socially awkward, often being bullied and only befriending other nerds, if they even have friends. The stereotypical nerd clothes are long-sleeve button-down shirts, oversized glasses, khakis, dress shoes, and sometimes even suspenders. Once again, this is just the over-the-top nerd aesthetic, which is not representative of real life. Geeks are often confused with nerds, but there are differences between the two groups. Geeks, rather than being a group of people who are ultra committed to academics, are instead obsessed with a hobby of theirs, typically something non-physical like video games or comic books. While being smart is not necessarily inherent to being a geek, it has become associated with them because their hobbies included tech like computers or video game consoles, which were considered high-tech stuff only smart people could handle back then. Geeks were also more social and had more friends than nerds, since they would often seek out a group of people who shared the same interests. In terms of visuals, there isn't really a fashion associated with geeks, but a lot of brands and franchises like Star Wars, various superheroes, and video games are geek icons. Once again, I'd say that this is just a relic of the 80s and 90s, because now all the staples that made geeks geeks are mainstream. Stuff like computers, superheroes, and video games are all basically mainstream now, so there's really nothing distinguishing geeks, except for those who are seriously obsessed with their interests. Greaser was an aesthetic prominent in American teen boys during the 50s. The name is derived from their greased up hair, often styled in exaggerated fashion. The Greaser's look is a very iconic one, consisting of tight t-shirts, leather jackets, jeans, and boots, alongside the iconic hair I mentioned earlier. Greasers were your stereotypical bad boys. They drove motorcycles and convertibles, smoked, and most would be members of street gangs and participated in fights against other gangs, carrying switchblades around for this exact purpose. Despite being violent, greasers are now romanticized in films and medias revolving around that era, which is a trend that doesn't just stop with this aesthetic. Prep is a term used to refer to teenagers who are part of the pipeline to a prestigious, typically Ivy League college. They usually come from wealthy, upper-class families, and their parents probably went to the same expensive college that they will go to in the future. For prep kids, college is less of a place to get an education and a degree, and more of a way for them to make connections within their social circles so that when they eventually go on to get a high-ranking job straight out of college, they have a bunch of friends in other high positions throughout society. Prep has a very distinct visual style, with pastel polos and khakis, as well as knee-length skirts for girls. Cardigans, sweaters, and loafers are also common clothing choices, and usually when it is warm outside, preps will tie their sweaters around their neck, which is an iconic look for this aesthetic. There's also a nautical theme within this aesthetic. The reason why is because prep is associated with the northeast coast, where many of the wealthy live in very close proximity to the shore. Common activities for prep kids include going out in yachts, and rowing also tends to be a favorite sport of the Ivy League institutions. Speaking of sports, certain sports are associated with prep because these are preferred activities of the Northeast elite, and the sports tend to be ones with high costs of entry, blocking outsiders from entering. Some of these sports include lacrosse, polo, and of course rowing like I said before. This is on the Iceberg, but the aesthetic is very similar to High School Dream, which is way further down, so I won't be going into tons of detail on this one because I really don't want to repeat myself. But this aesthetic is basically just the way a high school cheerleader dresses and the social lives they lead. Theater is yet another academic aesthetic revolving around the study of theatrical plays and dramas. Visuals of this aesthetic include ornate stages, backstage, theater props and costumes, as well as an older, fancy institution. Colors associated with theaters are typical natural colors, browns, beiges, and some grays, but red and gold are also prominent since those tend to be the colors of stage drapes, an iconic visual of theater. People who are into this aesthetic are obviously those involved in theater, and their hobbies, which are part of this aesthetic, include reading plays, rehearsing, and doing backstage work like costume and prop design. Fashion of the theater aesthetic includes turtleneck sweaters, blazers, dresses, khakis, and berets. Neko is an aesthetic originating in Japan which revolves around cats and cat-like features. The aesthetic is very childlike and feminine, emphasizing innocent behavior, soft textures and colors, as well as general cuteness. In terms of fashion, some clothes include cat ears, chokers with bells, maid outfits, oversized hoodies, often with cat ears on the hood, as well as mittens resembling paws. I know where this childlike cuteness is coming from. since house cats are definitely very cute, but I still find a bit of irony in this because cats are also cold-blooded killers, which is the opposite of innocence. The fairy tale aesthetic is similar to the fantasy aesthetic, but fairy tales tend to be way less gritty and lighter in scope and stakes. Basically, it's the difference between classic Disney movies and Lord of the Rings. The fairy tale aesthetic has heavy emphasis on magic, talking animals, and fictional creatures like fairies, gnomes, and mermaids. The visual side of the aesthetic places heavy emphasis on nature, especially the beauty of it. Images of mushrooms, peaceful animals, forests, rivers, quaint paths, and picturesque villages, and scenic castles dominate fairy tales. Other visuals include old books, ornate mirrors, crowns, extravagant dresses, and cloaks. Basically, like I said, pick out a Disney movie featuring a princess in a European setting and you'll see some perfect examples of fairy tale aesthetic. Pirate is an aesthetic that romanticizes the pirates of the golden age of piracy in between 1650 and 1720. However, the aesthetic does not seek to glorify the horrible atrocities these pirates committed, but rather places emphasis on the era of freedom, exploration, and camaraderie associated with pirates. Popular visuals of the pirate aesthetic include the Jolly Roger, other imagery of bones, chests and treasure, deserted islands and coves, vintage maps, compasses, keys, and of course, the high seas. While you probably won't find someone straight up dressed like a pirate, you can probably pull off some aspects of pirate fashion, especially if you're visiting a coastal tropical area. This includes neutral colors like red, white, and brown, combined with oversized button-down blouses, oversized blazers, square belts, and heeled boots. Being an aesthetic revolving all around the water, it's a fitting one to end the first layer of this iceberg, because so far we were just in the sky, and now we're starting to hit the water, and it's only going to get harder to navigate from here. Scene is an aesthetic that started in the 1990s and grew extremely popular in the late 2000s among the youth. They were often confused with the emo community of the late 2000s, and I'm going to be honest, before I did my research for this video, I thought they were the same thing too. They are similar, with a major difference being that Scene is a lot more colorful and vibrant. The fashion included bright patterns, fishnets, long side-swept hair, eyeliner, and graphic tees with bands or depictions of popular cartoons of the time. Scene was popularized among teenagers at the time as a way to blur the lines between how men and women look, and to appear as androgynous as possible. While this aesthetic died out in the early to mid 2010s, you'll still find people in their late 20s posting pictures of themselves of when they were teenagers dressing up in Scene and fashion. Like I said about emo, this was basically what your stereotypical teen looked like in the Myspace era. Lolita is a very specific type of fashion aesthetic. It is a Japanese fashion trend which takes inspiration from Victorian-era clothing. It involves a full skirt being worn over a petticoat, with the top part of the dress being worn over a blouse. The style came from young women in the 90s, wearing clothes in such a way to defy male expectations at the time of what girls should look like. Glitch is an artistic aesthetic based off of visual software glitches, usually styled in a 90s or early 2000s software interface. Something important to consider in order to fully understand the glitch aesthetic is the difference between a glitch and a bug. In coding, a bug is an error in the code that is usually the fault of a human writing it, which means that it can be easily fixed. However, the connotation of glitch is much more mysterious. It's an error that is unexplainable, almost supernatural. Obviously, there is no such thing as a supernatural computer error, but that's what the word glitch has come to mean, especially when phrases like glitch in the Matrix are used to describe unexplainable events. The glitch aesthetic includes bright colors, typically reds, blues, and greens. It is very sharp-angled and staticky, often included with broken and erratic animation, as well as visuals evoking vintage computer technology. It is meant to show something that has malfunctioned. This aesthetic is often used alongside the Vaporwave aesthetic. Grunge is an aesthetic which dominated the 1990s young adult scene. Basically, if you're an American teenager watching this video, your parents most likely dressed and acted like this when they were younger. Grunge is an aesthetic revolving around rebellion and anti-consumerism, which is especially ironic considering the teens participating in this grew up to be, well, our parents. The aesthetic was spearheaded by popular bands at the time, like Nirvana, Pearl Jam, and Alice in Chains. Grunge held a pessimistic ideology about the nature of society, and thus would reject the status quo and purposefully go the other way. As such, it is dominated by griminess and dirtiness. While there is a grunge look, the ideology of grunge is that there is no fashion associated with it, with the clothes worn as part of the aesthetic purposefully being the cheapest clothes at the thrift store, which falls in line with grunge's anti-consumerism philosophy. However, there isn't a lot of variety when you're talking about the cheapest clothes available at thrift stores, so a unified look did end up coming out of grunge, mainly including bland colored clothes. Your typical grunge teenager would spend their free time collecting vinyl music discs and smoking. This aesthetic died down when the bands I mentioned before died in popularity, and the young anti-consumerists were forced to take up adult responsibility in a capitalist society. However, you can probably mention grunge or those bands to your parents, and they'll probably still talk to you all day about the good old days. Dark academia is an aesthetic which romanticizes the upper education of the 19th and early 20th century. Typically, European and American higher education in those time periods would be dominated by children from wealthy families who would study subjects like Latin, literature, and history. In the modern day, these subjects are not seen as practical ones to study for a living compared to something like STEM majors. Therefore, the association of dark academia with these humanities subjects further increases the romanticization of the aesthetic, since people who will continue to study these subjects are those who truly enjoy them and do it for their own self-fulfillment. However, the actual studying is not the focus of the aesthetic. It is rather the air of mystery and darkness surrounding the setting of the institution. Dark academia usually takes place in an older university with Gothic architecture, such as prestigious English universities or the American Ivy Leagues. The school also usually features dormitory living and school uniforms, the Western kind with sweaters and ties. The dark part of the academia comes from the idea of the aesthetic that such an institution will carry lots of dark secrets that students can uncover at their time there. This will typically lead to dark rituals, murder, and passion, which is amplified by the fact that they are in a strict institution and should not be doing this. If you couldn't figure it out by now, this aesthetic is basically people who love Hogwarts from Harry Potter. I mean, it checks off all the boxes of dark academia. No wonder people who wanted to experience those halls for themselves would romanticize a similar education with a more mature twist as they grew older. Here we have the flip side of dark academia, called light academia. Surprisingly, light academia was created after dark academia, when Tumblr users wondered why learning at a university had to be all doom and gloom. The aesthetic is very similar to dark academia, except that instead of backstabbing and murdering your friends on a gloomy weekend while you uncover the dark history of the school, you all instead enjoy a nice picnic on a sunny day. That's it, just have a good time while studying at a nice school. Synthwave is an aesthetic heavily rooted in 80s electronic style. While this is often confused with Vaporwave, Synthwave is actually an inspiration of Vaporwave. Synthwave only uses electronic tones on a beat to create music, while Vaporwave has influences from lo-fi, pop, and jazz. Synthwave visuals include lots of bold colors and grids, as well as visuals like retro graphics, sunsets, and 80s cars. The electronic feel of the aesthetic made it an internet favorite, and you can find examples of Synthwave everywhere in cyberspace. Art moms, more commonly known as art hoes, is an aesthetic that revolves around loving art. Despite the oddly derogatory name, there is really nothing derogatory about this aesthetic. It's just people who enjoy art and nature, often painting or taking pictures of optimistic images. They typically dress in a vintage look, enjoying colorful striped shirts, wide-bottom jeans, hair clips, and classic Vans shoes. They let their creativity shine, and some even customize their clothes by painting or drawing on them to add their own personal flair. Can't go into too much detail with this one, and I probably won't even show an example, but baby girl is an aesthetic where adult women will often dress in clothes and colors and act in such a way that involves a childlike and even infant-like persona. Obviously, the main color of this aesthetic is pastel pink. The reason why this aesthetic creeps me out is because it fetishizes childlike behavior and looks, which is honestly just a big yikes. Cottagecore is an aesthetic which romanticizes the old-fashioned, western, self-sufficient, rural living. A lot of people who are into cottagecore enjoy the idea of dropping modern life, responsibilities, and technology, running to the countryside with a loved one, and just living off the land. The aesthetic includes doing traditional hobbies like sewing, knitting, baking, and gardening. However, one must question the authenticity of no technology being part of this aesthetic when playing Animal Crossing on your Nintendo Switch is considered one of the activities of the cottagecore aesthetic. Although, I guess it gets a pass because the activities you do in-game very much fit the aesthetic. This aesthetic can be described as natural. The clothes worn are muted earthen and pastel colors, and usually will be something that they can make by themselves. A lot of the imagery includes cute animals, flowers, mushrooms, forests, and small gardens. However, there will always be some human structure in it, whether it be a quaint wooden fence or dock, or a small cozy cottage. The funny thing about cottagecore is that the aesthetic has been picked up as a political symbol by the extremes on both sides of the spectrum. This is because both the far left and the far right have a distaste for modern society and want some aspects to go back, although for different reasons. On one hand, people on the right appreciate cottagecore because it represents a time before, in their view, progressive values changed modern society for the worse. To them, cottagecore represents a period where traditional gender and social norms were still followed. On the other hand, people on the left appreciate cottagecore because it represents a time when our current capitalist society didn't have its hands around our throat, forcing us to wage slave away. To them, cottagecore represents a life where they don't have to spend their life working to enrich the pockets of some billionaires, but rather a life where their work actually is fulfilling and directly benefits themselves, so they can spend some more leisure time to just enjoy life. Just an interesting thought. This is quite a strange aesthetic to include, but might as well just talk about it. This is about the pop culture representation of Vikings, the 8th to 11th century seafaring Nordic raiders. Popular visuals include axes, long boats with dragon heads, horned helmets, and runes. Unfortunately, the Viking aesthetic has been used and warped by certain white supremacist groups to support their agenda, which is probably one of the only prevalent places where the Viking aesthetic appears in the modern day. Steampunk is an aesthetic which is derived from the science fiction genre of the same name. What if we lived in an alternate reality where instead of inventing the combustion engine that was powered by gasoline and oil, and eventually created electronics, we instead continued developing technology powered by steam? Well, steampunk offers a look into that alternate history. In terms of how it looks, steampunk seems stuck in the Victorian era. Not only is all the technology made out of wood, brass, and gold instead of modern plastics, the clothes are also from that era, with long coats and top hats for the men, as well as corsets and dresses for the women. There are a lot of gears, pistons, and pipes in steampunk. The technologies showcased are typically improved versions of Victorian-era vehicles we later embedded in our time, such as airships and steam locomotives. However, completely imaginary technology like steam-powered mechs are also a part of steampunk art. For artistic motifs, gears and cogs are the de facto logo for the steampunk genre, although depictions of sea creatures like squid and octopi are also associated with steampunk for some reason. Overall, steampunk is a very cool looking aesthetic, and it is well known for a good reason. Old Hollywood is an aesthetic revolving around upper-class star life from the 1920s to the 1950s. This aesthetic romanticizes the day-to-day life of those old Hollywood stars, ignoring all the heinous stuff that was going on in the industry and in the world at the time. The fashion would be slicked hair, thin mustaches, and sharp suits for the men, as well as wavy hair, backless evening gowns, fur coats, and bold red lipstick for the women. The aesthetic is mostly followed by people who watched The Great Gatsby and want to live the upper-class life of someone in the early 1900s. Surrealism is a well-known artistic style that arose in the early 1900s. It rejected the then prominent notion that art should be a realistic depiction of still life, and would rather paint settings that came forth from dreams and the unconscious mind. What resulted was a distortion of everyday objects in weird shapes in a dream-like landscape. One of the best-known artists of this style is Salvador Dali. Pastel refers to an aesthetic color scheme. Pastel colors are derived when the color white is mixed into a base color, giving it a softer and lighter look. Pastel is often used in dreamy and cute images, and is now associated with kids and girls. Although surprisingly, in the 80s, pastel colors were a trend in men's fashion, with shows like Miami Vice showing cool guys pulling off pastel colors. Rave is an aesthetic that grew in popularity in the 80s. It revolves around the high-energy nightclub parties at the time, also known as raves. Raves were characterized by nightclubs playing loud and fast EDM, and the defining aspect of the rave aesthetic is neon. The clubs would be lit up by neon lights, the clothes and accessories you wore would be neon. Everything is neon in rave. Lo-fi is a primarily music-based aesthetic that it aims to invoke a feeling of calm and nostalgia. The music achieves this vibe through low-intensity, muted electronic hip-hop that is slightly distorted to give it an aged feel. Of course, many people know of the lo-fi genre through the channel Lo-Fi Girl and their livestream Lo-Fi Hip-Hop Radio, Beats to Study or Relax to. This livestream has been up and running for years, playing different lo-fi tracks sets the visual of the famous Lo-Fi Girl, who has been stuck in an endless loop of studying. This is one of the most popular live streams on YouTube, with it always having tens of thousands of listeners 24/7. The visual side of lo-fi is a mix of different genres which all invoke nostalgia. Mostly, it is muted vaporwave colors with images of slice of life anime. Overall, it's really just a pleasant aesthetic that is perfect for relaxing or getting in a zone. Femboys are the opposite of tomboys. They are boys who like to present in a more feminine manner. Despite tomboys being relatively normalized since the 90s, femboys are still seen as somewhat abnormal. However, exposure and acceptance of this aesthetic has exploded over the past couple of years through social media like TikTok and Twitch, as well as the popularization of anime. The anime art style typically gives everyone more feminine features, especially feminine faces, and femboys are not a new concept in Japan. Technically, they've been part of their society for over 100 years, being known as Bokashu, and it was only interrupted during the imperial period of World War II. It makes sense that such a thing would bleed over into modern Japanese media. And as Japanese influence in Western and online culture continues to increase, concepts like these will eventually transfer over. Like I said before, femboys are basically the opposite of tomboys, which means that they typically dress and do activities stereotypically associated with women. This means stuff like skirts, thigh-highs, and maid outfits. This aesthetic is very popular on platforms like Twitter, Twitch, and TikTok, with popular influencers like Fundy often dressing up in maid outfits for streams and receiving lots of positive feedback for it. Retrofuturism is a really cool aesthetic. It's basically what people in the past, specifically the early to mid-1900s, thought life and technology in the future would look like. Retrofuturism tends to be more optimistic than other genres predicting the future, like Cyberpunk, since even though these decades were plagued with strife and suffering, there was still an anticipation for what the future would bring, especially during the space race of the 60s, and many middle-class white Americans who were making these predictions believed that we would have solved all the world's issues by the 2000s, declaring that we were at the end of history and the beginning of an era of peace and prosperity. As such, the artwork of retrofuturism rarely included weapons of war. Instead, it would show off technology in a utopian society, often based off of how the technology of the time looked. They would feature novel public transportation, humanoid robots serving us around the household, and space travel. In terms of looks, the best way I can describe it is like this. If the aesthetic of steampunk is if society advanced while keeping the fashion and technological look of the Victorian era, the aesthetic of retrofuturism is if we kept the look of mid-1900s America going into the future. Plant moms is a term used for people who love gardening and nature, so much so that they take care of their plants like their own biological children. They often have an extensive collection of plants that they use a lot of their free time and energy to care for. In terms of looks, they are similar to the art mom aesthetic, but with a lot more emphasis on the nature. The colors tend to be more muted and earthen, and they'll wear clothes that are hip but still comfortable for the more physical work involved in gardening, such as sweaters, jeans, and sneakers. Club is an aesthetic that revolves around nightlife such as nightclubs and bars that operate late into the night. It is very similar to the rave aesthetic we talked about earlier, sharing the same party vibe and bright colors, but club aesthetic and fashion tends to be more higher class than raves. Also, compared to the harsh neon of rave, club lighting tends to be more spread out and soft, creating a more intimate setting. Fashion is quite broad for this aesthetic. You want to wear something nice and more expensive, but you also want it to be light enough to be comfortable in the hot and packed club scenes. I'm going to be honest, vintage is really broad, perhaps the broadest aesthetic on this whole iceberg. It literally just refers to an aesthetic that evokes a time period from the past. Vintage could refer to a visual style from the 1920s, or an outfit meant to replicate 1990s fashion. Honestly, I probably already covered or will cover everything under the vintage umbrella, since there are so many aesthetics about past time periods elsewhere on the iceberg. Kawaii is a Japanese aesthetic that translates to cute or adorable. The aesthetic is used to refer to something that is very cute, so cute in fact that you almost pity it. It tries to invoke a young child vibe through using pastel colors as well as images from young children's shows like Hello Kitty. In fact, Hello Kitty is literally just a whole kawaii aesthetic condensed into one thing, so there you go. City pop is an old Japanese aesthetic from the 1970s and 1980s. In this time, Japan was going through an economic boom, so many Japanese citizens enjoyed an increased quality of life. The aesthetic is about the carefree, casual, and upbeat life many Japanese city youth lived in that time. This is reflected in its corresponding music genre. City pop mixes several genres like soft rock, R&B, and smooth jazz, combined with upbeat pop lyrics to give it a very casual feel, like the vibe of hanging out with friends on a summer afternoon. Popular songs from that era still have a following today, even outside Japan, such as Maria Takeuchi's Plastic Love. In terms of fashion, city pop was a combination of preppy yet casual. Clothes included school uniforms, polo shirts, scarves, and pleated skirts. Another defining part of the fashion is the hair, which could be described with one word: volume. Girls would often let their hair grow long and slightly wavy, allowing bangs to hang over their foreheads. Guys would also allow their hair to grow long, and would part it in the middle. Some of them styled it like 50s American greasers, which honestly makes sense since this time period of Japan was similar to America's 50s. Overall, city pop is a very influential aesthetic, because it's basically the precursor to popular modern aesthetics like Vaporwave and lo-fi, so this is one we should pay our respects to. Victorian is an aesthetic that refers to the fashion and culture of England in the 1830s to 1890s, specifically the upper-class rural life. You know, those big ornate mansions in the countryside. Novels like Pride and Prejudice and Wuthering Heights are responsible for the popularity of the Victorian aesthetic today, especially among women. A lot of girls I know, including my own mother, absolutely adore the Victorian aesthetic due to these romance novels. I guess the idea of being a member of that society, dressing up in fancy gowns and dancing in balls, and then being swept off your feet by a handsome nobleman is appealing. Here's some dating advice, fellas. If you want to get a girl, first insult her by calling her lower class, and then apologize to her by meeting her in a field on a foggy morning and then ask her out. Guaranteed to work every time. Nuclear is an aesthetic revolving around nuclear power and radiation. It isn't just nuclear bombs, but stuff like nuclear plant control rooms, gas masks, hazard suits, and irradiated landscapes. The defining feel I get from the nuclear aesthetic is that eerie sense of using technology to try and control a power that we may not have the ability to fully understand, and when it goes wrong badly. Basically, if you loved the HBO Chernobyl miniseries, you'll love this aesthetic. The post-apocalyptic aesthetic revolves around what life would look like after total societal collapse. Typically, the genre is a romanticized depiction of how such an event would go down, as it follows a small group of people who survive in the lawless wasteland. This aesthetic is often romanticized because a lot of people who are dissatisfied with their current role in society may wish that it should collapse so they don't have to fulfill their responsibilities anymore, and then become a badass, rugged survivalist living off the land. Obviously, this is all best left in fantasy, since in an actual collapse of society, you'd probably be dead, a slave, or otherwise suffering. I'd rather have my biggest problem be an upcoming math test than a bunch of starving people trying to cannibalize me. Visuals of post-apocalypse always include human structures in ruin or decay. A common theme of post-apocalypse is that our modern society and technology has become a thing of legend, only existing in the past as a monument of what humanity once was. Nothing new is created on an industrial level, If possible, we just scavenged the technology that was already there. Depending on the type of apocalypse, nature could either be wiped out like us, or nature could be even more present, taking over what was once the human domain. Other visuals include weapons and utilitarian clothing, as well as old, repurposed technology. Morikei is an extremely niche Japanese aesthetic. It basically means women who live in the woods. The fashion includes loose and earthen, yet still feminine clothes. Usually the clothes are embroidered with a pattern of some sort. Flowers are a huge part of the aesthetic, either present through embroidery or just straight up wearing them in your hair. Androgynous is a fashion aesthetic which rejects any clothing choice that can be associated with either the male or female gender. Instead, they opt for clothing choices that can blend the look between male and female. More formal androgynous aesthetic includes sweaters, collared shirts, and khakis, while more casual stuff includes stuff like hoodies, t-shirts, jeans, and shorts. To be honest, a lot of people dress androgynously for day-to-day life, but I'd say to fully pull off the look, stuff like how you present your hair and your face determines whether you have a true androgynous look. So this used to be like a derogatory word when I was growing up, but apparently it has been taken back by some groups of women, so that's cool I guess. However, I'm still gonna censor it just in case YouTube doesn't like it. The current movement was started by TikTok user Nat Twitch a couple years ago, and the whole point of the aesthetic is for women to feel comfortable in their own bodies after having them being objectified by men for basically all of history. It's a progressive movement which has women taking back what should be theirs. I agree that no person should have to feel inherently dirty or invite attention just because of how their body naturally looks. It's an aesthetic that's really about helping women who have been dehumanized because of their body, and I'm here for it. Foodie is an aesthetic revolving around food, if that wasn't obvious. Basically, a foodie is someone who seeks out new and more refined food experiences constantly. They're always up to trying something new culinary-wise. They treat food as a hobby instead of something you just eat for sustenance. However, the aesthetic is definitely about the way the food is presented. The color and composition of the food, which shows that it's something more than just some typical meal one throws together to just eat, is what the foodie aesthetic is all about. New Age is an aesthetic that is designed to create inspiration, relaxation, and optimism. There's a lot to unpack here, but basically the best way to describe the aesthetic is that it's those people who are always talking about how to unblock your chakras and about astrology and yoga and all that. We all know who they are and what they wear and the artwork associated with them, so I can safely say that we can move on. Gyaru is another Japanese aesthetic that I'm kind of struggling to explain. It's a very voluptuous feminine aesthetic, defined by tanned skin, full hair, lots of makeup, as well as more rebellious outfits. Overall, it just looks like the Japanese version of women's fashion in the 80s, and it's probably only on this list because there's a specific name associated with it. Magical Girls is a genre of anime that revolves around young teenage girls who gain supernatural powers and then go on to save the world. While this is similar to other types of teenage superhero shows, what makes Magical Girls so popular is the fact that these young, strong girls keep their femininity. Back in the day when the Magical Girl genre was in its prime, most female superheroes had to look and act more masculine for the general public to accept them as a hero. The Magical Girl genre rejected this, instead having the characters keep their more feminine aesthetic as well as visuals like glitter, hearts, ribbons, and colors like pink, which are prominent. In terms of fashion style, the characters in the show would often wear stuff like schoolgirl uniforms, featuring pleated skirts, as well as other stereotypically female clothing like bows. Overall, the aesthetic was prominently featured in anime like Sailor Moon, where the main characters would have to balance their life between their magical hero work and their life as a normal teenage girl, so I'd say the aesthetic fits the theme of these shows. Film noir is a genre which was popular since the 1950s. Common visuals of noir is a black and white color palette with stark lighting, big American cities, revolvers, rain, fog, and classic suits with fedoras. This genre romanticizes the lone detective who is working against a world of crime and corruption, and as such, the aesthetic tends to be quite depressing and melancholy, shown through the visuals and the slow, sensual jazz associated with it. Femme Fatale is an aesthetic that refers to women who are mysterious, intelligent, dangerous, and seductive. This is a character archetype that has been around in film since the 1940s, and has remained popular to this day, as modern action movies are basically guaranteed to have such a character as their female lead. In terms of fashion, Femme Fatale always have to look their best, often being seen in either evening gowns and makeup, or for when they need to engage in heavy combat, black leather suits are the go-to. Femme Fatales are always mysterious and typically lone wolves, who don't show much emotion and keep much of their personal life shrouded in mystery. Like I said, this aesthetic is prominent in women of a good majority of action movies nowadays, so you should probably be familiar with it. Not much to this aesthetic, it's yet another female-oriented one. This time, it refers to people who dress up in over-the-top expensive clothes, makeup, and jewelry to let the world know that they are wealthy, or at least give the facade of wealth. Hot Topic is an aesthetic that shares a name with the clothing store found in malls all over the United States. It is known for catering to the counterculture fashion choices, and as such went through different aesthetic phases as what was considered counterculture changed over time. The first phase started from the store's beginnings in 1996. This phase was referred to as nu metal. Nu metal was inspired by punk and goth fashion, however you can say it was a bit more mainstream. Due to this, many die-hard followers of the punk and goth aesthetics would look down on those who bought from Hot Topic, but for those who didn't have access to the quote-unquote real counterculture fashion, Hot Topic allowed for a more accessible and affordable way for people interested in that aesthetic to pull off the look. One of the most iconic pieces of clothing from this time were the fat pants. However, as the nu metal aesthetic died down, Hot Topic had a choice to make. Would they continue to sell the same type of clothes, or will they change with the times? Well, they chose the latter, and they moved on to the new popular counterculture aesthetic, into what is known as the Myspace Era. During the Myspace era, the popular clothes changed to those found in the scene and emo aesthetics. Hair dye and piercings were also popular during this time. Finally, they eventually transitioned into the modern era. During this time, counterculture moved to more geeky interests like anime, video games, internet culture, and K-pop. Therefore, a lot of what they would sell now were graphic tees and such pertaining to these topics. Other popular visuals were visual callbacks to popular childhood brands, like Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network shows. The modern era is the first time where music didn't dominate counterculture, so the sections of the store that used to be for music also had adopted to the modern age, instead now being filled with Funko Pops and other similar merchandising. Overall, the Hot Topic aesthetic has always been about catering to the counterculture, and will adapt to what the hot topics are right now. Scrapbook is an artistic aesthetic that shares a name with the scrapbooking hobby. Scrapbooking is a hobby which revolves around preserving your personal history in the form of a notebook. This typically includes cutting out pictures of precious memories, either photographs or memorabilia, and pasting them all in a notebook, often doodling and annotating them to provide context. This is a really optimistic and colorful aesthetic, all about looking back on good times with your friends and loved ones. The Playboy aesthetic is basically the stereotypical teenage boy's fantasy. It's all about growing up to be a rich and powerful businessman, but still having enough free time to spend most of your day not doing work. Basically, the Playboy is a wealthy male adult who never really grew up from being an immature kid, and now instead has more expensive toys, or what he sees as toys to play with, hence the name Playboy. Playboys are known to dress up nicely, often wearing the most expensive suits, watches, and dress shoes. However, these are not worn to convey professionalism, but rather status. They still want to convey a casual and fun vibe. Therefore, they usually don't fully adhere to corporate dress code, not wearing ties and wearing their suits and parts of their shirts unbuttoned. They are the rogues of the ultra-wealthy. They don't adhere to social codes and have questionable morals. Other Playboy visuals include the signs of someone wealthy flaunting their wealth, with items such as supercars, yachts, and mansions being staples of the Playboy lifestyle. And of course, we can't forget that Playboys are usually surrounded by hot women that, to be honest, they probably won't care about after a night spent together. Some popular examples of the Playboy aesthetic include James Bond, Bruce Wayne, and Tony Stark in the first Iron Man movie. Vampires are monsters originating from Eastern European mythology. They were typically depicted as old, immortal men who could turn into bats and sustain themselves by drinking blood. They were weak to sunlight and holy water. Of course, the most quintessential image of a vampire came from the novel which made the whole concept popular, Bram Stoker's Dracula. Because of this origin, the visuals of vampire aesthetics still include images like fangs, bats, capes, the moon, and abandoned castles or manors. However, thanks to a certain popular book-turned-movie franchise, vampires in the modern age now have a stereotype of being young, attractive people. While they still wear more fancy clothes and tend to be part of an upper-class or secret underground society, the major difference here is that they tend to be less explicitly evil monsters and more tragic characters who are often the love interests of the main character. I have no idea why vampires suddenly became heartthrobs. Maybe the fact that their primary form of killing is sucking your blood after biting your neck gives them a more passionate aura? I don't know, man, I'm just here to talk about aesthetics. Tiki is an aesthetic which is inspired by Southeast Asian and Polynesian culture. It became popular in the West after World War II, when a lot of soldiers returned from the Pacific Theater. This interest manifested in what would be known as Tiki Bars. The Tiki aesthetic emulated traditional island Polynesian culture, with imagery associated with it being bamboo furniture, lots of torches and fire, traditional tiki heads, floral patterns, and volcanoes. There is also a nautical aspect to the aesthetic due to its island nature, so visuals like netting and maps are also common. In terms of fashion, common outfits in this aesthetic include floral print shirts, shorts, and flip-flops. Basically, if you watch SpongeBob SquarePants, the Tiki aesthetic permeates the art and setting of that show, so that should give you a good idea. Tropical aesthetic is similar to the Tiki aesthetic, but it is not specifically trying to emulate Polynesian culture. Therefore, the visuals are a lot more general, consisting of tropical islands, beaches, shipwrecks, coconuts, and warm sunsets with a cool breeze. Tropical fashion tends to vary based on age. While younger men and women often go for surfer clothes or swimwear, the more stereotypical tropical fashion includes Hawaiian t-shirts and khaki shorts, alongside flip-flops and hats. Overall, this is a very laid-back aesthetic, placing emphasis on the natural beauty of tropical environments. MLG is an aesthetic that revolves around older internet memes and montage parodies. MLG stands for Major League Gaming, which is an actual esports league, but on the internet, MLG has come to have been associated with montage parodies. A montage parody is a style of video where a YouTuber would show the best or most humorous clips of their gameplay, but edit it so heavily with meme sound effects and visuals to where it basically becomes a comedy. This aesthetic was really popular in 2015 to 2016, with it utilizing many of the popular and even then older memes of the time. The visuals of MLG included bright rainbow colors, memes like Pepe, Doge, Shrek, Illuminati, the Quickscope Sniper and Reticle, as well as green screen explosions. Fedoras, Doritos, and Mountain Dew were also recurring visuals in MLG. Eventually, MLG became so popular that it transcended just gaming montages, and people would put MLG-style edits over all sorts of videos, some examples being Pyrocynical's famous MLG Teletubbies and MLG Shrek. MLG is an aesthetic that I was surprised to see mentioned here, and I'm glad such an iconic time period of internet culture is being recognized. Clowncore is all about clowns, circuses, and that whole shtick. Despite clowns being associated with horror now, clowncore is a very happy and bright aesthetic. Common visuals include, well, clowns, bright red noses, polka dots, balloons, unicycles, and cakes. The fashion is basically just dressing up like a clown. Heavy white makeup, dyed hair, jester hats, overalls, and large shoes. Babycore is basically pastel softy combined with stereotypical visuals associated with babies. Imagine pastel blue and pink bottles, binkies, strollers, bibs, and other baby stuff. Aging up a bit, Kidcore is all about the joys and toys about being a child, especially one growing up in the 80s. It's a very optimistic vibe with lots of bold reds, blues, and yellows. Visuals include smaller plastic playgrounds, the type you'd find inside daycares, toys for younger kids, colorful picture books, and bookshelves. A big part of Kidcore is also Saturday morning cartoons. There is a fashion to Kid Core, with its defining characteristics being horizontal striped long-sleeve shirts in bold colors, washed-out denim, light-up sneakers or just old sneakers, as well as rainbow motifs. If you want a good example of Kid Core in real life, just look at the Toys R Us branding. Webcore is an aesthetic centered around the glory days of the internet from the mid-90s to the late 2000s, when the internet was used by many people but corporate involvement and major sites didn't streamline it. The old web was amateur, rough around the edges, and felt like a new frontier, which is what this aesthetic is all about. The look is based off of old HTML web design, which looks very cobbled together. Older desktop icons as well as 2000s era Windows tabs with that recognizable rounded blue border, gray body, and bold red X button are also staples of this aesthetic. This is an aesthetic reminiscing all about the older days of the web, where individualism and exploration were more common, and I really love it for that reason. Weirdcore is an online art aesthetic that takes amateur photographs of ordinary locations that nobody would really have a reason to capture, and then adds some basic edits and text over it to invoke a feeling of confusion and discomfort. This aesthetic is similar to Liminal Spaces, but it's less creepy and nostalgic and more confusing, almost eliciting a sense of dread because you're not even sure how to feel about it. The text overlaid over many of these images tends to either present statements or questions that are nonsensical, but have a threatening undertone because of the implications. It's really hard to explain because it's just weird. Okay, so Traumacore delves into some heavy topics like depression and abuse, so I'm going to put a trigger warning up, and if you think that you might be affected listening about these topics, you can fast forward to the next entry or just click off. I won't be saying or showing anything too explicit, however. Traumacore is an aesthetic that is mostly used by people who have survived traumatic events, typically happening during childhood, but not always. Some people view it as a proper coping mechanism and therapeutic, while others see it as distasteful and romanticizing drama. Visually, Traumacore consists of edits of photographs. These pictures are of indoor spaces like bedrooms and bathrooms, but not necessarily normal, lived-in ones. No, these look abandoned, almost liminal in their abnormality. They're dirty and rotting. The edits will also include a young children's cartoon character, like something from My Melody or Hello Kitty. This represents their childhood innocence and joy that was stolen away from them. This is usually accompanied by some text from the creator venting about their current emotional state. It's just a really depressing aesthetic, and due to its sensitive nature, it's frowned upon to participate in this aesthetic if you haven't gone through something traumatic yourself, since that would be considered appropriation or romanticization of a serious subject. Baddie is an aesthetic that is aimed at young women. It's all about looking as good as possible in line with current beauty standards, especially those pushed by television and music. Think about your stereotypical Instagram model and you'll get the gist. Tied t-shirts, crop tops, tank tops, and tube tops, as well as tight jeans, yoga pants, and short shorts make up a lot of the day-to-day fashion. Makeup that accentuates the eyelashes, eyebrows, and lips is a key feature, as well as straight long hair, sometimes with highlights. I am honestly at a loss for words on this one. I seriously don't know how to explain it. It's like abstract 3D computer art that's really blobby and almost amateur due to how empty the backgrounds are. Although I do guess that this is what was considered professional back in 2000, which is the year the aesthetic was named after. They look like designs you would find on the cover of an old textbook. It's such a bizarre aesthetic. It's stuff like this I wanted to find when starting this Iceberg. Take clowncore and turn it goth. That's Juggalo in a nutshell. Most people into the Juggalo aesthetic are fans of the music group Insane Clown Posse and other hip-hop groups under the Psychopathic Records label. Every year there's an event called The Gathering of the Juggalos, where people show up in Juggalo getups and listen to their favorite artists and bands perform live. Visually, the defining aspect of Juggalo is the black and white clown-styled makeup applied to the face. Dadaism was an artistic movement that originated in the 1910s, and the fact that its influences reach into modern internet culture is a testament to how important it was. Dadaism was all about criticizing the rigid nature of society and sought to expose how meaningless it all was. This resulted in art that was surrealist in nature, but rather than completely warping it, it just changes it to make the original subject silly. It's really surprising how much these pieces of art resemble modern day memes, especially those of the surreal memes genre. Okay, so there's an absolutely insane story behind this that I can't fully explain right now because it would take too long and I don't want YouTube taking this video down. But Club Kids was a club in New York City which operated in the 80s and was known for some shady business. The club was known for its extremely flamboyant, over-the-top, and bright fashion, which is basically what the aesthetic is. But in 1996, one of the club's leaders, Michael Allig, and a fellow club member were part of a deal gone wrong, and they were eventually convicted of murdering a man, cutting up his body, and disposing of it in the Hudson River. Despite their efforts, they were caught, and in 1997, they were sentenced to 20 years in prison. This would have been the end of the Club Kid style, but it was able to survive by kind of assimilating itself into drag. Eventually, the two were released from prison, and in the late 2010s, the Club Kids fashion trend had a resurgence on Instagram. Pretty self-explanatory, this is an aesthetic all about militaries and war. People into this aesthetic include actual members of the military, history enthusiasts, and patriots who like that it shows their country's strength. Visuals of the aesthetic include pictures of soldiers and equipment, vehicles like tanks and jets, as well as camouflaged fatigues and dress uniforms. Atom Punk shares a huge overlap with retrofuturism to the point where they're basically the same. In the 50s United States, atomic energy was the name of the game. Many people imagined a utopian future where technology, even stuff as small as cars, were powered by nuclear energy. This optimistic view manifested in a technology dominated through bright colors and bubble-like glass domes, with all that 50s artistic flair. Basically, imagine the Fallout universe before the nuclear war, and that's Atom Punk in a nutshell. Witchcore is an aesthetic that kind of modernizes witches. While inspired by the stereotypical image of the witch, the look definitely does not match the old depictions. The reason why this aesthetic is so popular now is because witches have always been considered as women who have rejected societal expectations of how a woman should act and look, and witches also tend to be more independent and care for themselves. As such, the idea of the witch has become popular among a lot of feminist movements. The visuals include those that were traditionally associated with witches, such as potions, bottles, swamps, and other natural stuff like forests, mushrooms, and moss, as well as magic-related items like tarot cards, wands, old books, and animals like cats, owls, and frogs. Fashion-wise, witchcore is actually not uncommon. I'd say that it's like a fusion of cottagecore clothing with goth makeup. Think about natural, dark earthen-colored shawls, dresses, and skirts, with some black lipstick and eyeliner. Flowers are also present in the aesthetic, usually in the form of crowns. Wizardcore is similar to witchcore, but without any sort of feminist undertone. It's literally just people who like wizards and magic, so stuff like crystals, long robes, staffs, wands, tomes, and the iconic pointed hats are all part of this aesthetic. Liminal spaces are an aesthetic that have absolutely exploded in popularity over the past year or so. It started with the infamous Backrooms image, and after that, and its associated creepypasta circulated around the internet, people started posting other images that gave off similar vibes, which were known as liminal spaces. The liminal space aesthetic is really interesting to me because it combines both nostalgia and creepiness to create an atmosphere not really seen anywhere else. These images are calming, yet unnerving. The definition of a liminal space is a space that is nostalgic, yet appears in transitory periods of your life. This is why they're called liminal. In architecture, the word liminal means the physical space between two destinations. Basically, it means that it's somewhere you don't really expect to be making significant memories, but when images such as these are shown to you, it invokes those memories. Also, liminal space images never have people in them, which is a huge part of the unnerving factor they have. Some examples of liminal spaces include malls and schools during the night, pools, empty indoor playgrounds, and waiting rooms. However, they don't necessarily have to be a physical space, just a vibe you feel while anywhere. One of my favorite examples is this image Solar Sands described in his video about liminal spaces. It's a small house all by itself surrounded by snow, presumably near Christmas time due to the decorations. To me, this image is more on the nostalgic side. It reminds me of a long drive home after you spend some time at your relatives for Christmas. As your parents drive home through the rural night, you begin to doze off, but before you completely fall asleep, you see this house with its decorations for a split second before it fades into the inky blackness. There are many videos explaining liminal spaces in great depth, and I think that many of you have already watched those. But this is truly one of the best aesthetics in my opinion. I don't know, something about the feelings it invokes is just so addicting. I'd love to see some VR game where you just explore different liminal spaces. I'd probably have the headset on 24/7 if that was the case. Nostalgia Core is an aesthetic all about reminiscing about the childhood of many internet users, specifically those who grew up during the 90s and mid-2000s. Many of the visuals include brands of shows, games, and even food that is associated with childhood. Examples include the Magic School Bus, Mario Kart Wii, Wii Sports Resort, Lunchables, and Cosmic Brownies. There is some wearable fashion associated with this aesthetic, and it tends to be disposable accessories that we're obsessed with as kids for some reason, such as slap bracelets and silly bands. Researching this was a real treat because it brought up many memories from elementary school that had been fading over time. Dreamcore can be split into two categories, the ethereal serene part and the surreal and weird part. The ethereal part refers to the peacefulness and joyousness of good dreams. Visuals include soft colors, light, and clouds. No negative feelings, no stress, just peace. The surreal part of Dreamcore shares a lot of similarities with Weirdcore and Liminal Space aesthetic. In fact, it's like a combination of the two. It has the emptiness and weird unnerving nostalgia of Liminal Spaces, combined with the randomness and surrealist aspects of Weirdcore. Just a weirder aesthetic that's kind of tough to explain, and that will be a trend going on. You guys will have to probably lean a lot of the vibes of the aesthetic from the pictures I show, and honestly, I like that about these aesthetics. They're very show, don't tell. Cryptid Core is an aesthetic which takes inspiration from the mysterious air around strange, supernatural creatures known as cryptids. It's stuff like Bigfoot, Mothman, and aliens. Basically, this aesthetic is all about amateur investigators researching and interacting with these cryptids and trying to solve the mystery around them. This aesthetic has a vintage flair too, often taking inspiration from small American towns in the 80s and 90s. Basically, if you've ever watched Scooby-Doo, Stranger Things, or Gravity Falls, those shows encapsulate this aesthetic pretty well. It's a niche vibe, but one that definitely has its appeal. Comfy Cozy is all about being lazy. It's about those days where you spend all day in bed, not wanting to get out. Common visuals of this aesthetic include messy beds, stuffed animals, pajamas, along with other comfortable clothes. We've all had those times where we spend hours in bed after waking up, on our phones or reading a book, only getting up to go to the bathroom or grab some food. It's an aesthetic a lot of us can relate with. Nature Core is all about nature, specifically the nature found in temperate climate forests. While there have been other nature-themed aesthetics we have covered, such as Cottagecore, they all have some human element to them, such as buildings. However, Nature Core is just pure nature. Trees, plants, rocks, rivers, and wild animals. Yume Kawaii is a Japanese aesthetic which is based on the contrast between cute and dark. We already talked about the kawaii aesthetic before. Now imagine those cute characters and colors juxtaposed with darker themed objects and actions. For example, a knife that is pink and features Hello Kitty characters on it. There's an irony to seeing these stereotypically innocent characters seen on things or doing things that are typically considered more mature. It's almost similar to Traumacore in that aspect, except Traumacore is way more serious and sad, and this is more light and humorous in its irony. Vestigial, which is Dutch for the style, is an artistic style which arose in the late 1910s. Like the other artistic movements we have talked about, it was a rejection of the institutional art standards of the time. Rather than the detailed, blended, and shaded depictions of life, Vestigial sought to break down art into its most basic components. As such, a lot of the art looks the same, only using primary colors like red, yellow, and blue alongside white and black. These colors will be arranged in square, grid-like artwork with lots of hard lines. This style became quite popular, inspiring furniture and architecture, and most of you probably recognize it, even if you don't know what it was called. Fairy core is an aesthetic which tries to emulate the look and feel of traditional fairies. Of course, this means a lot of optimistic natural visuals, like forests, mushrooms, and baby animals. Other visuals include small wings, glitter, magic, and quaint, overgrown paths and cottages. There is a fashion aspect to this aesthetic. It features light pastel-colored dresses, glitter, and hair loosely styled in the form of buns and braids. There's also some jewelry involved in the form of dull gold and silver bracelets, rings, and earrings. Ghostcore is an aesthetic about, surprise, ghosts. Yeah, it's kind of awkward to introduce a lot of these aesthetics because their name is pretty much self-explanatory. Anyway, visuals of ghostcore include places that ghosts can be found and attributes of them, such as graveyards, abandoned mansions and hospitals, and foggy, moonlit nights. In terms of the actual ghosts themselves, almost any rendition of a ghost can be part of this aesthetic. It can be the modern horror ghost with pale skin, dirty black hair, loose-fitting, torn white dresses, and pure black and white eyes. Or it could be an old-fashioned white bedsheet with holes cut into it. Although one might think that spirit core is similar to ghost core, it actually shares more visual and sensual similarities to aesthetics like vaporwave and lo-fi. Spirit core is all about the supernatural, but not necessarily in a horror sense. It's more about accepting that these beings live with us and coexisting peacefully with them. It's very quiet and introspective, almost like if a slice of life show took place in a world with spirits and magic. A prominent example of spirit core is the film Spirited Away. Honestly, I couldn't tell you the difference between cabin core and cottage core. I can't. Pretty much everything about the two are the same. I asked people in the aesthetics Discord and someone said that they're basically the same, except cabin core is more of a winter vibe than a summer one. Cabin core tends to be in a more northern setting, in coniferous forests with lots of snow. As such, I'd say that this aesthetic tends to focus more on the coziness of the cabin as opposed to the more outdoor activity and beauty of cottagecore. It's more about the actual building, not the landscape around it. Campcore is all about camping in the woods. It's about spending time in nature and the activities associated with it, like fishing, roasting marshmallows, and stargazing. Imagery associated with campcore includes fire pits, forests, starry nights, and tents. When I first read this, I mistook this for a Pokemon move, but apparently Acid Wave is a visual aesthetic based on the hallucinations one sees when they're tripping out after dropping acid. It often includes bright, almost neon colors being overlaid atop pictures, or just straight up presented in swirly, formless patterns, giving a truly trippy feel. Very similar to Acid Wave, but a bit more specific. Like Acid Wave, Acid Pixie includes visuals like those bright swirly neon colors, but it has darker elements, featuring more black as well as satanic imagery like the pentagram and horns. There's also a fashion element to this aesthetic, described as almost a mixture between indie, kidcore, and goth. It's bright colors and typical indie clothing styles topped with goth makeup such as black eyeliner. Normcore is defined as being as bland and normal as possible. It's the idea of dressing up as to not to stand out or identify yourself with any particular style. The people who follow it say that they find freedom in not being anything special. To be honest, the fashion of this aesthetic overlaps with a lot of aesthetics we covered at the top, like Visco. It's just normal clothes, you should know what that is. Also, for some reason, Costco is a huge part of this aesthetic. There is really no explanation given to why Costco is so popular with people into the normcore aesthetic. If I had to take a guess, it's probably because Costco is a warehouse store that sells ordinary everyday stuff in bulk, but you won't really find anything special there. So in that way, it's almost like the mascot of normcore. The rainy day aesthetic is all about the feelings you have on a rainy day. I'd say that there's two parts to this aesthetic, the outdoors and the indoors. The indoors part is about staying cozy in your home, often watching the raindrops streak past your window while you're nice and warm, doing something like reading a book. The outdoors part is all about being outside in the rain, jumping in puddles, and all that jazz. However, visuals common to both aesthetics include fog, dark clouds, puddles, and heavy rain. The audio of heavy rain falling is also a major part of the aesthetic, as many people find it calming. Yet another Japanese aesthetic, Yume Kawaii is described as the embodiment of a girl's fairy tale dream, with lots of pink and pastel colors, as well as frills, ribbons, and soft clothes. While there are other aesthetics like this one, Yume Kawaii is special because it takes its visual motifs from modern Japanese pop culture, while other aesthetics tend to take motifs from more retro sources. The fashion includes pastel-colored school uniforms, dresses, and sweaters, alongside makeup which makes you look sleepy, glitter, dyed hair, and konpeitu, which look like custom jewelry featuring cute characters and designs. What do you know? Another Japanese aesthetic, yandere is named after the character trope found in anime, and if you know about the anime trope, you already know most of the aesthetic. Yandere romanticizes girls who are obsessive for a person of their affection, who initially doesn't return that affection. Then the obsession of the yandere will turn violent, resulting in her kidnapping the person she likes in order to try and force them to like her, or she will otherwise try and harm or even kill other girls who show interest in the person she likes. Some visuals common to this aesthetic include Japanese schoolgirl uniforms, knives, rope, and blood. There has been a lot of criticism levied against this trope because it romanticizes abusive relationship dynamics as well as mental illness, but despite that, yandere is a popular trope which is only becoming bigger. Slime punk is a niche music genre that isn't necessarily centered around slime but heavily incorporates it. The identifying feature of slime punk music are heavy and distorted bass lines, as well as being themed around toxic waste and poisonous gas. As expected, the visual motif includes a lot of slime, as well as the color of lime green. However, some people have informed me that I should try and distinguish slime punk from another aesthetic called slime core, which are often lumped together. Slime punk is what I've described so far, a grunge music genre which is about toxicity, a dark aesthetic involving pollution and sewers. Slime core, on the other hand, is much more lighter in tone. Basically, think about all those YouTube kids videos about slime. Slime core places more emphasis on the actual slime itself, typically the DIY slime you can make out of shaving cream, glue, and dye. These tend to be bright colored, and stuff like glitter, charms, and beads are also prominent accessories in slime core. Goblin Core is another aesthetic about appreciating nature, but what makes Goblin Core unique is that it appreciates the parts of nature that is considered ugly. This includes animals like frogs, snails, and slugs, as well as flora like moss, fungus, and just dirty, natural stuff like mud and animal bones. Fashion-wise, Goblin Core lives up to its ugly themes, as it is dominated by clothes with clashing colors, as well as clothes which are suitable for adventuring in the woods and not staying clean while doing it, which lends itself to clothing choices which may not be the best looking. Goblin Core also takes heavy inspiration from the depiction of goblins in fairy tales, which are ugly creatures who hoard trinkets and valuables. As such, people who follow the Goblin Core aesthetic will often hoard small, kind of valuable things. This aesthetic had a small surge in popularity on TikTok in 2020. Gurokawa is a Japanese aesthetic which is known as creepy cute in the West. It's very similar to Yami Kawaii, but while Yami Kawaii is about combining cuteness with knives and medical equipment, Gurokawa is about combining cute with horror. This often manifests in grotesque visuals with a bright and bubbly color scheme. Baroque is an aesthetic which originated in the 17th and 18th centuries. This aesthetic is all about the late to post-Renaissance era European art, architecture, and music. Imagine the high ceilings, gilded arches, ornate chandeliers, and large, detailed, and realistic paintings of Greek or Christian mythos. Most of the aesthetic is about this architecture and art, especially the merging of the two, since an iconic part of the Baroque aesthetic are these classical paintings I mentioned being painted on the high ceilings. There's also a musical aspect to Baroque, often from the great composers of old, who made stirring symphonies of string and brass. Finally, there is also a fashion aspect to Baroque, but this tends to share a lot with the Victorian fashion, except that Baroque fashion is a lot more ornate and fancier, with lots of jewelry and complicated embroidery. This is basically if Valentine's Day marketing was its own aesthetic. This includes a lot of red and pink, plastic, hearts, cheap chocolate boxes, flower bouquets, Valentine's cards, and red heart balloons. So it's not necessarily about true love, but rather the marketable rendition of love, or a grade school view on love and relationships. I guess you can say this is somewhat wholesome. It is the teenage, rose-tinted perception of dating and relationships to an extent, much different from adult relationships. Sunrio Core is an aesthetic revolving around a single company, which is Sunrio Corporation, headquartered in Japan. Sunrio Co.'s most popular character is Hello Kitty, but they also have more properties like My Melody and Kuromi. This aesthetic invokes a childish and cute-like vibe, and the characters are often used in other aesthetics like kawaii and traumacore. The fashion is an amalgamation of other aesthetics, which will become a common reoccurrence from now on, as a lot of aesthetics overlap and borrow from each other as they become more obscure. The fashion includes platform shoes and thigh-high striped socks, as well as cute accessories of the Sunrio Co. characters. It is another aesthetic which invokes childlike innocence. Shibuya Punk is an urban aesthetic revolving around graffiti and skating. It has a distinct late 90s, early 2000s vibe, with the aesthetic itself being inspired by games like Jet Set Radio and The World Ends With You. While this aesthetic definitely is about the urban lowlife, it does not explicitly show the realistic grimy underbelly of actual cities. It's more of a sanitized, kid-friendly version of low city life and gangs, so it tends to be very colorful, taking place in the daytime in clean streets and maintained buildings. I hope the point is getting across with the pictures I'm showing. In conclusion, I really like this aesthetic because I love cities in general, and this is just cities combined with video game graphics from the early 2000s to make some awesome visuals. Bohemian refers to someone who lives in an unconventional lifestyle, similar to hippies, which we talked about before. As such, many of the fashion choices are similar, but they aren't as iconic or stand out as much as hippie fashion. While vibrant and full of patterns, bohemian fashion has more natural and muted colors, and it is characterized by loose, thready, natural clothing as well as chunky jewelry. Afrofuturism is an artistic aesthetic which takes science fiction elements and adds traditional African cultural visuals. There's also a fashion element attached to it, which shares the same elements as the visual side, sleek and cool futuristic with traditional African clothing examples added. I'm not going to ignore the elephant in the room, since the most prominent example of Afrofuturism in popular culture is the Black Panther movie, which exemplifies the aesthetic very well. Cripple punk is an aesthetic which celebrates people with disabilities, and as expected is mostly used by those people. It's all about being proud of your disabilities, which rejects the societal notion that it is something to be pitied. The fashion and visual aspects of this aesthetic are very similar to pump, with the same colors and motifs like spikes. However, many of the pictures are centered around the person's disability or something associated with it, like wheelchairs. Medical core is an aesthetic revolving around medical equipment, hospitals, and stuff you can find there. Common visuals include IVs, syringes, bandages, hospital curtains and beds, medical masks and robes, and pills. This aesthetic is often used as a coping mechanism for people who spend a lot of time in the hospital or have medical-related trauma. Craftcore is all about handcrafted items. If it's a hobby which includes making something with your own hands, it's a part of the aesthetic. According to the wiki page of Craftcore, activities which fall under it include, but are not limited to, knitting, poetry, cooking, candle and soap making, woodworking, drawing, and making your own jam jar fabric covers. Yeah, quite a broad variety of hobbies. Candycore, as defined by multiple sources, is a version of gore art where the subject is colorful and unusually gooey, like melting candy and taffy. It is typically more tasteful and accessible to the public than regular gore art. So I'm assuming it's like gore art, but instead of a more realistic take like actual intestines falling out of your stomach, it's gummy worms instead. Now, candy gore looks a lot like a smaller subsection of an aesthetic called McCute, but now that I took a look ahead, McCute is way further down in the iceberg, probably because it's actually way darker despite being more well known, so we'll get to that eventually. Cubism was an artistic movement which originated in the early 1900s. It depicted everyday objects from life, while reduced them to basic geometric outlines, giving a lot of the art a cube-like depiction, hence the name. The art had a 3D feel to it. Since the artist separated objects into different planes, it would create an illusion of depth, even though you're literally just seeing shapes on a canvas. Cubism did not just reduce objects to cubes, there were also subgenres like Orphic Cubism, which was rounder. Overall, it is a very cool deconstruction of art at the time, and the artists who were part of the movement went on to be known as some of the greatest of all time, like Pablo Picasso. Fanfare is an aesthetic all about the traditional circus and carnival. The visuals associated with it are bright striped tents, hand-drawn posters with exaggerated fonts, hoops, clowns, ringmasters, animals, and other performers like trapeze artists. Food like popcorn and cotton candy are also heavily associated with the aesthetic, as well as more general visuals associated with fairs, like Ferris wheels, swings, and rows of light bulbs. This aesthetic romanticizes the golden era of circuses, from the mid-19th century to the early 20th century. The spectacle and atmosphere of a circus is something quite unique, but circuses in that form have been on a decline recently due to the fact that better forms of entertainment have been created, as well as the fact that circuses have been under fire for mistreatment of their performers as well as animal abuse. However, this aesthetic at least tries to revitalize the good part of circuses and evoke that wondrous spectacle. Forest punk is yet another aesthetic about the woods and nature. However, what distinguishes this aesthetic from the others is that this one is about living off the land. Ideally, this means that you're living deep within the woods inside of a quaint treehouse, foraging, hunting, and fishing for your food. This aesthetic is characterized by more feral activities and visuals compared to other, more softer, natural aesthetics. However, according to the wiki, forest punk can include any activities inspired by the natural world, which means that it covers quite the broad range. Basically, if it's inspired by nature, it's a part of forest punk. Hallyu is an aesthetic revolving around South Korean popular culture, mostly K-pop. Hallyu is actually a Chinese term, and when translated into English, it literally means Korea wave. It basically refers to the rise of Korean pop culture internationally since the mid-1990s, first spreading in East Asian countries before spreading to the rest of the world, and best known for becoming quite popular in the West starting in the mid-2010s due to K-pop. Typically, the entertainment being spread is either Korean pop music or TV shows and movies. I have an entire video explaining Hallyu, so definitely check out that one if you're interested to learn more. The Jersey Shore aesthetic was popular from the mid-2000s to the early 2010s, and owed a large part of its popularity to the reality TV show of the same name, which aired from, you guessed it, the mid-2000s to the early 2010s. The visuals include the Jersey Shore boardwalks and beaches, nightclubs, and a strong Italian presence, including Italian flags due to the high percentage of people with Italian descent who live in New Jersey. There's also a big fashion element to Jersey Shore, and a lot of it is trying to appear wealthy or high class, even when you may not be. In that regard, it is similar to Glam Girl. The fashion includes the brand Ed Hardy and Affliction, rosaries, skin-tight t-shirts and tank tops, and expensive Italian brands. A lot of the look of Jersey Shore comes to the skin and hairstyles. The Jersey Shore aesthetic is known for the excessive tan people have, as well as the ridiculous hairstyles, like the blowout on men and the poof on women. Metrosexual is a term used to refer to typically upper-class successful men who actually put effort into how they look. This term was coined in the mid-90s, and the prevailing belief at the time was that real men didn't put any efforts into looks and taking care of their body, and that they would just put on whatever for clothing and only bother with the most basic care for hair and skin. Therefore, the men who did were seen as strange, but also respected in a way. The fashion of this aesthetic includes more formal clothing like suits, button-downs, and khakis, as well as dress shoes. Activities include going to the gym, taking care of their hair and skin, manicures and pedicures, and shopping. This aesthetic has gotten less stigmatized and more respected as the 21st century matured, as now it's basically accepted and even expected for men to be proactive in making themselves look good. Rivet Head is what happens when a metalhead is taken to the extreme in basically every aspect. Rivet Heads refer to people who listen to industrial music and its subgenres. Industrial is a very abrasive and aggressive genre of music, implementing experimental techniques like white noise, recording sounds made by raw material, and using synthesizers. The music is often accompanied by graphic visuals. The fashion is a mix between military and metal, including combinations of camo-colored tank tops, leather jackets, aviators, combat boots, shaved hairstyles, and piercings. Girls can also additionally wear stuff like leather gear, miniskirts, fishnets, and high-heel boots. Sukeban is an aesthetic that, when translated from Japanese, literally means girl boss. Sukeban was a movement which rose to prominence in the 60s among female schoolchildren. In this time, girls were barred from joining the many street gangs of Japan, so they just decided to make their own. Since these girls were school-aged, a lot of the fashion included schoolgirl uniforms, but modified. For example, their loafers would be replaced by sneakers, and their tops would often be cut to form crop tops. An iconic piece of clothing associated with this aesthetic is the long custom jacket with pro-feminist messages and images featured on it. Anti-fashion is a broad term which refers to people who dress contrary to contemporary fashion, either as a consequence of simply not caring about the current trends or as a rebellion against the status quo of the time. There's a weird cycle between anti-fashion and fashion, where popular fashion trends would try and emulate and copy what anti-fashion was doing at the time. As a result, anti-fashion would become the new popular fashion, and then the people who actually followed the anti-fashion ideology would have to come up with a new counter-trend. Blobweb is the corporate art style that many people have been making fun of recently. This is an art style that blends minimalism and corporatism to create a friendly art style that is intended to be inclusive to everyone. The reason why it's so controversial is because the style tends to be used across a lot of companies, and its simplistic, lazy art has no soul to it. All the humans depicted are oddly proportioned and overly stylized, almost like a low-budget children's cartoon. And many of us can see the irony in these giant entities only interested in our money trying to seem friendly through the use of this aesthetic. Their attempts to seem relatable at best fall flat, and at worst create a dumpster fire, such as the Grubhub ad. Another example of blobweb is the oversimplification of company logos, which has also sparked controversy in the previous year. This aesthetic represents to many the death of the expressive and artistic early internet, where creativity and individuality was king, and the ushering in of the new sanitized and standardized corporate internet. Flapper was an aesthetic which was popular among young women in the 1920s. They would go against the expectation of how women should behave and dress at the time. It emphasized women's freedom. During World War I, many women experienced economic freedom as they would be working while the men were fighting. Once the men came back, the women were reluctant to return to the previous status quo, where they would be submissive and restrained to the household. So they would rebel and go out, dress controversially, smoke, drink, drive, and sleep around. The most iconic part of the flapper aesthetic is the look of these women. The bob cut, the short dresses, the lipstick, and the fur coats are all staples of the flapper look. Wormcore is one of the silliest aesthetics on this whole list, I guarantee it. It arose in 2019 and revolves around the Squirmolds toy. In 2019, Squirmolds became well known across the internet due to the worm on a string meme, which was very surreal and weird. And as this meme grew in popularity, people would use these worms on a string as decoration or accessories for fashion, almost always in a joking manner. It's really an awesome testament to the strange trends and influence the internet can have. Diesel punk is similar to steampunk in basically all of its aspects, except for the fact that diesel punk is based off of the technology of the 1930s and 1940s, if technology and society progressed while keeping that overall look. In the real world, technology of this time was very utilitarian and brutalist, as this was a time period defined by the Great Depression and the Second World War. Often, there's no glamour in diesel punk, with the art almost always being grayscale, with heavy emphasis on war machines. Going back in time a bit, Deco Punk is an aesthetic based on the technology and overall look of the 1920s. It's based on the Art Deco look of the 20s, and since the 1920s were a more prosperous time in America, a lot of Deco Punk art is more optimistic than its diesel punk counterparts. The story behind this is, if the Great Depression and World War II never happened, what if technology and society progressed and became advanced while still keeping the look of 1920s America? There's a lot more emphasis on the high fashionable lifestyle of the 20s, which is what personally makes this aesthetic more appealing to me. I just love the Art Deco style, and extending it to what is basically Art Deco sci-fi is just awesome. An amazing example of this aesthetic is the BioShock series. Biopunk is similar to Cyberpunk, except for the fact that Biopunk has a greater emphasis on biological modification and genetic engineering, rather than Cyberpunk's emphasis on information and cybernetics. However, the other aspects of Cyberpunk do remain, such as the idea of megacorporations controlling and manipulating the average person through the use of biotechnology. While this aesthetic is not as explored as Cyberpunk, some properties do come to mind, such as Episode 1 of Love, Death, and Robots. However, I realized that the biggest property that falls under the biopunk aesthetic is, surprisingly, Pokemon. While it's more lighthearted than you would expect from the genre, it checks off all the requirements of biopunk. It's just that we don't notice, since this franchise simply tells the stories in a biopunk setting, rather than exploring its biopunk nature. Cyberprep is cyberpunk, but if the same technological advancements took place in a utopian future. However, some people also claim that cyberprep and cyberpunk are actually the same vision of the future. It's just that cyberpunk shows this future from the lower class point of view, while cyberprep shows it from the privileged upper class point of view. This makes sense, especially when you take into account the characteristics of modern day prep and punk aesthetics. The visuals of cyberprep are similar to those of cyberpunk, but typically a lot lighter in both tone and how they actually look. Think about using the same technology, the same buildings, but depicted in a much more optimistic view, showing the good that this technological advancement can have on the quality of life rather than the bad. Honestly, while I absolutely love the idea and look of this aesthetic, I think the cynicism of current society will prevent any mainstream promotion of cyberprep, as opposed to the love cyberpunk gets. Cyberpop is a fashion aesthetic which fuses different aspects of retro aesthetics and bright colors and puts them in a futuristic setting. As such, it is classified as a retro-futuristic aesthetic, but it's not as rooted in 1950s culture as retrofuturism. Cyberpop clothing is characterized by bright, contrasting, almost neon colors. Visual motifs from the 50s, 90s, and even the late 2000s, especially from aesthetics like Y2K and Scene, have found their way into this aesthetic's clothing. Also notable is the brand Cyberdog, which is a company many people who follow this aesthetic shop from. Their shield necklace is a pretty good example of what cyberpop fashion is about, and as such is a pretty common accessory in cyberpop outfits. Italian Mafia is an example of an aesthetic which takes highness real-world events and controversial figures and romanticizes them. Man, I really hope I don't become the victim of a hit after saying this. The Italian Mafia aesthetic is about the fusion between the high-class lifestyle of these old-school gangsters and their involvement in the dirty world of crimes and killings, and it is often used as escapism for people to fantasize about living a lavish yet exciting life. The fashion of the Italian Mafia is very iconic, including three-piece suits, fedoras, and jewelry such as ornate rings. Due to movies like the Godfather trilogy and Goodfellas, this aesthetic has become popularized, but keep in mind that the real-life organization is not romantic whatsoever. But to their credit, most of the media depicting the Mafia do keep this in mind, and the dark nature of this genre is what drives the appeal of the Mafia aesthetic. Holosexual is just an aesthetic for people who enjoy holographic material, art, and clothing. And I totally get it. The shiny iridescence is strangely hypnotic and definitely fun to look at and make art of. The community arose out of fashion, due to many people enjoying holographic makeup. There's really nothing more I can say about it, since it's just an aesthetic revolving around cool visuals. C-Punk can be viewed as a spiritual predecessor to Vaporwave. It's one of the few aesthetics which started out as a niche online thing until it got adopted by mainstream media, and the time it took to go mainstream is surprisingly short. C-Punk focuses on happy, sea-based visuals like beaches, palm trees, dolphins, as well as some 90s nostalgia like hard geometric shapes and older CGI and video game visuals. The colors are also very neon and pastel, with an overall lighter tone than the moody Vaporwave that would replace it. Somebody in the comment section of the C-Punk Aesthetics wiki said that it was if Y2K and Vaporwave had a baby, and I think that it is the perfect way to describe how this was a transition between the aesthetics of the 90s and the aesthetics of the 2010s. C-Punk arose on Tumblr in the early 2010s and featured music that is honestly pretty pleasant to listen to. It's got the soft electronic tones of Vaporwave, but it has more upbeat melodies and vocals, and contains more pop influence. Sometimes it even lives up to its name and contains samples of ocean-related sounds. Overall, it is both visually and musically pleasing, and I honestly hope that this aesthetic goes through a renaissance. Cartoon Core is an aesthetic which revolves around Western animated children's cartoons. This includes cartoons from all different sources and time periods, but it tends to focus on Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon shows from the respective golden ages, around the 90s and early 2000s. However, a lot of shows from the mid-2010s have been getting a lot of love from Cartoon Core enthusiasts, such as Adventure Time, Gravity Falls, We Bare Bears, and Regular Show. If you want to express your love for Cartoon Core through clothing, an option is to wear merchandise from a cartoon you like and integrate it into your outfit. Comic Core is an aesthetic revolving around comic strips. This aesthetic does not include stuff like superhero comics or Japanese manga, and it's more about the Saturday morning comic strips you find in the newspaper. Common elements of this art style include exaggerated features, text and thought bubbles, onomatopoeia, and line work. Nothing much to say about this aesthetic. Like its name suggests, it's just about rainbow visuals. The images and clothing of this aesthetic prominently features rainbow clothing. I really don't know how to explain this further, but I do find it funny that the Aesthetics Wiki article on Rainbow Core individually lists out all the different colors of the rainbow. Another pretty self-explanatory aesthetic, Space Core is an aesthetic all about space. This includes actual celestial objects like planets, stars, nebulae, and galaxies, as well as man-made objects relating to space like telescopes and rockets. This is an extremely broad aesthetic. If there's a visual with anything remotely related to space, it is considered a part of Space Core. Also, another funny tidbit from the wiki article, the decade of origin is listed as the literal Big Bang. Sad People is an aesthetic which deals with themes of depression, abandonment, loneliness, and other mental illness. The aesthetic consists of low-saturated or even straight-up black and white images. These images can contain edited photographs or crudely drawn figures. The images often contain text detailing how they feel, and they also implement effects to emphasize the hazy and foggy nature of life with depression. It is similar to Trauma Core, but Sad People focuses less on trauma endured by the person in the past, and as a result contains less visuals of childhood or innocent characters, but it is still used as a coping and therapeutic outlet. Real Life Superhero is named after the people who dress up as superheroes to help their communities. These guys dress like the typical, cheesy, spandex-wearing comic book heroes. Typically, they either do charity work or neighborhood watches, but the more famous ones, like Phoenix Jones, are actually trained in martial arts and go around fighting petty criminals, which at the very least is quite controversial. Ocean Grunge is basically an edgier version of C-Punk. Basically, it has the sea-related visuals of C-Punk, but darker, both in color and in the contents of the image, often including stuff like shipwrecks and storms. A lot more blacks and grays are used, and it's not as vibrant as C-Punk. However, this gloomier look and sound make it a very atmospheric aesthetic. Dark Paradise is intended to be a calming aesthetic. It contains soothing images that are gray, dark, and shadowy. It's a weird one to explain, but it takes the fear out of the darkness, and rather takes solace in its almost claustrophobic nature, allowing yourself to be enveloped by the dark like a comforting blanket. That's the vibe I personally get from looking at some of these images. Very self-explanatory, the corporate aesthetic is about what upper middle class people wear to their white-collar business jobs. The clothes include button-down solid shirts, ties, blazers, blouses, skirts, and dress shoes. Basically, this is what your stereotypical businessman or businesswoman wears to work. Glowwave is an aesthetic which revolves around anything that glows in the dark, specifically man-made neon things. This includes stuff like glow sticks, the scene of glowing material under UV light, and even lasers. Basically, if you've ever been to a laser tag place, Glowwave describes that floor design you see and how some parts of your clothes glow under the UV light, and even the various bright lights of the equipment and the decorations. I mean, at this point, I'm basically insulting your intelligence by explaining these. I hope you still stick around, because while some of these aren't very exciting, they are balanced by some really good ones. Okay, let's actually get to the subject at hand. The butterfly aesthetic refers to images which contain butterflies. The butterflies are often used to give a beautiful and innocent tone to the image. A more broad version of the butterfly aesthetic, Bugcore is about any and all visuals related to bugs. This can include just images of different bugs. This can also include keeping a collection of bugs or bug-related items. This can even include dressing up with bug-like characteristics, like this nifty carapace-like backpack. It's a really unique and quirky look. While dolls are not exclusive to Japan, this aesthetic invokes a specific look of Japanese ball-jointed dolls. These dolls are very similar in look to anime characters, with childlike facial features, large eyes, and heavily applied makeup. The clothes these dolls wear include stuff like platform shoes, ribbons, thigh highs, and poofy shirts and dresses, so it is on the more modern side. The aesthetic includes the dolls themselves, as well as people dressing up like the dolls. The people dressing up as the dolls not only wear the clothing mentioned before, but also anime gao kigurumi masks, which I'm gonna be honest, are actually terrifying. They also apply makeup on their elbows and knees to emulate the looks of the ball joints in the dolls. To be honest, these ball jointed dolls are something I learned about while researching this video, and it's interesting that the dollcore aesthetic is about them and not dolls in general. Despite seeming relatively straightforward, Angelcore actually has a lot of interesting subsections. The primary look of Angelcore is based off the typical depiction of Christian angels, and how otherworldly and beautiful they are. Appropriately, it is a very heavenly look. Lots of golden light, clouds, halos, flowing white clothes, harps, and white feathered wings. This aesthetic includes artistic depictions of angels and visuals associated with them, as well as people dressed up as them. The first subcategory of Angelcore is Cherubcore, which is very similar to Angelcore in looks, except for the fact that cherubs look more infant-like, and there is more emphasis on visuals associated with something like Valentine's Day, with shapes like hearts and colors like red and pink. Children's toys are also a prominent visual of Cherubcore. Next up, we have Fallen Angel. It is basically Angelcore, but with a darker visual aspect and themes. This aesthetic is based on the idea of fallen angels in Christianity, who are angels banished from heaven. The visuals are very desaturated and low light, but they almost always include an angel figure with wings. It is supposed to invoke a sense of somberness and tragedy, often depicting these angels in a sympathetic light. This aesthetic is often used by those who criticize Christianity and religion overall, since the biblical reason for why angels were banished was because they disobeyed God, and many people who rebelled against their religious parents or community can relate. Finally, we have the biblical angel aesthetic, which revolves around what I believe are called a seraphim. This aesthetic is about a certain type of angels as they are described in the Bible, as masses of wheels, eyes, and wings, a far cry from the beautiful winged humans pop culture describes them as. This aesthetic is meant to invoke the sense of dread and almost Lovecraftian fear of the true nature of biblical beings. The biblically accurate angel has become somewhat of a meme this year, so this isn't too obscure or shocking. Now moving below to Devilcore, which is an aesthetic revolving around, you guessed it, devils. It's actually a lot less detailed than Angelcore. Devilcore just consists of graphic imagery like blood, gore, satanic rituals, and the occult, as well as more passionate and lustful imagery designed to emphasize sin. There is also clothing associated with Devilcore, such as your typical devil Halloween costume, but also revealing and tight black or leather clothing, as well as fishnets and bold red or black lipstick. Cultcore is an aesthetic which is about imagery of cults. I've actually seen it go viral a bit on places like TikTok and Instagram. The aesthetic is about the idea of being worshipped as a false god, having people devote themselves to you. The images primarily include pictures of cult members meeting in ritual, or cult signs and symbols. Honestly, while I do kind of like the imagery of cultcore, especially the signs, I do understand why it's controversial, as it romanticizes cults and the abuse or even death they cause. The casino aesthetic is all about the playful atmosphere casinos create and the games people play inside them. There's really nothing I can say to describe this aesthetic, but if you've ever been inside of a casino, you know what this aesthetic is talking about. The loud music and talking, the neon lighting, the drinks, and most importantly, the various games one can play, such as slot machines, roulette, and blackjack. The Yakuza aesthetic is about the organized crime syndicate in Japan. As such, the nature and visuals of the aesthetic are similar to the Mafia one we already talked about, depicting the two-sided coin of high luxury life combined with the ultra-violence of underground crime. Fashion-wise, it contains luxury jackets on top of button-down shirts with no ties, tight dresses for the women, and lots of tattoos. Like what I said about Mafia, this aesthetic is often criticized for romanticizing the actual Yakuza. Yankee is another Japanese aesthetic. It refers to Japanese students who are very rebellious, as they dye their hair, do poorly in school, cause violence, alter their school uniforms, and smoke and drink. They are also known for shaving their eyebrows. The name Yankee derives from the term Yankee, which is a name some people abroad use to refer to Americans. This is because these students were often inspired by the American soldiers stationed nearby, as they were Japanese outsiders, hence them often dyeing their hair blonde as well as their louder demeanor. The whole point of people who follow the Yankee aesthetic is that they want to rebel against the overtly polite and mannered nature of Japanese society. Zazu was a World War II French subculture which had people dress up in over-the-top and oversized suits and hats, similar to zoot suits. They would dress up like this in order to go to social dances that played jazz and bebop. Under the German-occupied Paris, individuality was repressed, so this was a way for the youth to rebel. The ethereal aesthetic is light, fragile, and almost makes you feel like it is something not of this world, that you have ascended to a better plane of existence. The aesthetic prominently features the beauty of sunlit nature, old, overgrown buildings, and flowers. It's hard to explain, but I can confirm that it is a very, very beautiful aesthetic. We already covered aesthetics similar to this in the first couple layers, so I'm not really sure as to why it's so far down the iceberg. Regardless, nautical is an aesthetic revolving around life near or in the ocean. This includes boats, docks, lighthouses, seagulls, boardwalks. I think you get the idea. The clothing mainly includes sailor uniforms or clothes which otherwise invoke sailors' uniforms, such as through color or type. Also quite self-explanatory, this aesthetic is about getting together with your friends, gathering some snacks, and playing board games, card games, or really any similar type of group activity. It's really meant to emphasize the coziness and camaraderie that comes with playing board games with a group of friends. Fittingly, at the time of me writing this, I'm actually meeting up with a group of friends later today to play board games. Ain't that a cosmic coincidence? Psychedelia is an aesthetic which mainly refers to psychedelic music and arts. Both forms of art are meant to replicate the experience of altered consciousness drugs like LSD induce in a person. Psychedelic rock was quite popular during the 1960s, with artists like Jimi Hendrix making the genre iconic thanks to sounds like the distorted guitar. Psychedelic art is art that usually depicts abstract patterns and vibrant colors, emulating what one would see on an LSD-induced trip. Certainly a very interesting aesthetic. Wonderland is an aesthetic which seeks to evoke the feeling of being lost and far away from home, but instead of being scared, you're actually kind of fine with it. Named after Alice in Wonderland, a lot of the visuals and ideas of the Wonderland aesthetic come from its namesake. A common motif across Wonderland's visuals is a dark and moody natural landscape, often broken up by a vibrant subject, often representing the lost person. This aesthetic really does invoke a feeling within me, a cold chill which turns into a warmer heat the closer it gets to my core. I either just found my aesthetic, or maybe I need some sleep because I'm writing this at 2 AM. Like the name suggests, Fawn Core is an aesthetic revolving around the natural beauty of deer, specifically baby deer. The visuals are similar to many other natural aesthetics we've covered before, but specifically is focused on the deer and its characteristics. Surprisingly, there is fashion associated with this aesthetic, which is similar to the Morike fashion style, but with an emphasis on browns and whites, as well as softer clothes. Basically, it invokes the idea of a soft and cuddly fawn. This aesthetic is actually pretty cute, but considering my only experience with deer is trying not to hit them with my car as they run across the expressway, I can really only think of that when researching this, and it's bugging me a lot. Yup, another aesthetic revolving around animals. Fasten your seatbelts because the next few topics we're covering are animal related. Bunny Core is all about cute artistic depictions and images of bunnies, and sometimes even older rabbits and hares. That's really it, but I was surprised to find that there was actual fashion to this aesthetic too. It consists of oversized shirts and sweaters, often in white and light brown, emulating the soft and innocent nature of bunnies. Okay, so these animal ones are pretty basic, so I'm gonna speedrun them unless if there's something which specifically catches my eye. Canine Core is an aesthetic revolving around images of dogs or wolves. Feline Core or Cat Core is an aesthetic revolving around images of cats, including big cats. The aesthetic also includes images invoking cats, such as cat-related objects, cat paws, and fictional cat boys or cat girls. Frog Core is an aesthetic relating to images and memes containing frogs or toads, often with an optimistic or happy tone. This has become a bit of a viral aesthetic on the internet recently, with many memes surrounding frogs being spread. A lot of people into the Frog Core aesthetic buy this specific frog jacket, which to be honest looks rather comfy if I do say so myself. And finally, we have something that can technically encompass all the aesthetics we talked about before, Pet Core. However, Pet Core is really more centered around human companionship with animals instead of the animals themselves. It's all about owning a pet and the comfort that brings to a person. Some examples of the aesthetic include literally petting or cuddling with your pet, or sleeping in the same bed, or even just cute pictures of your animal in the house. Bubblegum refers to the visuals of bubblegum, which is typically quite feminine and prominently features the pastel pink color, although other pastel colors are also sometimes used. The bubble created by bubblegum is an integral image of the aesthetic, but a lot of other bubble or candy shapes are featured in the bubblegum aesthetic. You can really kind of stretch anything that is pink to be part of this aesthetic, to be honest. However, there's another bubblegum aesthetic that's a bit more specific. This bubblegum aesthetic is very much influenced by the pop culture of the 2000s, and quoting from the wiki page, combines the childishness of young girls' toys and fashion with the self-expression of teenage and adult girls. It's all about self-love and the confidence and power girls hold in their femininity. Brutalism is an architectural style. It's a very strange style because despite being quite harsh and grey, it's not utilitarian, because there still are design choices in the building that aren't practical for use and are purely for decoration. It's a very harsh look, not intending to hide the rough construction material used to make up the building. Honestly, there's a lot of people who dislike the style, but I actually kind of like it for some reason. The angled shapes look good on the buildings. Like the name suggests, thriftcore is about the lifestyle of thrifting. Obviously, the fashion is almost exclusively thrifted clothes, so it tends to have a cheap, thrown-together vibe, which is what the wearer is going for. However, thriftcore is also about the experience of shopping inside a thrift store, so a lot of the aesthetic also includes cozy images from inside a thrift store. The aesthetic is also quite retro, often featuring filters and subjects which invoke the late 20th century, anything from the 70s to the 90s, since that's when the concept of thrifting became really popular. And there's a lot of emphasis on music in this aesthetic too, with lots of images of records, cassettes, and even CDs inside these thrift stores becoming quite popular. Chaotic academia is an aesthetic which rejects the other academia aesthetics, which paints an overly romanticized and beautified view of education. Chaotic academia is all about the nitty-gritty of getting an upper education, such as your messed up sleep schedule and diet, cramming and rushing to keep up with your assignments, and consuming literally anything that contains caffeine. However, despite being more chaotic, this aesthetic is actually more focused on education than the other education aesthetics we talked about before, because the whole premise of this aesthetic is about how your life and social circle are affected by studying for school, while the other education aesthetics really only use the school as a mood-setting background. This aesthetic is overall filled with relatable stuff you and your friends do in college, and is a lot more realistic than the dark academia or even light academia we covered before, as literally any student can, and probably will, live through this aesthetic. Okay, so for most of this explanation, I'm actually going to rip it straight out of the wiki article, because the way the author describes it is really well done. So here we go. Cherry emoji Twitter is defined, perhaps above all else, by its aesthetic. This is the femme fatale archetype for the modern age, warped by late capitalist materialism and the pressures of social media. But rather than drawing inspiration from 40s film noir, it looks the kitsch McBling of the early 2000s. Think murder plots and juicy couture, coital choking and Lancôme lip gloss, daddy issues and Bratz dolls. So yeah, that basically exemplifies this philosophy behind cherry emoji Twitter. Other than that, visuals obviously include the cherry emoji, often in edits or even printed on clothes that girls wear. The clothes in this aesthetic tend to show more skin as well, due to the philosophy outlined earlier. Other than that, colors like red, white, and pink are also prominent in the visual and fashion side of cherry emoji Twitter. The aesthetic is all about being morally depraved and shallow, and it's proud of it. Cottage gore is an aesthetic which is extremely similar to cottage core, as it focuses on the quaint side of living in the countryside by yourself. However, cottage gore places more emphasis on the darker aspects of nature. This includes fog, thunderstorms, dark forests, moss, bogs, and mushrooms. However, cottage gore also includes aspects of the paranormal and the occult, like deer skulls in a ritual or cryptids and spirits. Fashion-wise, it's also very similar to cottage core, except that cottage gore uses much darker colors than the natural colors of cottage core, often featuring black clothing. Overall, cottage gore is very much a mysterious and esoteric aesthetic, and I can totally see the appeal. It almost invokes feelings similar to dark academia, but instead of a school, it's a cottage in the woods. Dual kawaii is, as hinted by the name, an aesthetic which is both optimistic and pessimistic at the same time. It really focuses on that feeling of feeling hopeless and lost in the world, and being tired with the current state of your life. However, the flip side is actively seeking to resolve these feelings through self-care and to truly find the beauty in your life. Dual kawaii is about accepting these two sides of yourself, resolving the conflict between them, and finding inner peace. The aesthetic prominently features the colors black and pink, as well as images which are both dark and beautiful, or images which focus on the internal battle for balance between these two sides of a person. Health goth is a fashion style which is interesting because according to its creators, it was created specifically as an exercise in aesthetics. And if you remember that little analysis about the current nature of aesthetics I made in the intro before the first layer, the idea of health goth is basically derived from a similar argument. Basically, the fashion style is pretty simple. It's mostly monochromatic streetwear, so stuff like black and white hoodies, tracksuits, and yoga pants. However, it can really be extended to any streetwear that contains stark blacks and whites. The creators of Health Goth, artists Mike Grabarek and Jeremy Scott, consider themselves members of the transhumanist movement, which is an ideological movement advocating for more progress in human modification or using technology to enhance the human body. As such, the aesthetic has more futuristic and sterile undertones, and they have said that it is almost a response to all the retro aesthetics being romanticized currently. Ultimately, they claim that health goth is solely just a visual aesthetic with no lifestyle behind it, and it was inspired by many images they saw in online spaces. Sandal punk is an aesthetic which imagines if ancient civilizations such as the Greeks, Romans, or Egyptians had access to more advanced technology which still fit the looks of their time. So basically steampunk, but instead of Victorian England, it's these ancient empires. An example could be automaton from Greek mythology. This is very similar to sandal punk, but bronze punk is about putting Greco-Roman aesthetics into the modern world. It imagines what these empires would like if they had survived to the modern age instead of collapsing, which also provides us with a look into how the visuals of these empires could look when combined with modern technology. An example of this could be how Greek or Roman architecture would look like in modern times, aka literally just American government buildings, or how the Roman military could look like if they were in World War II. There's not really much I can say about this, especially considering that there's really nothing online about Iron Punk. It's basically the same as all of the punk aesthetics, but with Iron Age civilizations instead. Okay, now going from ancient history to more recent history, steelpunk refers to technology of the end of the 20th century, as recent as the 70s and 80s. However, steelpunk decides to imagine that instead of developing more software-related technology like computers or smartphones, we instead continue focusing on the hardware side of technology and continue pushing those limits. The revival of powered machinery and the visuals of how these powerful, industrial pieces of technology are put together is the basis of steelpunk. The last of the punk aesthetics for now, salvage punk is an aesthetic which focuses on stuff created from junk that has been scavenged. This includes modifying or combining old trash to create new vehicles, clothes, or even buildings. Typically, this type of aesthetic takes place in a post-apocalyptic story or world. However, there is another form of this aesthetic which focuses on people reusing older trash to make newer, useful items. It's an eco-friendly message focusing on how DIYing certain items is better for the environment than using something once and then just throwing it away only to buy some other disposable item. Hyperpop refers to a genre of music which combines regular pop, music, and EDM. It is very energetic and places emphasis on hyperactivity and positivity, often with the bubbly optimism prevalent in mainstream pop music of the late 2000s and early 2010s. It does this through having a strong bass beat combined with upbeat synth music, and uses so much samples and distortion that it is almost overwhelming, giving the music an almost surreal aura. The visual side of hyperpop reflects the chaotic optimism of its music, containing lots of bright, vibrant colors and cluttered shapes and images. A lot of art also tries to emulate the late 2000s through use of other aesthetics like scene or C-punk, but a lot of art also features anime visuals as well. Hyperpop has been quite popular recently because of a lot of hyperpop songs are being used in trending TikToks. Plaguecore is an aesthetic about plague doctors and the stuff they do. Visuals obviously include the iconic beaked plague doctor mask, the other garments plague doctors wear, as well as herbs, lanterns, staffs with the caduceus, as well as older treatment methods from the era when plague doctors were prominent, such as bloodletting. I can personally see why this aesthetic is appealing, because the mask of a plague doctor is a very unique and iconic visual, almost something out of a fantasy universe. Hell, even I dressed up as a modern plague doctor for Halloween a couple years ago. Well, this one is pretty self-explanatory. Hatecore is an aesthetic which takes feelings of hatred and expresses them in image. That is really it, just pictures containing visuals which imply anger and violence. Trendercore is an aesthetic aimed towards mitigating feelings of dysphoria in the transgender and non-binary community. It's supposed to counter the narrative that many people transition because it is quote-unquote trending nowadays. The aesthetic itself contains pictures with messages of love and acceptance. Trillwave is an aesthetic which is probably one of the broadest ones in this list. It contains elements of music and fashion. First off, the music of Trillwave can be described as a mixture between chill, lo-fi, trap beats, and rap. It's the type of music you'd find all over the place in SoundCloud back in 2015 and 2016. Visually, Trillwave is a mixture of basically all the internet-censored aesthetics, both because Trillwave inspired these aesthetics, and eventually they would all influence each other. Trillwave also includes images over a blank background, which came from SoundCloud-generated thumbnails. The subject of images included in Trillwave have a wide range, and really can be anything you want it to be. Overall, while Trillwave has died down in popularity due to the music going out of fashion and other similar aesthetics becoming more popular, but it still deserves respect for being one of the biggest influences on the visuals of the modern internet. American Pioneers is an aesthetic revolving around the pioneers who moved westward across the American homestead in the 19th century. A lot of them traveled on the Oregon Trail to either try and reach the west coast of the American continent or to settle down somewhere in between, mainly the Midwest. The most iconic visual of the American pioneer is the covered wagon, either drawn by horse or by oxen. A lot of the appeal for this aesthetic comes from the ideal that these people were willing to brave the journey and live a simple, frugal life in order to achieve their dreams. Obviously, in reality, the truth is much darker, in both the sinister nature of manifest destiny, as well as the struggles these pioneers had to go through. But sticking with the romanticized nature of this aesthetic, the visuals often include the simple lifestyle these pioneers had. This includes stuff like small log cabins or sod houses, single-room schools where children of different ages would study, rustic tools to help you with household chores, as well as pictures of the landscape of the American Midwest. The clothes of the American pioneer include suspenders, plain button shirts, and straw hats for men, as well as simple dresses and bonnet hats for women. A shortened term for the word bourgeoisie, bougie is an aesthetic depicting the lifestyle of the super upper class, the ultra-wealthy. The visuals are basically anything that is stereotypically associated with the life of the rich: expensive dresses, suits, and shoes, as well as jewelry, wristwatches, and high-end purses and handbags are just a few examples of bougie fashion. Other than that, bougie visuals include expensive cars, mansions, yachts, and high-end parties. Soft apocalypse is an aesthetic which imagines a society either slowly in collapse or the structure of society after a catastrophic event. This differs from the post-apocalyptic aesthetic because the post-apocalyptic aesthetic is defined by violence and destruction, while soft apocalypse is about how people band together and carve out a life in a collapsing world. This aesthetic is very atmospheric, allowing us to soak in a world where old human structures have been overtaken by nature. Despite being an apocalypse, the general vibe of this aesthetic is very peaceful, and seeing how humans form quaint, collaborative communities in the ruins of our previous society. It's almost idealistic, showing that even without contemporary luxuries, life could be better after such an apocalypse due to a cleaner environment and the happiness of being part of a tight-knit community with purpose and meaning to the role you have, something many people feel is lacking in current society. Perhaps one of the best examples of the soft apocalypse genre is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, a game which I have already praised many times on this channel. Because despite taking place 100 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Great Calamity, the first thing you notice about the world is simply how beautiful it is. The breathtaking natural scenery of Hyrule, dotted by small surviving pockets of civilization, creates what is possibly one of the most stunning maps in gaming. Because nature doesn't care if our human monuments crumble, it will still march on, still grow, and that is the beauty of the soft apocalypse. Bloomcore is an aesthetic all about images of flowers. That's really it, although there are several subgenres, including Garden Core, which is pictures of planted flowers, Meadowcore, which is pictures of flower meadows, and Petalcore, which focuses on the romantic aspect of flowers. That's really it, just good-looking pictures of flowers. There's also a fashion aspect to Bloomcore too, which is similar to the art mom or plant mom aesthetic we talked about earlier. Basically lots of denim, sweaters, natural colors, flannel, and add that flower flare stuff like floral prints and flower crowns. Ratcore is an aesthetic primarily used in memes. It contains edited images of rats, either actual pictures or artistic representations. A lot of these edits fall into either the cute category or the more weird and surreal category. While this is primarily a meme, I know people who own pet rats and are actually a huge fan of these edits of them, and sometimes even edit pictures of their own pets. So yeah, it's weird and obscure, but certainly has its own fan base. Cuddle Party is another nostalgia-based aesthetic, but instead of focusing on specific brands or locations, it's more about the memories you have of your childhood and those feelings of happiness associated with those certain memories. Some examples can include sleepovers with friends or the adventures you had in the seemingly endless summer vacations of elementary school. A lot of this aesthetic was created by people who were young in the 80s and 90s, but there's no reason why people who had childhoods in the 2000s and the 2010s can't use this aesthetic with their own childhood memory. McBling is a very interesting aesthetic due to how it was a reaction of the events of the early 2000s. In the early 2000s, events such as the dot-com bubble bursting and the fear following the 9/11 attacks ended the optimism of the 90s, and as such kind of killed off the Y2K aesthetic. Because of many people wanting to distract themselves from the dire situation the real world was heading in, a culture we now know as McBling arose. McBling became popular alongside the first wave of social media, such as YouTube and MySpace. McBling is basically a combination of celebrity worship as well as consumerist flaunting of your material possessions. This includes stuff like decorated flip phones, over-the-top jewelry, and large, expensive cars like Humvees. Other iconic images of the McBling aesthetic include the color hot pink, as well as those tabloids you always see at the supermarket checkout. However, by the late 2000s, the cynicism surrounding shallow material flaunting, exacerbated by the 2008 recession, saw the end of McBling. Golden hour refers to the time of sunrise or sunset, where the light of the sun often produces a golden color in the sky and washes all objects in that same color. Typically, this aesthetic includes images of landscapes from the US coast in summer, in places like California and Hawaii. Palm trees are also a popular subject in these images, which usually depict the golden sky around sunrise or sunset, contrasted with a landscape or subject silhouetted by this golden light, creating a very striking look. This aesthetic can also include images taken of people during sunrise or sunset, capturing them, or even just their eye, in this warm light. Just a very visually beautiful aesthetic. Zentai is a fashion aesthetic featuring skin-tight morph suits or skin suits. Often these morph suits have intricate designs on them, sometimes even resembling something closer to a walking art piece. Other times people wear clothes on top of these morph suits. Even more rarely, some people use makeup and masks on top of these morph suits to look like dolls or anime characters, which I'm going to be honest is so uncanny valley. This aesthetic is worn for many different reasons, including cosplay, aesthetic or artistic performances, or even something to wear to a sporting event. And now, we have the last aesthetic in layer 4, Futago. It's another aesthetic originating in Japan, and it means twinning. Their name comes from the Japanese singer duo The Peanuts, who were identical twins popular in 1958 and would often dress and present themselves identically. Over the next couple decades, the idea of twinning would become more popular until it reached its peak in the 1990s. The idea of twinning was that you and a close friend would wear very similar outfits, typically only differing in minor yet deliberate ways. This aesthetic is meant to show a special connection you have with someone and signifies close friendship. Well, this is a rather unfortunate one to begin this layer with. Before I get into the explanation, since we're getting into the more darker and obscure topics, I think it would be a good idea to put out this disclaimer now. Whenever I describe topics containing sensitive subjects, especially political subjects, it is purely objective and for descriptive and informational purposes. It doesn't reflect any of my opinions and doesn't serve as an endorsement for the subject contained. With that out of the way, let's continue. Fashwave is an aesthetic which promotes hateful ideologies and practices like racism, anti-Semitism, and as the name suggests, fascism. Obviously, this aesthetic is used by online far-right groups, and it's seen as an attempt for them to recruit more people through the internet with these images. Vaporwave art is popular on the internet, so these groups either intentionally emulate Vaporwave to draw the attention of people who initially just want to look at Vaporwave art, or they just like Vaporwave themselves and make these edits for fun. Obviously, the edits contain imagery and messages which align with their beliefs, including quote-unquote rejecting modern degeneracy, promoting racial and national purity, and claiming that they need to fight to preserve traditional ideals. The aesthetic also includes lots of fascist imagery, such as obvious symbols like the swastika, as well as other less-known neo-Nazi symbols, as well as images of World War II German soldiers and statues of Roman emperors. Fashwave puts the neon in neo-Nazi. There is a parody of Fashwave going around which uses similar visuals but contains messages which mock the people creating the Fashwave images. Because remember, even though these guys talk tough about how they're superior warriors, the truth is they're just basement-dwelling losers who are unhappy with the current state of their lives. Instead of reflecting on how they could personally work to improve themselves, they instead blame their misfortunes on the current state of society and how certain groups of people took away what these losers think are their birthright. They wish to live in a world where their skin color and gender, aka stuff they're literally born with and don't have to work for, will give them a one-way ticket to perfect lives and automatically make them more desirable and respected instead of actually working to gain that good reputation. Now moving to the other end of the political extreme, we have Labor Wave. Labor Wave is similar to Fashion Wave since it uses the Vaporwave aesthetic as a medium to send a political message, but that's where the similarities end. As the name suggests, the images depicted are communist symbols and messages. Of course, this aesthetic is somewhat controversial because it endorses communism and communist figures, and these figures have been responsible for mass murders. Despite this, it does tend to be more acceptable in Fashion Wave since Labor Wave images don't directly call for literal murder and subjugation, they are just more cool looking images. Despite the name, Soviet Wave isn't necessarily about the politics of the USSR. Rather, I would describe it as a response to the subjects depicted in Vaporwave and Synthwave. See, these two aforementioned aesthetics often depict an altered and romanticized image of life in the American 80s. So Soviet Wave does the same thing, but with altered depictions of life in the 80s USSR. However, Soviet Wave isn't as stylized as something like Synthwave, and there is a lot of leniency when it comes to what is included in this aesthetic. For example, I've just seen some good-looking pictures of Soviet buildings, or Soviet-style propaganda images included as part of Soviet Wave. Obviously, this is a rose-tinted look and does not actually reflect life in the Soviet Union accurately. High School Dream is an aesthetic which romanticizes the social and visual life of American high school, specifically middle-class suburban high schools from the 80s. This includes settings like football fields, school hallways with lockers, and rooms like the library, auditorium, the gym, locker rooms, and just classrooms in general. This aesthetic also includes events like homecoming and prom. High School Dream is all about the nostalgic ideal of high school, about making friends and finding your friends and place in society. Therefore, a lot of the aesthetic includes the stereotypical social groups and clubs like the cheerleaders, football players, etc. This aesthetic can be most prominently found in coming-of-age teenage movies, especially older ones from the 80s like Breakfast Club. Void memes are a type of modern meme where the punchline is done through unsettling edits of subjects, typically characters who are edited to be high contrast, visually noisy, and overall disturbing. There definitely is a surreal and absurd nature to these memes. There are several different subcategories of void memes. The first is just surreal image edits, quite similar to weirdcore except featuring this disturbing figure. The second are void comics, which take the surrealist horror of void memes and applies it to older rage comics. I actually have a video going in depth about this trend, so be sure to check it out. The final version of void memes is the most popular one, the video versions. These videos often include a clip, and after a punchline or just randomly during the video, the subject of the image abruptly changes to a voided distortion, with either ear rape or eerie music playing in the background. This is personally one of my favorite examples.
Where are the aliens? Maybe they're among us.
Americana is an aesthetic all about the good old US of A. It's an aesthetic which idolizes and appreciates the greatness of the United States, including its people, culture, and landscape. The heart of Americana is American values, such as individualism, freedom, and the American dream of hard work leading to success for you and your loved ones. Other than that, visuals depict aspects of the ideal American life, such as baseball, fireworks, white picket fences, food like apple pie, milkshakes, and hamburgers, and of course, the red, white, and blue American flag. Other visuals include various American locations such as Route 66, various cities and landmarks, diners, all of the beautiful natural landscape found in the country, and even those small tourist destinations found in small towns in the Midwest. Those are like kind of weird. The aesthetic also looks back on the 1950s and 60s with rose-tinted glasses, as these were seen as decades where the US was at its peak. And as you can probably tell from my explanation, this aesthetic is a very one-sided look in America, especially with the nostalgia for the 50s and 60s, since back then if you weren't a white man who was relatively rich, life was kinda not that great to say the least. Kinda like with Soviet Wave, the aesthetic only really shows the good parts of America, and I do appreciate it for what it is. I love this aesthetic, just keep in mind that it is ultimately a one-sided view. Hell yeah, brother. This is an aesthetic all about you and the boys. Brocore is about boys, typically ranging from older teenagers all the way up to middle-aged adults. The aesthetic depicts stereotypical masculine camaraderie amongst men, with popular imagery being getting swole at the gym, watching the football game while downing some drinks, playing video games, doing the most insane and weirdest stuff with your roommates, and attempting to pick up women. A lot of the clothes of Brocore include stuff like muscle tees and gym shorts, because the gains never stop. One personal example which I think exemplifies this best is that my roommates and I have been making a game called Extreme Ping Pong over the course of the past few months. What initially started as us playing ping pong at the coffee table eventually expanded to have many insane rules and features, such as bouncing the ping pong ball off your head being a valid move, that it has basically become a brand new game. This aesthetic has a laid-back nature, exemplifying how many of these men go through life with a carefree and positive attitude, as a lot of young men just have time to mess around and have fun before responsibilities set in. However, there is a toxic masculinity aspect to Brocore, as they stereotypically have short tempers and are known to punch holes in walls, as well as the fact that a lot of bros are stereotypically misogynists, viewing women as prizes to be won. Mall Ninja is a very humorous aesthetic. It refers to people who claim to be proficient at fighting, specifically in martial arts and sword combat, but who really don't know what they're talking about and only enjoy the idea of being good at combat since they think it makes them look badass. The term comes from a post on the firearms forum Glock Talk in 2000, where a user named Gecko45 was talking about how supposedly dangerous his job as a mall cop was. He claims that he always stays armed and wears a bulletproof vest so that if anybody attacks his mall, he'd be prepared. He claims that he must always be armed, even walking to and from his vehicle, because his job as a mall cop supposedly meant he had a lot of enemies, and he also rotated between 4 routes to drive to and from work to reduce the chances of an ambush. He claims that he is a master of 3 forms of hand-to-hand combat, including ninjutsu, and that he wears special boots to allow him to climb walls. Obviously, such a ridiculous comment would garner attention from across the internet, especially coming from a supposed mall cop whose biggest day-to-day operations probably include helping some lost kid and busting some teenagers smoking weed in the bathrooms. After this, people started to refer to this guy as Mall Ninja, and the term eventually expanded to everyone who has delusions of being combat proficient. A lot of the people depicted in this aesthetic look like your typical neckbeard weeaboos, with fedoras, trench coats, and shitty facial hair galore. I say weeaboos because many people become interested in the idea of being good at katana fighting and other forms of melee combat because they see anime protagonists and want to emulate these cool fighters. And I don't blame them, sword fighting is super cool. But what usually ends up happening is that these people buy weapons but don't actually seek out proper training. Sometimes they'll practice their shoddy skills in a poor display of swordsmanship, but most of the times they'll just pose with their weapon in a picture with some text claiming about how strong they are with their weapon. A lot of these edits are unintentionally hilarious and reek of insecurity, but I found this one guy to be pretty heartwarming. Just because you're cringe doesn't mean you can't be sweet as well. Urban Core is a depiction of low urban life in modern times. The wiki describes it as similar to High School Dream, but with urban life instead of suburban life. The aesthetic embodies the chaotic nature of the city, as well as the freedom and rebelliousness a teen living in the city can experience. The visuals really bring justice to the term concrete jungle, because concrete structures dominate urban core. A lot of the locations shown are dilapidated, including back alleyways, abandoned warehouses and subway stations, and even small apartment buildings. Graffiti is almost always prominent in these visuals. Urban core fashion is also known as streetwear. The actual clothes worn varies a lot, but it is always colorful and looks good. Some examples of common clothes include baggy pants, overalls, bucket hats, graphic tees, as well as chains. A higher end option is known as Hypebeast, which is basically the same thing except for the fact that there is more emphasis on branded materials, with the purpose being you wanting to show off that you can afford to buy expensive clothing. A cool aesthetic overall. Despite what the name implies, crackhead has nothing to do with drugs. Instead, the aesthetic is about simultaneously being lazy and crazy. The visuals of the aesthetic are cluttered, disorganized, and nonsensical. It includes stuff like dirty rooms with trash everywhere, messy hair, and casual clothing with stains. Other types of images can include subjects that are nonsensical, yet humorous, depicting somebody who is acting absurd to be funny, either through their presentation or their actions. Lounge is a weird aesthetic to explain. It's supposed to be reminiscent of casinos and clubs, which are laid back, with smooth music and atmospheric neon lighting. The whole point is to be relaxing and casual, with a tinge of sleaze. This is shown through the clothing of lounge, Hawaiian shirts, tinted glasses, and uniquely colored suits. The most iconic part of this aesthetic is its music, which is used to this day in lobbies, airports, elevators, and grocery stores to invoke a calm feeling, and it's basically a good representation of the aesthetic as a whole. Another favorite aesthetic of mine, After Hours, is an aesthetic consisting of images of locations which are usually populated in the daytime, but showing them empty at nighttime, hence the name After Hours. It's quite similar to Liminal Spaces, but the difference is that this aesthetic isn't necessarily about transitory spaces, more just empty spaces. Obviously this can mean physical spaces such as schools, streets, and parks at nighttime. However, the After Hours feelings extends to online spaces, typically those which were once popular but are now abandoned, because it's quite weird to log into a website or a multiplayer game and see a once bustling community now dead with nobody playing or posting. Solarpunk is yet another speculative fiction aesthetic. This aesthetic imagines a world where humanity has learned to coexist with nature harmoniously. The most iconic visual of Solarpunk is its vision of the city of the future, where there are still massive urban centers and skyscrapers, but ones that are designed to accommodate nature, incorporating plants and habitats into the architecture. Solarpunk is meant to be an optimistic view of the future, as opposed to Cyberpunk's pessimistic view. Solarpunk is futuristic in nature, with many depictions showing advanced technology. There's a lot of emphasis on visuals including DIY, reuse, solar-powered trees, and community. Imagine cottagecore, but futuristic on a grander scale. Ultimately, Solarpunk wants to dismantle the current system of consumerism and wastefulness created by corporations, and in its stead create a more communal society which produces less waste, ultimately creating a higher quality of life for both humanity and the environment. While I personally think the ideal form of Solarpunk is a tad unrealistic, there's a lot of good ideas here that we should try to implement. As opposed to the Solarpunk aesthetic, which is primarily a political movement about environmentalism, Lunarpunk just seems like another aesthetic about cool visuals. Well, this isn't quite the whole story, but I'll explain that in a bit. The visuals of Lunarpunk combine nighttime with the occult. Like Solarpunk, there's a lot of natural visuals, but rather than massive green skyscrapers soaring into the blue daytime sky, it's more intimate. Light is still prominent in this aesthetic, but in Lunarpunk it comes from starlight and moonlight, or the bioluminescence of insects and mushrooms. Common colors in Lunarpunk, of course, include the dark indigo of the night sky, but also lots of glowing blue and purple. And while I have been avoiding talking about this, Lunarpunk is also another aesthetic which imagines a futuristic society, like Cyberpunk. However, we can relate it to Solarpunk more efficiently. The best way I would describe it is that if Solarpunk is cottagecore but futuristic on a large scale, Lunarpunk is futuristic witchcore on a large scale. If Solarpunk describes a society revolving around ecologically aware technology, Lunarpunk describes a society revolving around ecologically aware spirituality. If Solarpunk shows us how taking care of nature fosters community, Lunarpunk shows us how taking care of nature fosters inner self-reflection. However, Lunarpunk as an aesthetic is still in its infancy, at least when compared to a lot of the other aesthetics we talked about. There's definitely work to be done in order for it to become a full-fledged aesthetic, and people are still building what it means to this day. Hustlewave is an aesthetic all about the hustle, or the grind to make money and pursue success. The root message of Hustlewave is that no matter where in life you are, if you pull yourself up by the bootstraps in a few short years, you're going to be a multi-millionaire CEO of a Fortune 500 company. The actual aesthetic images themselves can consist of motivational quotes and an image of a famous businessman over a background of a futuristic city. It's meant to convey the idea that this sort of personal motivation is what will drive technological innovation and progress. Basically, the people described in this aesthetic are the types of people who watch movies like The Wolf of Wall Street and unironically see Jordan Belfort as a role model. The aesthetic is basically just Vaporwave but without any irony. Although, while the whole grind and hustle mindset is everywhere on the internet, I actually haven't been able to find an example of hustle wave with the Vaporwave aesthetics anywhere except for the wiki entry. The only other places it was even mentioned are just other websites talking about the wiki. So it's either an extremely niche community or just something made up by the creator of the wiki entry. Vulture culture is an aesthetic revolving around taxidermy. It refers to people who take already dead animals, rather than killing them, and modify them for preservation. They usually stuff and preserve the whole body through taxidermy. However, other people just display the bones or even use the body parts of the corpse to make jewelry and other accessories. Pinning insects also is covered under this activity. Visuals of this aesthetic include lots of muted natural colors, animal skulls, dead trees, wildflowers, moss, and mushrooms. On the interior side of things, stuff like glass jars, cabinets full of body parts, mounted heads, and of course, taxidermied animals are common visuals. Dolly K is a Japanese fashion aesthetic inspired by antique Western dolls. These outfits, worn by all genders, usually feature darker colors, multiple layers, and lots of lace and embroidery. The aesthetic is known for its thrown-together look. There's a lot of mixing and matching between different clothing items which somehow all look together still. It really is successful in giving off that old, gothic, worn-out doll look. Honestly, I may be wrong, but I just think the outfits look really comfy. If you remember Goblin Core, Crow Core is extremely similar. Crow Core is an aesthetic with a natural theme surrounding it, but a bit more on the darker side than something like Cottage Core. Like Goblin Core, Crow Core is about collecting small, broken, or lost trinkets found somewhere in the wild, whether it be the woods or the city. Typically, these trinkets are shiny because crows tend to collect small, shiny things to keep. This can include coins, pebbles, and even small glass pieces. Besides that, there really isn't anything to the aesthetic that isn't common to all the other nature aesthetics. On the other side of minimalism, we have maximalism. And right off the bat, let me just say that I love this infinitely more than minimalism. As the name suggests, maximalism is an aesthetic mostly describing interior design, where your rooms are meant to be as busy as possible with the most gaudy and over-the-top furniture, paintings, wallpapers, and decorations. Maximalism often features lots of different, contrasting colors. Obviously, maximalism has always been around as rich people always use this type of interior design to flex their wealth. However, over the past decade, minimalism rose to prominence due to both changing preferences and practicality purposes. However, maximalism is making a comeback recently due to many people just getting tired of minimalism. Like explained all the way back in Layer 1, minimalism feels very cold, empty, and sterile, while maximalism is the opposite. It feels warm and lived in. Obviously, if I actually live within a maximalist house, I might start finding it too busy or cluttered, but as of right now, I do like it quite a bit. I should also mention that maximalism has a fashion aspect. The same principles apply, with the outfits being characterized by loud, bright, clashing colors, and some impractical choices, such as wearing an absurd amount of layers. You're going to have to be quite bold to pull this off, but if you pull it off right, it'll look really good. Exactly what it sounds like. Crystal Core is an aesthetic revolving around crystals or gems of any kind, in any shape or form. As for visuals, it's quite straightforward. It's just pictures of crystal gems. Obviously, when there are crystals, there are also beliefs of spiritual powers the crystals hold, so these spiritual ideas come across in the visuals of the aesthetic. While crystals are commonplace in many different aesthetics, an aesthetic just about crystals isn't something that's very popular, which is why it's this far down the list. Cyberdelic, also known as Virtual Core, is an aesthetic which arose in the 1980s, which was basically a response by people into psychedelics to the rising popularity of computer technology. People who were a part of this movement pushed virtual art and hopefully in the future, virtual reality as an alternative or supplement to psychedelic drugs to induce trips as an escape from reality. While this initial movement died down around 2000 with the dot-com bubble burst, it's making a comeback recently, since VR technology has actually made it to the point where immersive worlds are possible and people actually want to escape from reality. The visuals have a nostalgic and childhood vibe to them, using bright retro colors and vintage graphics from around the PS1 and 64 era. Millenniwave is described as an aesthetic born from an overall sense of millennial frustration and existential dread with the direction society is going in, by trying to put a happy face and bright, colorful facade over it that does a poor job of actually hiding it. I'm gonna be honest, there doesn't seem to be much of a difference between this and your typical synthwave and outrun aesthetics. There isn't a lot of documentation on this, because according to the wiki's list of removed pages, it was literally just a personal aesthetic that one person created and followed. However, if I had to assign a meaning to the visuals, I would say that it recolors the scenes found in everyday life in these nice blue and purple hues, showing them as much nicer than they would be in real life. So in a way, it's like putting a bright, colorful facade over the mundane reality of our lives. But then again, that's basically just a gist of Vaporwave, so maybe that isn't the intention. Nintendo Core is a genre of rock music which blends chiptune video game instrumentals, the types you'd find in Game Boy games, with heavy metal vocals and drums. It's a merging of genre that's unexpected yet sounds surprisingly good. While the genre's roots can be traced all the way back to the 1970s, it really took off in the 2000s. If you want to listen to the music, you can easily find bands and playlists on YouTube. There's also a visual and artistic aspect to the aesthetic. It's mostly just gruesome, realistic artwork of Nintendo characters. Basically, just imagine your typical metal band album art, but replace it with Nintendo or video game characters. While the genre isn't as popular as it used to be, there are still artists releasing Nintendo Core songs to this day. Clean Core is an aesthetic revolving around items which are used to clean. This includes stuff like detergent, soap, sponges, toothpaste, and of course, just straight up water. The aesthetic consists of images of the aforementioned objects in front of solid colored backgrounds. Typical colors of Clean Core include white, different shades of light blue, and minty greens. Everything is meant to invoke a sense of sterility and cleanliness. There is also a sub-aesthetic called Low Clean Core, which is basically the same thing but with more emphasis on childish visuals. Lots of solid primary colors and rubber duckies. Basically, this aesthetic is about bath time as a kid. Once again, I'm not actually going to risk saying this word because of potential demonetization, but this aesthetic is about reclaiming harmful stereotypes mostly used to shame women. Visuals include lots of pink and red, sparkles and glitter, and close-ups of lips. Clothing is consisted of skimpy or revealing outfits. Maidcore is an aesthetic revolving around depictions of maids in media and maid outfits. The entire aesthetic is based on old French maid outfits, the black and white frilly dresses. However, it was popularized recently by Japan, as their use of the outfit made it a desirable object of beauty, both through its use in anime and later their maid cafes. This aesthetic is basically just about dressing up as a maid and acting submissive. Rococo Punk takes the traditional Rococo style and combines it with modern punk. Rococo is a period of art and music popular in the 1740s to 1770s. This period was characterized by light, playful music, pastel colors, and the art, clothing, and architecture having ornate details. Rococo Punk specifically combines it with modern-day punk aesthetics in all of its edgy glory. This often results in a clashing look, with people with colorful punk hairstyles, makeup, and piercings wearing the ornate formal clothing of the Rococo time period. The people who participate in this aesthetic like to call themselves classholes, which honestly checks out. Of course, since our classholes here can't actually get their hands on clothing from that era, a lot of the clothing they wear is actually handmade, taking inspiration from clothing of that era, but often modifying a bit to fit more with the punk theme. Considering how many aesthetics just have a time period with punk added afterwards, it's nice to see one actually live up to the punk in its name. Extremely self-explanatory, it's literally just good-looking pictures of clouds. They typically feature a lot of pastel colors like blue, yellow, and pink, but beyond that there's really nothing more to say. Although I will say that it is a very visually pleasing aesthetic, so much so that I actually suggested it as a theme for my college's film festival this year. Dragon Core is similar to Goblin Core and Crow Core in that it revolves around collecting items and trinkets. However, with Dragon Core, the items you collect typically have great sentimental value to you, rather than just random trinkets and shiny things. Since it's so personalized, there's not really a cohesive visual side to this aesthetic. However, most pictures have a refined, noble, and natural feel to it. Of course, this is due to the name, and there's a lot of overlap with other fantasy genres, so it shares visual themes with them as well. Royal Core is an aesthetic which takes inspiration from European monarchies, ranging from the Middle Ages all the way up to the Victorian era. Visuals include lots of purples and golds, high-quality fabrics like velvet and silk, and objects in places like castles, palaces, crowns, and candlesticks. You all know what I'm talking about. To be completely honest, the sheer variety in the stuff associated with royalty is so much that I could probably spend hours going over everything, but since the idea of European royalty is so common in culture, I really don't need to explain further. Dino Core is the same as Paleo Core mostly, so I'll be explaining both in this one entry. Paleo Core is an aesthetic revolving around the study of prehistoric life. Since this aesthetic is about the study, visuals include museums with the grand skeletons of dinosaurs, excavation sites, and old notebooks filled with sketches of bones and animals, so it focuses on the academic side of learning about dinosaurs. On the other hand, Dino Core is an aesthetic about dinosaurs themselves. This leans more towards a kid's imagination and wonder upon learning about dinosaurs. So visuals for this are just actual artistic depictions of dinosaurs, dinosaur toys, dinosaur outfits, and cute drawings of dinosaurs. Science academia is an aesthetic kind of like the other academia subjects, but rather than focusing on literature and the humanities, it focuses on STEM subjects. However, the aesthetic still retains the vintage romanticism of dark academia, so the formal private school uniforms and gothic northeastern campuses still stick around here. However, what makes it unique is the settings and items within the university. Instead of reading novels in candlelit libraries, you are instead working with beakers in a school laboratory. Common visuals include chalkboards, old chemistry and physics equipment, lab coats and goggles, telescopes, preserved animals, as well as typical academia visuals like old universities, school uniforms, gloomy vibes, and so on. Constructivism is an artistic style meant to depict art as a reflection of modern industrial society and urban space. Originating in 1915 in the USSR, that meant, of course, lots of hard lines and solid blocks of color. This artistic style is primarily used as propaganda for the Soviet Union up to the 1950s, where propaganda then shifted to a more traditional art style, as that was deemed to be more accessible to the proletariat, while constructivism was thought to only be understood by the upper educated class. Coffin wood is a very recent aesthetic, being created by Tumblr user Roy the Drifter in late 2020. It was meant to be a direct response to the popularity of cottagecore at the time, and was kind of a boomer take on the whole subject. Like cottagecore, Coffin wood is about the rustic rural lifestyle, but it's more melancholic and reflective of the past. It is a nostalgic view of the past of America and its pop culture, and rejects the ideals of modern millennials and Gen Z. Coffinwood believes the ideas of modern society are crazy and that we are on the brink of collapse. So the only way forward is to just leave society, live in the countryside, and try and preserve the ideals of the past by ourselves. Honestly, I wouldn't blame you if you thought that this was some boomer who thinks that quote-unquote woke modern progressivism is ruining society, and that we need to go back to the good old days. But apparently Roy the Drifter is a trans-millennial man, so that almost definitely throws this hypothesis out the window. Well, you never know, but perhaps he feels like modern society is bad for other reasons. Teethcore is an aesthetic revolving around teeth. Shocker. Visuals, of course, are only images of teeth, whether they're in a mouth or not. If the tooth is outside of a mouth, it usually is shown alongside other teeth in a decorative fashion. This aesthetic also includes ideas of being scared of the dentist, as well as depictions of the tooth fairy. Nightcore is all about medieval knights. This includes their equipment, the settings they are found in, and their way of life. Visuals include medieval armor and flags, weaponry like swords, shields, pikes, and locations like castles, villages, and the rolling European countryside. Activities include sword fighting and horseback riding and fencing. Deco Punk is an aesthetic created by Tumblr user Monster Queers. It's set in a medieval world where society revolves around dragons. We're talking about stuff like buildings made out of dragon bones and people keeping dragons as pets. There's really nothing more to this aesthetic than that. Dungeon Synth is a genre of electronic music which utilizes elements of black metal and dark ambient music. Think of it as an intro to a black metal album, but stretched out to full-length songs. This genre emerged in the late 1980s to early 1990s. The ambience of it tends to be dark, yet promote a sense of adventure, invoking a sense of epic atmosphere. Think of vast fields of grass under a gloomy gray sky. A YouTuber called Suyam made an excellent informational video about the genre, and if you want to listen to some of the artists, the Dungeon Synth Archives on YouTube has a lot of full albums available. Visually, the aesthetic fittingly takes inspiration from vintage black metal album covers. Lots of grainy images of abandoned places or mysterious people, except of course in the case of Dungeon Synth, these locations and people are medieval. Honeycore is an aesthetic revolving around the homemade production and consumption of food items. Of course, it shares a lot of visuals with cottagecore, as the idea of this aesthetic is that you're living a quaint life in the countryside, making your own delicious food. The food includes honey, bread, pastries, waffles, and tea. Other visuals include flower fields, honeycombs, jars of honey, yellow and amber colors, and picnics. This aesthetic is basically if the food part of cottagecore became its own aesthetic. Very similar to the previous aesthetic, Jamcore is basically an aesthetic all about picnics. Visuals include outdoor picnics, the plaid pattern, glass jars filled with strawberry jam, picnic baskets and lemonade pitchers, and pies. There's also a strong clothing aspect to this aesthetic, being vintage red, white, and pink sundresses with puffy sleeves and blouses. Aprons are also a big part of this outfit. This aesthetic is meant to promote environmental conservatism, as it wants to keep you in touch with nature and make your own food rather than purchasing from retailers, which is harmful for the environment. One of the most specific aesthetics so far, Weathercore is an aesthetic based off of old weather broadcasts from the 80s and 90s and the graphics they used. Visuals are exclusively screen grabs from old broadcasts of the Weather Channel or other news broadcasting channels of the time. There's actually a significant fan base for this type of media, as an entire website has been created and maintained called twcclassics.com, which documents classic Weather Channel media such as news clips, various images of the graphics, and audio of sirens and warnings, and even the songs used by the channel back then. I guess there's a lot of nostalgia people have for this type of media, and with the rise of analog horror recently on YouTube, this aesthetic is starting to spread quite a bit, as projects like Local 58 utilize Weathercore. Junglecore is about surprise, the jungle, or more specific about the mystery and wilderness of the jungle, and the excitement of trying to explore it. Common visuals include dense tropical foliage, waterfalls, vines, and various jungle wildlife like leopards, toucans, and poison dart frogs. As far as clothing goes, the stereotypical jungle explorer outfit would be a khaki button-down and shorts, basically just every single Dwayne Johnson movie. Other accessories include hats and bandanas to protect you from the environment, as well as wooden jewelry, animal teeth, and floral prints which reflect the vibrancy of the jungle. People who follow this aesthetic are environmentalists. They advocate for the preservation of tropical environments, and they like to explore and document these environments. Mushroomcore is about, wait for it, mushrooms. However, what separates this from the other nature-related aesthetics, like Goblin Core, is that it's literally just about mushrooms, instead of some other activity relating to nature. Since mushrooms have a spiritual connotation in many cultures, its aesthetic tends to have a more mystical side to it, portraying mushrooms as a whimsical connection to the spiritual. Visuals include real images and fantastical depictions of mushrooms, specifically the fly agaric mushroom, the stereotypical red mushroom with white dots. Other visuals include fairy rings, small creatures like toads and snails, toadstools, and small pebbles. Fashion-wise, this aesthetic shares a lot of similarities with other outdoorsy aesthetics, in that it prioritizes wear which is able to handle outdoor activity, so stuff like overalls, jeans, sweaters, bucket hats, and boots. Usually these clothes are decorated with mushroom imagery, or someone would wear mushroom accessories like earrings. In some extreme cases, people will dress up as a mushroom. Activities of this aesthetic is just going out into the woods and enjoying nature, specifically looking for mushrooms and fairy circles. Okay guys, stick with me, this is the last nature-related aesthetic for a while. Mosscore depicts nature which is overgrown by moss. It features lots of dark natural greens, browns, and grays. Visuals not only include moss-covered trees and ground, but also moss growing over man-made objects like cabins. Overall, it's a dark, gloomy, yet comfy natural aesthetic. Anemia is defined as a longing for a time that you never experienced. It invokes a sense of sadness, as usually you want to experience these events that ultimately you will never get to. While this aesthetic can include visuals from any time period, it usually is from the early to mid-2000s, as this is the period many people who followed this aesthetic were kids in. Other common decades are the 70s, 80s, and 90s. The best examples of this aesthetic are the video compilations on YouTube titled some variation of oddly familiar images set to music. Typically, these videos invoke an extreme sense of longing and nostalgia, even though we've never personally experienced them. Ultimately, anemia is a form of escapism. As we're snuggled up somewhere warm, looking at these images of bygone times, we think that escaping to our past, to the times of our childhood perhaps, we'll be able to feel that warmth and comfort forever. I have no clue why this is below candy gore in the Iceberg, but whatever. It's an aesthetic about colorful candy, typically fruit-flavored candy. The color scheme tends to be highly saturated with lots of pinks, yellows, blues, reds, and lime greens. Typically the images are different types of sweets, like chocolate, gummies, hard candy, and other sweet junk food like cake, donuts, ice cream, and cupcakes. Fashion is similar to Kid Core, but with more of the aforementioned colors, as well as makeup and hairstyles modeled after candy. If you remember candy gore from before, this is basically the same thing except for the fact that the gore part isn't candy, it's just straight up gore. If you need a refresher, the visuals are drawings of typically cute anime-style characters in pastel colors. The twist is that these characters have visible injuries, typically cuts, and there is blood and explicit gore showing. The stuff I'm probably going to show you is not going to be very intense because of YouTube's policy on showing blood, but there is much more out there if you choose to seek it. Another name of this aesthetic is pastel gore. Decora is a fashion aesthetic which first appeared in the mid-1990s in Japan and is primarily followed by teenage girls. It is characterized by over-the-top, bright, solid, or pastel colors and tons of layers and accessories. People wear multiple t-shirts, jackets, leg warmers, skirts, you name it. Plus, they add a bunch of accessories as well. Also common are face stickers, colorful makeup, and brightly colored wigs. There are a bunch of sub-aesthetics to this one. The first is Deco Den, which is basically the same philosophy applied to phone cases. People will take basic phone cases and customize it with their own paint, silicone, and other materials. This is quite popular with Japanese women of various ages, and you can find a bunch of tutorials online. Then you have Black Decora, a goth version of Decora, and Pink Decora, a version where people just wear shades of pink. Once again, quite self-explanatory. It's just aesthetic pictures of deserts and the stuff you can find in them. However, I think the two subgenres are interesting. American Desert Wave takes synth aspects and adds it to westerns, resulting in a sort of vaporwave, but instead of the Miami coastline, it's the American Southwest. Also, for some reason, the creator says that bands like Talking Heads and Oingo Boingo are a part of this aesthetic, which seems really misplaced to me, but I might just be missing something. Another sub-aesthetic is Cryptid Desert Wave, which is basically an aesthetic about Area 51 in Roswell. The rumors of all the alien activity happening in the southwest US is what fuels this aesthetic. Gloomcore is an aesthetic formed for the weather and environment of the Pacific Northwest. The core visuals are foggy landscapes, dark forests, and craggy beaches. Despite how dark everything is, the goal of the aesthetic is to use the darkness to appreciate the peacefulness of your surroundings. Think about the forests filled with dark green foliage and grounds covered with moss, where you can hear a small stream trickle to the side. And think about walking on a beach of soft sand, the gray waves crashing against the crags. It really is a vivid image which promotes introspection and deep thought. It is for this reason that this is one of my favorite aesthetics that I covered in this project. Grand Millennial refers to millennials who have decided to take after the style of older America, or their grandparents' time, hence the name. This is done both through clothing and the interior design of their living spaces. For example, a home would feature needlepoint pillows, tacky patterned wallpaper, lampshades, old quilts, fine china, and porcelain. On the other hand, people themselves would wear vintage clothing like crocheted sweaters, chained reading glasses, lockets, and old dresses, basically stuff your grandma and grandpa would wear. And of course, activities are typical old people activities like knitting, mahjong, and pickleball. Basically the same thing as Grand Millennial, but with actual old people. It's meant to show how the ideal grandparent is caring and innocent, yet still has the wisdom and experience that comes with their age. This aesthetic is divided into categories for grandmothers and grandfathers, but the visuals and clothing, like I said before, is just the same as Grand Millennial. Another age-related aesthetic, tween core, is about replicating ourselves when we were tweens, or the ages 10 to 12 typically. It's specifically tailored for girls, but I personally think a lot of the experience is universal. You remember being that age. You weren't just a little kid anymore back then, right? You were in 5th grade, top of the pecking order, and you were going to go to middle school with all the big cool kids. You were going to get your own locker and have to move between classes. It was nerve-wracking, but awesome to be growing up. And you couldn't wait to grow up faster, to finally reach that age of 13, when you were finally a teenager, which is basically grown up, right? Oh, younger me, how foolish you were to want to become an adult instead of cherishing your limited childhood. Yeah, I guess that's the inherent irony behind its aesthetic. The whole point of it is to reminisce upon and try to recreate this era in our lives when we were younger as some form of escapism, when the era we're trying to recreate was defined by our want to grow up into teenagers and adults. It's funny reminiscing upon our perception of age. We always think that we're mature, but looking back, it's funny to see how immature we were. Like when I was in kindergarten, the 5th graders sitting in the back of the bus were basically cool, rebellious teenagers in my eyes. And now currently, 13-year-olds are basically the same as 2nd graders to me. Hell, looking back on myself when I was 17, in my senior year of high school, I seem so young and stupid and I cringe at how I was back then, even though that wasn't too long ago. Hell, me in a couple years is probably going to say the same thing about me right now, even though I think I'm mature and grown. It's all a matter of perspective. I'm sorry for going on this tangent, I just found this thought kind of funny. Moving on to the aesthetic, it tends to have a mid to late 2000s vibes, since the people who follow this aesthetic were likely preteens in that time. The visuals and vibes take a lot of inspiration from popular Nickelodeon and Disney TV shows at the time, such as Hannah Montana, iCarly, and so on. You know, shows aimed at kids about fictional, idealized lives of famous teenagers. I guess the fashion is just stuff you could find at Justice in the 2000s. I think you've got a good idea of what this aesthetic is at this point. Moving on, we've got Ranger Core, aka just being an absolute badass. Ranger Core is about the Ranger class in fantasy, from medias like Lord of the Rings and D&D. It's all about being self-sufficient and strong, yet a kind force for good and balance in nature. The visuals include lots of nature, specifically tracking animals and hunting. Rangers typically use weapons like short swords, daggers, and bows. They are almost always found on horseback. The fashion includes leather armor, a long hooded cloak for protection from the elements, and fingerless gloves. So basically just imagine Aragorn for this aesthetic, and who doesn't want to be Aragorn? Warm core is defined as related to things which are nostalgic and make people feel warm and fuzzy inside. However, it really just seems to be a mix of cottagecore and golden hour. It's just the idea of frolicking about in a field of long grass as the golden sunlight warms your skin. Personally, I think the overlap between this and other aesthetics is too great for it to constitute its own thing, but people seem to like it, so there's that. Yet another very similar aesthetic to something previously done, so I'm going to spare you the explanation. It's just about the life of American settlers in the Great Plains. If you remember the American Pioneers aesthetic from a couple layers ago, it's the same exact thing, just without the covered wagon. Memphis design refers to the extremely popular graphic design trend from the 1980s. Seriously, when you think of 80s design, Memphis design is what will pop up in your head. It consists of lots of bright, saturated colors like orange, yellow, lime, and sky blue. Patterns like zigzags, polka dots, color blocking, stripes, squiggly lines, and solid colored shapes overlaid on top of each other are also part of this aesthetic. The style was created in 1981 by the Memphis Group, a group of 22 artists, architects, and interior designers. They blended retro looks from the 1950s, Art Deco, and pop art to create this new style. Initially, it was poorly received because everybody was still used to how drab and brown 70s interior design was, which was due to the backlash against colorful hippie culture and also probably all of the cigarette smoke. This was by design though, as it was meant to challenge the status quo. However, as the 80s went on, Memphis design became very popular, and it even stuck around a bit in the 90s, albeit with more pastel colors. Taco Bell had it everywhere back in the 90s, and David Bowie even had a huge collection of furniture designed by the Memphis Group. Currently, this design is making a resurgence. I honestly have no clue why Techware is this low, as it's one of the new trending fashion aesthetics. And by that, I don't mean that people are actually wearing Techware clothing, it's just that a lot of people think it would be cool to wear Techware clothing. I described it as the fashion side of Cyberpunk all those layers ago, but I guess it warrants its own entry. Maybe the reason why it's so far down is because this Iceberg was made a while ago, and it only became popular recently. No matter the reason, Techware is a fashion style intended to be functional, futuristic, and sleek at the same time. It is characterized by an all-black color scheme with some white bits somewhere, and it features a lot of pockets and straps, baggy shorts over compressors, hoodies, masks, caps, and sneakers. It's meant to be the outfit of a dystopian future rebel, but honestly the prices contradict this message. You either have to pay some store upwards of $100 to get your hands on a single piece of clothing, or you can get it for cheap at Shine, because they're a fast fashion company who can only sell for cheap due to allegedly terrible working conditions. Considering Cyberpunk is a warning about exploitative corporations, there is a tragic irony here. Virgo's Tears is about the contrast between the vast infinite of the cosmos and how insignificant and fragile life on Earth is in comparison. However, we should find inner beauty in that fragile life, inspired by the cosmos, and bring that beauty out, because in the end it is all natural beauty, whether it be small or vast. The fashion style is quite unorthodox, as it is about finding your inner beauty and displaying it outside in layers, as a transition between the small flower and the vast universe. So it is a very impractical style, trying to mix both flower and space themes into one outfit. While it still needs to be fleshed out a bit in my opinion, the idea of Virgo's Tears is very nice. Changeling Core is another Goblin Core inspired aesthetic, but tailored more towards the neurodivergent community. The general gist of it is that since the neurodivergent people sometimes sadly feel alienated from society, going into secluded nature is an opportunity for them to truly be themselves without judgment. According to the creator, some examples of this would be to collect and organize random stuff you find in the woods, wandering off in the woods and just daydreaming, and just running around barefoot. The aesthetic is considered a subset of Faecore, which is why there's a lot of frolicking around in nature. This inspiration was because in the past, many parents would see their neurodivergent child and refuse to believe that this was actually their child, believing that their child was swapped with a fairy or changeling. This aesthetic is meant to somewhat reclaim that harmful old belief, as well as other negative stereotypes about neurodivergence, meaning that the changeling core aesthetic is considered exclusive to this specific community. This is just an aesthetic about anything physically hot, so hot that you can see the heat physically in one way or another. There are multiple sub-aesthetics that fall under this. One is Lava Wave, which is about images of magma, lava, and volcanoes, and just how cool they all look. I guess not cool, but you get the point. Next, there's City Heat Wave, which is about how hot cities get on certain summer days. The sun beats down between the tall buildings, trapping the heat. The sidewalk is sizzling, railings burn to the touch, and manholes are steaming. If you've lived in a city or just been to one on a hot day, this one should resonate with you. Other sub-aesthetics include Summer, Tropical, and Desert Wave, all of which we've already covered before in their own entry. Black hole memes are images which are so extremely altered and edited that they become undecipherable and could just be considered straight up destroyed. This is typically considered the most extreme form of altering memes, going far beyond even nuked memes. Typically, they are altered to look like glitches and fractal patterns, giving it a very artistic feel. The primary community is on the subreddit Black Hole memes, where people share their creations, typically with a caption stating what the original unedited image was. Truly a bizarre yet intriguing aesthetic, and I personally really like it. Once again, I can't actually say the word or show anything related to it, but know that the missing letter in the word is Z, and you should know what I'm referring to. So unlike Fashway, which we talked about earlier, this aesthetic is surprisingly not promoting that ideology. In fact, some can say it even opposes it. This aesthetic was started in the late 1960s and early 1970s by rebellious teens and punks. These groups of people didn't support the political ideology, but instead would just use their iconography to shock the status quo. Supposedly, they didn't believe that anybody would actually believe this ideology anymore, and that the images would just remain historical, which is why they thought it would be okay to use these symbols. Unfortunately, they were very wrong. The aesthetic is still used somewhat sparingly today as a way to associate something in media with this group, automatically creating the understanding of evil within the audience. However, due to the offensive nature of these images in society, I hope nobody actually tries to adopt it, because not only would you be extremely stupid, you'd also be associating yourself with the actual people who believe in this ideology. Cis is an aesthetic which prioritizes distortion and grainy noise to invoke a mood in an image. The images are often blurry, with the subject often not being in focus. Cis includes photographs, paintings, and all other sorts of images. They are mostly black and white, although color is not uncommon. Also, the images are high contrast and have grainy noise or other types of distortion. It's inspired by 3 different art styles: German Expressionism, American Film Noir, and Japanese Arebure Bokeh. It's a very experimental aesthetic, and rather than adhering to rules of a specific style, it encourages artists to focus on composition and how the image feels rather than what it shows. Because of this, it's hard to explain in words. However, the art made is very interesting to look at, and online communities like r/cis are filled with a variety of examples you can take a look at. A rather lighthearted aesthetic, it's meant to be humorous and somewhat cursed, intended to shock in a very funny way. The aesthetic consists of cursed images and mildly offensive messages. A lot of times these messages are put on t-shirts that people who like this type of stuff wear. This is followed by people who don't really take themselves too seriously and don't really care about what other people think of them, so they're willing to go through life with a humorous and carefree attitude. This is an aesthetic for people who like fighting and practicing to fight. They have a persistent and slightly spunky attitude, and even when they're the underdog, they will always keep fighting on. Some common articles of clothing are boxing gloves, wraparound bandages, tank tops, and logo shorts. It's divided into 3 different ideologies: high scrapper, low scrap, and martial scrapper. High scrappers are basically just pro fighters, who fight for glory and status. Meanwhile, low scrappers are just street fighters who fight dirty in alleyways or underground rings, often for survival in one way or another. The stakes are much higher and much darker. Martial scrappers are people who participate in traditional martial arts, who spend lots of time perfecting techniques for hand-to-hand and weapons combat, and fight honorably. If you're into this aesthetic, do yourself a favor and watch Megalobox if you haven't already. Trust me, you won't regret it. Drug core heavily glorifies drug use and is mostly used by users and addicts to share with other users and addicts. It's mostly saturated neon colors and glitter on pictures of various drugs. Obviously, this is a very controversial aesthetic due to the glorification of harmful substances and addiction, but once again, I'm just documenting what already exists, instead of promoting it. A pretty popular example of this aesthetic is the show Euphoria. Taking the definition straight from the wiki, zombiecore is an aesthetic based on the feeling, sensation, and visuals of being a zombie or surviving a zombie apocalypse. It was coined as a way to express the feelings of insomnia or depression, making one feel numb and fatigued. So it just seems to be visuals from after the zombie apocalypse according to the wiki and the boards I found on Tumblr. However, there seems to be an emphasis on being trapped and alone, usually represented through silhouettes of a ton of hands visible on a window or reaching towards you. I'm not sure if the part about feeling numb and fatigued means that depression often makes you feel like a zombie, just going through the motions of daily life without actually feeling anything, or if depression and insomnia are like being a survivor in the apocalypse, as you're constantly tired and fearing for your life. I guess that's just up to your interpretation. Vacation dadcore is an aesthetic about the stereotypical 70s dad going on a vacation in a tropical area. Of course, the crown visual of this aesthetic is the patterned Hawaiian shirt. These patterns are brightly colored and contain images of palm trees, flowers, flamingos, and fruits. Other stuff they wear are cargo shorts, aviator sunglasses, leis, and of course, socks with sandals. The whole point of this aesthetic is to relax and enjoy the vacation, as it's a break from your typical mundane and hectic life. This includes stuff like spending all day at the beach drinking with your friends, occasionally taking a break to go inside Tiki Bars to refill on their drinks. I love how timeless this look is. It's never gone out of fashion since the 70s. This is literally just visually pleasing images of cars. It doesn't matter what type of car it is or what era it's from, it just has to look cool in the image. I really cannot explain it much more than that, even if I tried. I mean, I feel like I'm insulting you guys at this point by explaining stuff like this to you. It's just an aesthetic about unicorns and all related visuals. Common colors and patterns include white, pink, blue, violet, purple, glitter, galaxy patterns, and of course, rainbows. It's basically everything you think a 7-year-old girl would be into. And the clothes are quite similar, just articles and accessories like bows, hair clips, tutus, and these same colors and patterns. Dullcore is meant to visually represent everything that is grey, drab, and dismal. It's supposed to represent a world where all hope and creativity is lost, and all that remains is a depressing husk. Visuals are obviously majorly in grayscale. The pictures themselves aren't put in a black and white filter. It's just that the actual world at the time was so drab it looks black and white. If it's not completely grayscale, the colors that are present are very desaturated. The only exception to this rule would be that some pictures have a point of strong color, which represents that there is still hope even in such a dystopian world. The clothes, like the visuals, are desaturated and grayscale. They're also quite bland, just the most uninspired clothes like gray sweater and gray jeans. And I don't mean to offend anyone by saying that, I've literally worn those exact clothes many times. Icepunk is seen as the antithesis to Sea-Punk from a couple layers ago. While Sea-Punk gives off a warm, humid, and relaxed vibe, Icepunk invokes a frigid and unnerving vibe. According to the people who created it, Icepunk was actually a tongue-in-cheek response to Sea-Punk, and they wanted them to be kind of rivals. Icepunk music is meant to make you feel numb and cold, and if you look up albums online, you can definitely see how that's the case. Icepunk takes heavy inspiration from R&B, giving it a more chill vibe. However, Icepunk is definitely less popular than Sea-Punk, as songs, even by the founders of the genre, seem to average only around 100 views, as opposed to Sea-Punk's 100k views. I guess that's why Icepunk's so far down. Visually, Icepunk is similar to Cleancore, featuring colors like blue, mint, cyan, white, and even purple. It feels very cool and sanitized, which makes sense for a sterilized frozen landscape. Fashion-wise, Icepunk doesn't really have any in real-life fashion, but theoretically, it features a lot of the colors mentioned before, as well as holographic and plasticky see-through materials. The outfit is often worn with clothes suited for winter, like boots, parkas, and ushankas for obvious reasons. This is a general aesthetic for all things sparkly and glittery, so stuff like loose glitter, sometimes in the shape of stars and hearts, sequins, sparkly makeup and clothing, as well as shine effects all come under Sparklecore. The colors are all very vibrant, with pink, blue, white, and lilac being common. As this is a mostly feminine aesthetic, the fashion leans that way, with sequin embedded clothes and sparkly skirts and makeup. Kaggle refers to a French style of woman who is loud, promiscuous, and typically don't act the brightest or with the most common sense. While they're a laughingstock for most people, some still respect them for being independent women who don't care what others think of them. They typically have straightened hair worn blonde, lots of makeup, and revealing clothing. Sacrecore is an aesthetic which takes the traditional Christian notion that certain groups are sinful and reclaims it. These groups of people include divorcees, those who are disabled or mentally ill, those who have abortions, and those who are queer. Sacrecore is about treating everybody with respect and kindness. The visuals and fashion can be of two kinds. The first fully embraces the fact that Christians believe that these groups are of the devil and belong in hell, so they include devilish and satanic imagery in these images and outfits. The other type tries to put a different approach upon religion and claims that modern institutions preach hate, while originally they were meant to love and accept everybody. So this combines Christian symbols with the symbols of the different groups we mentioned before. The aforementioned visuals can also be combined with punk visuals and clothing. Selkie-core is an aesthetic about the mythological creature known as Selkies, who are a northern European mythological creature. Selkies mostly take the appearance of seals, but are also able to turn into a human. The stories revolving around these creatures typically involve a sailor forcing a Selkie to permanently transform into a woman to marry them. However, the aesthetic also involves other northern European ocean-based folklore. It's mainly about the mystery and hostility of the Northern Ocean, with the cold grey waves crashing against the rocky crags. Joyride the aesthetic is actually different from the typical connotation we give to joyride. Typically, we think of joyrides as loud and energetic, where you speed down the streets in a convertible on a sunny day with the top down, blasting music. However, the aesthetic describes it as much more introspective and therapeutic, as it's about taking drives alone at night or in the rain. It's basically about taking a small break from your life, simply going out in a car and shutting your brain off for a couple of hours, enjoying the sights and sounds of driving. It's especially amplified in the rain at night, with the raindrops pattering on the roof of your car and the lights outside twinkling because of the moisture. Void punk is a visual aesthetic which is about people reclaiming how they're perceived as not human. To clarify, it refers to people having their identity erased or ignored. This is typically used the most among aro ace and non-binary communities. Visually, the four most common colors are black, white, green, and purple, with some blues. Effects like glitching and distortion are also common. The biggest part of this aesthetic is called the void sona. These personas are based off of cryptids, robots, and other things which are mysterious and definitely not human. Overall, it's hard for me to explain because the visuals are ultimately based off the personal experiences of the people in these communities. Finally, an aesthetic which resonates with me. Days Core is about sleepless nights and watching as the clock ticks closer to the morning, until eventually the night becomes the next day. Sounds quite similar to my situation right now. There really is something special about those nights. Like, it'll be 11 PM and you're kind of excited to be undisturbed for the next several hours, either studying or gaming or reading the dim lights of the night. Time seems to be frozen for that time as the entire world around you is asleep. But as the morning creeps closer and closer and the sun finally rises, you realize that soon, you'll have to return to the hustle of daily life and that your surreal late night session has come to an end. And in horror, you realize that not sleeping was a mistake that you will pay for dearly during the day. Visually, the aesthetic contains a lot of dark rooms at night, with the blue lights of monitors. Other visuals include beds and blankets, books and coffee, and a window looking to the night outside. Soggy is an aesthetic which relates to the wet outdoors, like swamps, bogs, and even just the outside after the rain. This aesthetic also refers to the animals you find in soggy environments, like worms, slugs, snails, and frogs. The clothing is just clothing you'd wear to be comfortable in this wet environment, like raincoats, bucket hats, and shorts. From my research, it appears that there are two different versions of Apple Core. The first version is similar to aesthetics like Cottagecore and Honeycore. It's very bright and happy, and is about apple picking and picnics where you eat apples or apple-derived food like apple pies, tarts, or apple juice. Visuals include apples, apple trees, orchard, checkered picnic baskets, apple-derived food, and vintage checkered sundresses, typically white and blue with red accents. The other version refers to apples as a symbol for lust, power, and maturity. Obviously, this interpretation of apples is derived from Christianity, especially the original sin, where Eve takes the forbidden fruit from the tree. By taking the fruit, Eve and later Adam gained the knowledge of good and evil, while before they were completely innocent, which is why they were banned from Eden. As such, Christians attribute the taking of the fruit as the reason why humans sin. While it's never actually specified what the fruit was in the Bible, the artistic depictions of original sin almost always show it as an apple, hence why apples became associated with sin. This aesthetic is about the darker connotation of apples and how it is used as a representation of sin. For example, in Snow White, the evil queen gives a poisonous apple to the princess because the queen was envious that Snow White was fairer than her. Another example is the heavy use of apple imagery in Death Note, a show where the main character wishes to be a god who rules over the world, which ties back to how Eve ate the apple to gain the same wisdom as God. Visuals here are just pictures of apples, but dark and mysterious, I guess. Stripcore is an aesthetic about strip clubs. It typically just features images of neon signs, poles, glow-in-the-dark clothing, and luxurious interiors. It's similar to clubcore, except, well, it's a specific type of club. This is an aesthetic about hiking in clothes you would wear while hiking. Honestly, there's been so many nature-related aesthetics that I'm kind of getting tired covering them, and I'm sure you guys probably feel the same. So I'm not going to go too much in detail. Visuals include mountains and trails. Fashion is hiking gear like boots, windbreakers, and cargo pants in natural tones. kid science refers to the dressing up of scientific concepts to make education seem more fun to young children. It's basically just pop science, and if you went to elementary school somewhere in a Western country, you should be quite familiar with this type of content. The most obvious example of this is Bill Nye the Science Guy. The show's visuals are very iconic, with Nye's lab coat and bow tie and his cluttered lab filled with different contraptions for experiments. Also, its fast-paced editing, funny jokes, and variety of segments made it extremely popular with kids everywhere. I mean, every kid in the classroom absolutely loved when the sub would wheel in the TV to put on Bill Nye. There were also a bunch of other shows which fall under kid science, like The Magic School Bus and Wild Kratts. The aesthetic is used beyond TV shows, as kid science museums, educational books, and scientific kits all feature this bright style. The visuals are very bright and saturated, with it being specifically designed to appeal to children. Therefore, while all branches of science are covered, the ones which most kids think are cool are emphasized, like astronomy, paleontology, geography, and even human anatomy and chemistry to an extent. Visuals include lab coats, goggles, beakers filled with colorful liquids, telescopes, space models, dinosaur fossils, model volcanoes, and anatomy models. The whole point is to get children interested in science at an early age, and it has worked extremely well. Tech emo, also known as technical scene, is an aesthetic that's a mix between dark goth or emo culture and technology of any kind. It's been around since the 80s, and to be frank, it's just depressing pictures of various technology. That's really it. However, this genre seems to have more presence in music, as it is defined by typical punk and emo songs, but with chiptune effects. Also, a lot of Vocaloid and other voice bank music have this kind of themes, so they're also included as a part of tech emo. Artistikelingen, if that's how you pronounce it, was a Dutch subculture in the 1950s. It mainly consisted of teenagers who were into art, philosophy, and French literature who dressed in dark clothes. Bibliopunk is a subgenre of punk focused on reading in libraries. The punk part is derived from the fact that books are widespread sources of information and knowledge, and often represent freedom of information. And of course, libraries are locations where these books are available free of cost, fully for the service of the public. That's a very punk thing, to provide everybody education and literature regardless of background, and consisting how important education is to achieving equality in society, as it not only facilitates upper mobility, but also exposes readers to different ideas and expands their worldviews. It's very self-explanatory as to why they would find themselves at home in the punk community. Other than that, the aesthetic is very similar to dark academia, except for the punk twist. Honestly, considering how much anti-intellectualism is present in society now, with book bannings and burnings seeming to make a comeback, I can see this movement grow to great heights as a response. Gadget punk revolves around pieces of technology and fiction which are unfeasible in reality, but are fun to imagine. These gadgets typically are wearable and are otherwise compact or portable. The actual gadgets themselves are creative in their uses, and they're almost always made by the person using them, so they have a thrown-together look. Examples of gadget punk can be found everywhere in fictional media. Frutiger Aero is kind of like the evolved version of the Y2K aesthetic. Like Y2K, it's very shiny, glossy, and features a lot of round shapes and bubbles. However, the visuals of Frutiger Aero tend to be higher definition, and they also have images of nature, typically aquatic life, and are overall more refined. It includes a lot of saturated bright colors. It's described as a transitory phase between Y2K corporatism and modern corporate minimalism. Basically, it's the entire Windows 7 era of technology and corporate art. Initially inspired by early retrofuturist art, hydrogen refers to art which shows static images which give an aura of surrealism and suspension. The images feel like they're in limbo, forever stuck in that specific position. There isn't context given, which further increases the surreal nature of the images. The name hydrogen comes from the fact that the images have a lighted in air and floaty feel to them, like hydrogen gas itself. There really isn't a specific genre or composition to the images, but rather it is based on the emotions the image invokes. Similar to cyberpunk and biopunk, nanopunk explores a potential future where the government or some other oppressive force uses the technology to oppress the population. In this case, it explores how the relationship between the government and people would be affected by nanobots. So Pigeon Core is a very niche aesthetic, which as per my knowledge seems to be created by Tumblr user Crumb and Feather. If it wasn't created by this person, they certainly are the biggest member in this aesthetics community, as they've been posting quite a lot about pigeons. Pigeon Core is a combination of the physical attributes of a pigeon, the behavior of a pigeon, and the locations you would find a pigeon. So, common colors of Pigeon Core include gray, black, and iridescent shimmer, as these are the colors of a pigeon's feathers. It also includes stuff like bread, being curious, and carrying messages. Finally, the aesthetic prominently features the city for obvious reasons, but it specifically focuses on places like rooftops, windowsills, statues, and city squares, as these are the places where pigeons congregate the most. Overall, this is a community filled with people who love pigeons and like sharing art of them or things related to them. Trashcore is an aesthetic about anything decaying, rotting, abandoned, or thrown out. Basically, anything that would be at home in a landfill or an abandoned building is a part of this aesthetic. Animals who are often found around trash like raccoons, rats, and opossums are also part of this aesthetic. The fashion consists of ripped clothing which is either made at home or thrifted. A lot of the clothes and accessories are so worn down that it isn't fashionable anymore, even by those who are into vintage looks. It should literally look filthy and falling apart, so that anybody who isn't into this look should not like the clothing you're wearing. Yankee Core is a romanticization of New England or the northeastern United States. It can be considered a subset of Americana. It heavily features maritime activities and locations as well as small and cozy towns. The look of the visuals and people tends to be timeless, as these small towns change minimally over time. Honestly, as someone who's lived in the Northeast my entire life, this aesthetic is very dear to me. As the name suggests, Christcore is an aesthetic revolving around Christian religious imagery. However, there is a darker undertone to the images. Any typical Christian imagery is a part of this aesthetic, as well as neon lights, religious billboards, and fire. The fashion prominently includes lace, leather, plaid, and boots, and the aesthetic also features Christian rock heavily. Overall, the way I would explain this aesthetic is that it's like Goth, but instead of using satanic imagery or Christian imagery ironically, all of it is completely sincere. Trenchcore is an aesthetic which romanticizes World War I. Visuals include the trenches, barbed wire, abandoned buildings, and the fields of France. Stuff like World War I uniforms, writing letters to your loved ones back home, and the camaraderie between you and your fellow soldiers is also an important part of the aesthetic. This reminds me of a mobile game I used to play. I forget the name of it, but I really liked it. It was the Zen flying game where you fly a World War I era fighter through this surreal and infinite course while peaceful music played in the background. And while you played, you tried to dodge obstacles and collect these pieces of letters. You'd read the letters, which would slowly form a story about a pilot and his lover dealing with life as a war started to brew. I didn't know what happened after that since I never got that far, but I really enjoyed this game and I actually want to properly play through it sometime. I know this is a long shot, but in the chance that anybody watching this video knows the name of this game I'm talking about, please leave it down below. Havencore is a very personalized aesthetic. It's for pictures of places or rooms that you feel safe from the outside world. I remember this description from my prior research, but as of me writing the script, it seems like the page was deleted for being too specific and personal, and honestly I'll have to agree. High Wraith is defined as the feeling of being homesick for a home one is not able to return to, or a home which never existed. It looks like people who wish they lived in a cottagecore fantasy-styled environment, typically in the woods. The people who feel like they belong to the woods in another time or world are those who are into this aesthetic. Cargo Punk is a joke aesthetic created by Grimtown Records. It revolves standing around anything related to shipping and storage on any scale. Visuals include the standard shipping container, cargo ships, freight helicopters, trucks, and docks. Smaller units of storage like garbage bins and even desktop storage options for pens and pencils are a part of this aesthetic. the fashion is just anything with lots of pocket space, like cargo shorts. Stonepunk is a genre of media where characters live in a society with Neolithic era technology, or just caveman style technology. However, like steampunk, stonepunk explores how society would progress and look like if they kept this era of technology. What results is essentially modern technology by using the techniques and resources of our caveman ancestors, which of course should be impossible, but we have to suspend our disbelief for this one. The most popular example would be the Flintstones. However, due to how niche this aesthetic is, a lot of people are fine with having a wide variety of art represented, even though it may not fit the definition exactly. One example of this is Horizon Zero Dawn. This isn't a prehistoric series, in fact it takes place thousands of years in the future, and advanced technology can be found everywhere, most notably in the mechanical monsters. However, since in this game, humanity has regressed into a caveman-like state and uses bows and spears to take down these massive monsters, people consider this a part of stonepunk, as it's basically the same thing as what cavemen did, except that instead of hunting organic animals, they just hunt mechanical animals. Stonepunk can also delve into a bunch of prehistoric fantasy, where they don't necessarily have to use caveman technology, but if there are prehistoric elements like dinosaurs, it counts as part of the aesthetic. One example would be the excellent artwork in James Gunray's Dinotopia books. While the society in this series has progressed far past the Stone Age, since their way of life revolves heavily around dinosaurs, people consider it stonepunk. Overall, stonepunk is a very cool aesthetic, which deserves to have more art made of it. Lightning Wave is about stormy clouds and lightning. If you like watching the massive thunderclouds roll in across the sky, the electrifying feeling of seeing the lightning strike, and the overwhelming boom of the thunder, this aesthetic is for you. There are two types of music associated with the lightning wave. The first is a relaxing ASMR of a thunderstorm, and the second is high energy EDM, typically used as a background track to a time lapse of a thunderstorm. This aesthetic is for those who are in awe of the awesome power of thunderstorms and the raw adrenaline of being in front of them. I'm actually writing this as there's a thunderstorm outside, and trust me, it's one of the coolest weather phenomena out there. Rollerwave was created as a response to Vaporwave, as Rollerwave wants to do for the 70s as Vaporwave does for the 80s. The name comes from the 1970s film Rollerball, which is a science fiction dystopian film, but it's relevant since the world it takes place in still oozes the 70s flair. However, unlike Vaporwave, Rollerwave doesn't necessarily romanticize the 70s or pair it with cool neon visuals. It instead wants to depict it as realistically as possible. So it just depicts what day-to-day business would be like in the 70s, a typical middle-class experience of department stores, clothing, and mundane office buildings. It's meant to critique how Vaporwave views the 80s in rose-tinted glasses, but at the same time Rollerwave only views the 70s from a middle-class perspective. Sure, while there is a darker undertone from all the underlying political and economic tension of the 70s, the look back is mostly positive and light. Also, this seems to ignore the fact that Vaporwave itself is an ironic criticism of 80s consumerism. Finally, we have Rollerwave music, which is a modern genre of music which uses inspiration and samples from actual 70s bands. The genres they take inspiration from vary, going from prog rock's Yes to early EDM's Kraftwerk. Rollerwave music uses the same type of distortion as Vaporwave music, cutting, looping, slowing, and distorting the samples to give a more nostalgic feel. An example of a Rollerwave album is To Every Man by Dan Frost, which is actually the first Rollerwave album being created in 2017. Synthwave is an aesthetic which takes elements from Vaporwave and Acid Wave and applies them to 2010s subjects. The visuals typically include screenshots of media from the 2010s, typically cartoons like Regular Shows, Steven Universe, and Adventure Time, as well as video games like Pokemon. These images are then subjected to editing and distortion, invoking a nostalgic and fleeting vibe. Like Vaporwave, it is meant to be a criticism of the cultural products of its time. However, there is inevitably nostalgia tied to these images. So, as the 2010s get farther and farther in the past, I think Synthwave will become more popular as more people become nostalgic for the time long gone. Heistcore is an aesthetic revolving around heists and robberies of expensive objects. The visuals often revolve around the lifestyles of the wealthy, as they are usually the targets of heists in films. So locations like ornate banks, mansions, and museums, and objects like paintings, statues, safes filled with gold, diamonds, and money, and ancient artifacts are all included in the visuals. The other half of the visuals is the actual heist part. Crowbars, catsuits, grappling hooks, masks, and getaway drivers are all parts of this aspect of heist core. Basically, any heist movie showcases this aesthetic pretty well. This, of course, is similar to heist core, but without the romanticization. While heist core is all about mostly fictional thieves with a heart of gold who steal from the wealthy, who honestly probably deserved it, con core is about dirty thieves who scam the poor and downtrodden for their own profit. For example, people like phone scammers, con men, and grifters are all part of this aesthetic. They blatantly lie to vulnerable groups like the elderly or people in desperate need of money to steal from them. So this aesthetic isn't really something many people like to follow, and apparently it just seems to be something made by one person who didn't even include any visuals, which is supposed to be the core of all aesthetics, but whatever. This is an aesthetic romanticizing 80s to 90s drug cartels in Miami. It includes a lot of the Miami skyline at night, with neon signs, as well as weapons, gold chains, and back alley deals. There's an obvious reason why this is so far down. Even though this is less of an aesthetic and more of a political statement, Imansa Core is a very interesting idea. It is about rejecting mainstream clothing options and instead opting for buying them from sources which empowers workers in the global south. This ideology describes itself as post-colonial, and it wants to move away from our current exploitative practices and move towards a world where all humans are treated with dignity. The fashion is mostly muted colors and modest clothing, typically with some features from the culture of origin. I've spoken in previous videos about my distaste for exploitation-fueled capitalism, and supporting ethical businesses like these is something we should all aspire to do if we have the ability to. Reef wave is another ocean-based aesthetic, but it mostly seems to revolve around the environment of the shallow ocean, hence the name. It mostly is about how the waves look from below, and how the light falls through and shimmers in the water and the ocean floor. Other imagery includes coral reefs, shipwrecks, aquariums, and sea life. Hermaphroditus is an aesthetic based on the Greek god of the same name. Simplified, the story is about how he fused with a female nymph within a lake, thus becoming androgynous. Hermaphroditus is meant to romanticize trans, intersex, and non-binary bodies and depict them in the style of Renaissance paintings, specifically those of Greek mythology. So it has a very soft and ethereal visual style, like Renaissance paintings of angels, with lots of clouds, golden lights, white and flowy clothing, fountains, and flowers. Technocore is an aesthetic which mixes elements of analog and digital technology, and focuses on the transition from analog to digital. Analog respects all that is old and physical. Stuff like vinyl, cassettes, tube TVs, radios, and toys are all considered analog. These are stuff which kept you somewhat grounded in reality, forced you to do physical work to operate or explore them. On the other hand, we have digital, which abandons reality for a virtual world of comfort and escapism. The internet is the major player in the digital era, but more advanced technology like Bluetooth, smartphones, and basically the entirety of the Internet of Things. It's meant to show how we're becoming more and more entangled within the internet and becoming more disconnected from the physical world. We're instead spending more time in the dark, mysterious waters of the internet, and there seems to be no signs of stopping this direction. Dark Era Core is an aesthetic which is about being corrupted by an overwhelming force beyond your control. It's very similar to Cis and Glitch Core, and some people say it's too similar, but I personally think it's unique enough. Most images in this aesthetic feature dark colors, typically a lot of deep, saturated red with accents of black. The subjects of the images tend to be of dilapidated and creepy locations, like a bedroom with a broken TV, or in the middle of dead woods. These images typically have distortion, grain, or glitch effects edited onto them. It's supposed to invoke a sense of loneliness, helplessness, and growing paranoia and insanity, and I think it is done well. Gull Girl is a very niche aesthetic about how cool and quirky seagulls are. The visuals include seagulls and seagulls wearing quirky clothes or in funny situations, feathers, beaches and docks, and an overall beachy vibe. The main point of Gull Girl is to show how weird and quirky seagulls are. Monkey Core is an aesthetic revolving around the idea that modern society is tiring, and that we need to return to a primitive state that monkeys live in, without the pressures of modern society and depressive thoughts. The visuals are basically all memes, with images of monkeys or apes as well as some text saying some variation of the famous catchphrase, "Reject humanity, return to monkey." I'm struggling to see why this is so low down on the iceberg, considering how popular the meme is. Maybe it's the fact that it's an actual aesthetic that is so surprising. Mommy's on the Phone Core refers to a specific scenario where you're in a store or mall as a young child, and you're waiting for your mother to stop talking to a friend of hers, so you're just stuck bored and left to your own devices. The feeling of waiting for your parents to finish what they're doing, so you're kind of stuck in this situation where you're wandering the store, looking for toys or a place to sit. You'd be making up games in your head that you could play with stuff in the store like the floor tiles, or you'd just be daydreaming while looking at items on the shelves. Or if you're on the younger end, you'd be sitting somewhere on your phone playing some game or trying to watch videos using the one bar of service in the store. I really like this. It may not be the best suited for an aesthetic, but it's an experience that's basically universal, so it brings back lots of relatable memories for many people. An incel, or involuntary celibate, is defined as a person who is unable to find a romantic partner despite the fact that they tried. While they can be of any gender, they are stereotypically male. What makes them an incel instead of just a single person is that they adopt an extremely toxic and misogynistic mindset, as they believe that the reason that they're single is due to their looks and the fact that women are shallow. Obviously this is nonsense. If you look at selfies posted by many self-proclaimed incels, they just look like average dudes. And the idea that women are only to the top percentage of men is also complete nonsense. If this was the case, most guys would not be in relationships. The truth is, the reason why these men are lonely is due to their horrible ideals. As taking a look at any incel forum, you see the most vile, despicable stuff being said. They even support and commit acts of mass violence. So yeah, these are not the best group of people, and most of them don't even deserve your sympathy. But for the aesthetic, it mostly is mocking this group of people. This includes memes mocking incels, typically by making starter packs about their lack of fashion sense, also talking about how they wear eyeglasses which don't fit their face, low quality t-shirt prints, and jeans. There's also a big emphasis on music, which is typically edgy teenage punk rock about being single or how nobody else understands you, stuff that most people grew out of once they hit their 20s, but it's still funny to associate with them. The nice guy is similar to the incel, but there are some key differences. Personally, I've always seen nice guys as pseudo-incels, as they share some of the same ideologies, but they're not as far gone as incels. Nice guys refer to men who act friendly towards women to try and get them to agree to a date, but when they're rejected, their presented personality is a complete 180 and they threaten the girl and call the girl derogatory names. Like, it's astounding how much of a behavior change they go through. Like, this guy would initially act like the nicest person and compliment a girl, but after he gets rejected, he goes absolutely insane, threatens her, and claims she's ugly and fat, and that he didn't even want to be with her anyway, as he could get with any woman he likes. Sure, buddy. This behavior is often accompanied by some statement claiming that women nowadays don't like nice guys anymore, and they only chase after bad boys who look cool and handsome, only for them to be treated poorly by these guys before being dumped. There's so many things wrong with these claims. First of all, being nice isn't some great appealing thing. It's quite literally the bare minimum of being a decent person. Also, it's not like women see this abusive guy and are like, yeah, that's boyfriend material. Typically, this person also acts nice in the beginning of stages of the relationship and then shows their true colors once the relationship becomes more committed, so it's harder for the victim to leave. You can say that these abusers are just the same as nice guys, except that they have the charisma and looks to get farther in the relationship. Key visuals associated with this aesthetic are the fedora or trilby and the neckbeard. The fedora is this older hat that used to be a staple in many men's outfits but fell out of fashion when we stopped wearing suits every day. But some people think that if they wear one, it will make them look classy, even though they just wear it on top of a t-shirt and shorts. The neckbeard is exactly what it sounds like, ungroomed facial hair. Typically it shows that this person doesn't really care about their hygiene, as they don't take the 2 minutes needed to properly shave. Other visuals include screenshots of text conversations with a nice guy, as well as posts made by nice guys about how women don't want good guys anymore. Web creep is an aesthetic surrounding internet creepypastas, dark web browsing, and other true crime or lost media mysteries. It's kind of a mix of Deco Core and Cryptid Core, and it refers to times when you're going down internet rabbit holes late at night and investigating mysteries. This aesthetic needs to be fleshed out a bit more, as the visuals described are literally just Deco Core, but I think that it's really promising because I've done the same exact things and know how nice and surreal it feels. Karen Core is a joke aesthetic which is about the looks and activities of a stereotypical Karen. A stereotypical Karen is a middle-aged white mom who lives in an upper-middle-class gated community and is extremely entitled. The most prominent example of this is if service at a restaurant or store is not exactly to her taste, she would make a big deal out of it and demand to speak to the manager to get people fired. Or when she is confused due to one of her children behaving poorly, she denies that her children can do any wrong and instead blames another party like a teacher. A Karen's most iconic feature is her blonde bob cut, but she is also known for overpriced clothing, driving a massive SUV, trying to recruit people into her MLM scams, and covering herself in essential oils. Karens are obsessed with money and status, and will do anything to ensure she appears respectable to her peers, which means buying a lot of tacky, overpriced, and basic things to fit in. This includes stuff like a basic McMansion in a suburban neighborhood, a gas-guzzling SUV, and basic home decor like live, laugh, love signs. This aesthetic is used by those who mock Karens or cosplay them as a joke. Intel Core is an aesthetic for those who deliver remarkable performance at reasonable prices. Intel Core outfits generally include an integrated graphics card, also known as an iGPU, and several layers of memory caches. Intel Core was originally created for business and executive usage, but has since become popular with consumers. Intel Core follows the current trend in all silicon-adjacent aesthetics, with copious use of N-MOSFETs, or metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistors. The main changes over time has been in the size and counts of these MOSFETs. Intel Core has some overlap with Technical Scene, Tech Bro, and Tech Goth. Yeah, this is obviously just a joke about Intel Core processors. But with that, we finally finish up Layer 7. Study blur is another academic-based aesthetic. However, this aesthetic is about the act of studying itself and how it can be visually pleasing, rather than the location of study like in other aesthetics. The key visuals of this aesthetic are neat handwriting, colored pens, and color-coordinated notes. It's mostly followed by women, with cute notebooks, agendas, and colored post-its being common items. The writing is very stylized, with calligraphy, doodles, indenting, bullet points, banners, and other decorations being a part of the notes. It's definitely something done for personal satisfaction. There are online communities on social media which are dedicated to this aesthetic, and it's become popular enough where there have even been memes making fun of it. Light boredom, also known as pastel boredom, takes pastel colors and desaturates them, almost turning them into grayscale. It's very similar to the pastel aesthetic from the top of the iceberg, but it's less in your face and takes a more muted and realistic look at the subjects. So while it still includes cutesy art and bright buildings, it'll be darker overall with gray skies, shadows, and I guess a more chill take on the subject matters. Like normal pastel, this aesthetic is very Japanese inspired. Utopian Scholastic is like kid science but kinda retro, not necessarily in age but in feel. Just a quick refresher, kid science is basically a name used to refer to media like Bill Nye the Science Guy, or edutainment, used to make learning about academic concepts like science and history more accessible to the casual reader, most typically children. While shows like Bill Nye the Science Guy and more modern forms of edutainment media try and grab the attention of children through bright colors and humor, Utopian Scholastic media is much more formal in how it presents information. There's not really any humor or flashy visuals, but it just rather presents information in a simple way to make it easily digestible by anybody. The visuals have nothing superfluous, but are well presented in a visually pleasing manner. For example, a kid science show like the Magic School Bus would have a proper storyline with characters which teach kids through the narrative of the episode, but Utopian Scholastic would just take a more documentary style of presentation. The most popular examples of utopian scholastic are the Dorling Kindersley Eyewitness books, as well as the corresponding TV program. The books were quite popular, often being checked out at libraries frequently and being found at school book fairs. The books were successful because of their well-done graphic design. It's very straightforward but still draws you in. Same thing with the TV show. While it was closer to something you'd find on PBS documentaries than Cartoon Network, the fact that information was so simply put across in a great package made it very popular with kids. Plus, the fact that the episodes take place in this fictional museum was also a great touch. It provided some continuity to what would otherwise be a very disconnected show and sparked lots of imaginations. And that theme song still goes hard to this day. Honestly, I like these more than the stuff in Kid Science. You could probably guess that from how my video style tends to be humorless and matter of fact. I guess this is partly due to my childhood. When I was a kid, I would watch documentaries like Nova and Nature on PBS instead of stuff like Cartoon Network, Nick, or Disney. This isn't me saying that I'm some intellectual who is more mature than other kids. My family just didn't have cable until I was almost a teenager, so I really didn't have a choice in where I could watch. But I'm still glad that I was able to watch these documentaries. It really sparked my curiosity in wanting to research and go on deep dives learning about random topics. Which, yeah, eventually led to the content you're watching on this channel right now. So if you like my videos, say thank you to Utopian Scholastic. Shanzai is a pretty funny aesthetic. It basically encompasses all knockoff or bootleg brands. Bootleg brands are products which are created with cheap quality and are marketed in such a way to try and deceive unknowing customers to buy them, thinking that they are in fact the real deal. The most popular examples of these are clothing brands, and it's quite funny to see what nonsense the bootlegs try and pull. For example, Abibus is a knockoff of Adidas, which looks quite similar to the original brand, but instead swaps the letter D's in the word with the letter B's, which could honestly fool somebody easily at first glance. Another example is all the fake Jordans going around due to high demand, and how the bootleg companies would modify the logo to get away with copying them, creating some funny imagery. An example of a non-clothing bootleg would be the infamous Microsoft Binbos ad, which has been circulated around the internet for over 20 years at this point. Now this one I really like. Wimmel Builder is an art style of typically drawn, insanely intricate pieces. The most popular example would be the images found in the Where's Waldo books. The idea of Wimmel Builder is that it's a view from high up looking down over a large area, where the landscape is crowded with numerous people, animals, and objects. However, it doesn't have to be in a large area as a subject. It could also be inside a room, for example, but the room is just incredibly cluttered with detail. The idea is that you can spend hours looking at the image, and you will still have tons of detail left to find. The style has been around for hundreds of years, with medieval European artists even using a version of it in their depictions of hell. But nowadays, like I said before, it's mostly used as artwork in children's books. But even so, I think that the art can really be enjoyed by everyone. It's very enjoyable to look at and try and play I Spy with. Classical cyberpunk originated in the mid-80s and stayed popular throughout the 90s and even early 2000s. It was a purely artistic aesthetic, which meant to depict the world of computers as this wild, untamed wilderness. It uses heavy distortion, pixelization, bright and wacky fonts, and early CGI. While the aesthetic itself is quite obscure, it is still very unique in how it stands out from the other 90s internet aesthetics. This is a very recent aesthetic, originating in 2020 because of the certain global event I'm sure you're all aware of. It's meant to romanticize that time era where everyone in school was attending classes online, and like the other academia aesthetics, talks about the lifestyle of the average student of this type of schooling. So stuff like waking up 2 minutes before class begins to log on to Zoom in your bed, watching YouTube or playing video games while you have your class muted in another tab, keeping your camera and mic off, because online learning was anything but. Yeah, it's literally just romanticizing the lockdown era of our lives, which honestly I kinda have a problem with because that era of our lives was dominated by a deadly disease that killed millions, as well as the subsequent economic crisis which also destroyed many lives. But I do understand why people have made an aesthetic out of this time, especially if their only experiences with it were just online schooling. I can see why people would have nostalgia if they weren't severely negatively affected. Factory Pomo is like Soviet industrialism, but a lot more positive and optimistic. While it keeps the hard edges, mechanical imagery, and blocky art style, it's a lot more colorful and vibrant, rather than trying to invoke a sense of camaraderie amongst the people so that they could all contribute to the work. Factory Pomo instead sought to uplift the spirits of people who saw it, creating a sense that technology would build a better and brighter future. After all, this was the 90s, and in the population of Western countries, the 90s were an incredibly optimistic time, as it was an era of relative peace after decades of Cold War, and people were excited for the new millennium and what it would bring. A big part of this excitement was the technology of the future, especially the internet, hence Factory Pomo combining the optimism and the technology. Cybercorporate is similar to classical cyberpunk, but the punk themes and more distorted visuals were toned down to be more corporate friendly and legible to the general public, as of course it was meant to be a form of advertisement. However, the basics did stay the same with early CGI, wacky fonts and colors, and a general digital visual theme. If you don't remember what brutalism was, it was an architectural style which featured harsh angles, blocky buildings, and lots of grey concrete. Neon brutalism is an imagining of what brutalist architecture looks like in the future, which often quite literally means adding neon lighting to this otherwise grey and dismal building. The core tenets of the style, alongside the ones already found in normal brutalism, are harsh angles, bright neon lights in edge shapes, and stainless steel. Like neon brutalism, mall deco imagines what the typical American mall would look like with futuristic aspects, so it combines the usual sights of marble tile floorings, escalators, and skylights with neon lights and futuristic geometry. The best way I could describe it is as if the nostalgia for malls in the 80s and 90s was combined with the Vaporwave aesthetic, creating what is essentially a Vaporwave mall. Fraudurbane is an aesthetic which hails from the mid-80s to early 2000s, featuring earthy tones, rounded wooden furniture, and an overall homely and vintage vibe. It was meant to be a more sophisticated and cultural approach to interior design. The name comes from the sitcom Frasier, as his apartment was decorated in the style, and the show has themes of characters trying to appear intellectual to other people. Although Frasier is the namesake of the aesthetic, the style itself was everywhere in the 90s, especially in places like restaurants and offices, which instead of using the more typical tiled floor and harsh fluorescent lighting, instead used wooden floors, a darker yet warmer atmosphere, earthen tones, and a more comfy feeling overall. A widespread example of modern-day Fraudurbane is the bookstore Barnes & Noble. Think of mall deco, but for grocery stores and supermarkets rather than malls. While it keeps that 80s to 90s vibe, it's not necessarily neon. Rather, it invokes the imagery of a plentiful harvest, with lots of fresh fruits and vegetables, baskets full of various foods, flags, and plaid blankets. Within the supermarket itself, more retro graphic and interior design choices can be found, like older, more formal fonts, checkered patterns, and banner designs. This look is meant to emphasize the idea that the food is fresh and natural by making grocery stores seem like a farmer's market, while also keeping the clean and modern vibe of a grocery store. This is basically a kid's cartoon channel if it became an architectural and interior design. Common tenets include bright, clashing colors like blue, lime green, orange, red, and yellow, curvy architectural design, clip arts, and of course, references to crude and gross humor. This style is best known through Nickelodeon and their various physical attractions like Slime City, but it can basically be found in many physical buildings housing attractions for kids like the Crayola Factory. This was a design aesthetic created by companies in the mid-90s as a response to the more computer-driven graphic design of the time. Their design was meant to look handcrafted and almost tribal in a sense. The colors were earthy, and even if bright colors were used, they weren't necessarily too saturated and still looked like colors that various tribal groups would use in their artworks. There were a couple of reasons why this style became very popular. First, as mentioned before, it was seen as something different to the computerized graphics of the 90s. Second, ironically, the rise of the internet got the term global village popularized in the 90s, so many people would look back to the earliest forms of human communication and try and replicate them in their style, to signify coming full circle in a way. Because if you remember, many people in the 90s believed that we had reached the peak of human civilization and the end of history after the collapse of the USSR, and that going forward into the new millennium, humanity would usher in an era of peace and technological innovation. Obviously, this was a very naive and privileged position to take, which was obviously wrong even at the time, but this overall sentiment explains the whole global village belief. Also, in a similar vein, widespread internet access facilitated cultural exchange and information, so many people became interested in foreign cultures and by extension their artistic styles. Finally, in the 90s, the eco-friendly movement was going through somewhat of a revival, so companies thought this more earthly and natural graphic style would be popular with consumers of the time. Overall, this style was used by companies to try and associate their products, and by extension, their perception of their values, as more in tune with nature and being open-minded to other cultures. Heroin chic was a fashion and beauty trend in the early 1990s. The typical aspects of this trend was pale skin, dark bags underneath the eyes, stringy hair, and an emaciated body type. Basically, it's a romanticized view of what a heroin addict looks like. There are several reasons as to why such a look became popular. First, during this time period, the price of heroin decreased drastically while its purity increased, and less dangerous forms of taking it also became available. Thus, a lot of upper middle class and wealthy white people started to take it, diminishing the stigma that it was a drug for lower class minority communities. Due to this, a lot of up-and-coming music artists, especially those in the northwestern grunge scene, which would later become uber popular, started to look like this. Also, the look itself was a response to the beauty standards of the 80s, which was extremely dimorphic based on sex and emphasized healthy body types for both, whether it be curvy women or muscular men. Heroin chic was a lot more androgynous, and it, by definition, emphasized a less healthy body type, being very skinny and bony. Obviously, a lot of the people who followed this style weren't actually unhealthy. In fact, if you look at many of the models in the 90s, they look extremely healthy, but rather they were trying to emulate the unhealthy look of heroin addicts. Obviously, this was a very controversial look, and it kind of faded out in the late 90s to early 2000s after celebrities known for using the drug died, in which there was public outcry in promoting this look, and by extension, heroin use. Another interior design aesthetic, casual soft tone, is an aesthetic from the late 1990s. As Gen X grew older and started to settle down in homes, they wanted to create a more mature, toned down, but comfortable environment to live in, which resulted in this aesthetic. It emphasized natural materials, muted tones, and an authentic lifestyle. Zen X is kind of the same philosophy as casual soft tone, except taken to 11. It was a response to the hyper-consumerist lifestyle of the 80s, and rather wanted to be extremely humble, low-key, and in touch with nature. It's based off of Japanese home design, with flat, square surfaces, integration of nature, and symmetry. It's a very minimalist design, but despite what I said before about minimalism, I actually quite like this a lot. This is because it has something that the previous versions of minimalism didn't: warmth. The usage of warm lighting and natural colors and materials make this aesthetic feel much more homely than the cold, stark whites of minimalism. While also integrating nature, Rainforest Chic takes the opposite approach of Zen X. It's a very maximalist approach to interior design, with the style often including actual recreations of animals and rainforest scenery, as well as speakers playing audio from a rainforest like heavy rain and bird cries. Basically, this aesthetic aims to recreate nature in all of its glory indoors. This is a marketing aesthetic adopted in the 90s, which basically appropriated the grunge aesthetic and used it for advertising. These images would use the typical visual techniques used in other grunge imagery, like bleeding colors, uneven edges, industrial and grainy filters to give it a well-worn appearance, and more crazier fonts. It was meant to create the image that companies were also edgy and hip, and they hoped that this art style would make their products appeal to the youth of the time, who would hopefully see this ad and think that the item would make them look more grunge. Cassette futurism explores what the future would look like if we kept the visual style of the 70s, 80s, and even 90s, but with technology far more advanced than what we have now. The most well-known example of this is the original Star Wars trilogy. Obviously, while technology in Star Wars is very advanced, it is based off of technology in the 70s, and the people also look like if the fashion of the 70s stuck around in the future. Obviously, when the movie was made, that was just current fashion and technology extrapolated into the future, which is the case with a lot of the media in this genre, but it retroactively gives it a unique style. The most popular visual is the CRT monitor, often integrated into a much bigger and complex machine, but the monitor still only displays basic graphics, just like computers in the 70s. Wireless technology and the concept of the internet is very rare in these worlds, and physical clunky hardware like wires, VHS tape, and of course cassettes are a staple. This genre often bleeds over into others like Cyberpunk. Other media featuring cassette futurism is the Alien franchise, Neon Genesis Evangelion, and Cowboy Bebop. Cyber-minimalism is a design philosophy in the early 2010s, which emphasized minimalism, cleanliness, and accessibility over visual beauty. The colors tend to be very light and desaturated, featuring whites, baby blues, and grays. Shapes tend to be simple and rounded, as round shapes create an easy and non-hostile mood. The best example of this in the real world is how many apps change from the more detailed and shaded icons to simpler icons. However, this style is often used in fiction, especially dystopian fiction, to create a society which is technologically advanced but lacking emotion, empathy, or appreciation for the arts. Funky Seasons refers to a specific color scheme used in many products and advertisements: electric lime, sky blue, hot pink, and tangerine orange. While this may seem completely random at first, once you recognize that this pattern exists, you start seeing the color scheme everywhere. Typically, these saturated color schemes were used in the early 2000s to mid-2010s. It's called Funky Seasons because these colors were each associated with a season, with pink being spring, lime being summer, orange being fall, and blue being winter. Just what it sounds like, train core is an aesthetic which is anything and everything to do with trains, specifically well-shot videos and pictures of trains or from inside trains as they're traveling. The visuals include trains of all types, from modern subways and bullet trains to older steam engines. It also includes images of railways and train stations, as well as photos and videos from inside a train looking outside as the landscape passes. The aesthetic can also include model trains and the various detailed dioramas people build to show them off. Oriental is a term used to refer to Eastern civilizations, most usually China, Japan, and sometimes India and the Middle East. Since the term is antiquated now, it typically refers to older visual styles from these regions. However, it's so broad that it's hard to pin down a specific aesthetic. Like, it could be older style Japanese paintings, architecture, calligraphy, and iconography, or it could be Chinese lanterns, incense, tea, and buildings, or it could be used to refer to the artistic style of rugs from the Middle East. It's so broad that it can't go into specifics, but at the same time, it should already be prior knowledge to many people. Rave Flyer is a graphic design style from the 90s. It's very bright, saturated, and bubbly, with lots of early CGI and neon grids left over from the 80s. It's a very interesting visual style. It's like a mix between Vaporwave and Y2K, but obviously before either of those existed. However, since it shares a lot with those other two aesthetics, I'm struggling to come up with anything new to say, especially since we've already covered a lot of 90s digital graphic design on this iceberg. Imaginarium is meant to be a visual representation of pure imagination. As such, the visuals are very colorful, whimsical, and sometimes even psychedelic. It is very abstract, yet pleasant to look at, as most of the images in this aesthetic are bright, airy, and creative. There's a lot of clouds, water, planets, and other natural elements. Even though the visuals are quite broad, there are certain themes they all still follow. The first theme is items and elements being out of place, for example, fish swimming in the sky. Another theme is objects not functioning as normal or doing things they normally can't do, like coming to life. Third is that the physical attributes of objects are changed drastically, such as objects not being the colors they normally are, or objects being bigger than usual. Ground core is basically what you would see if you were a bug or another small creature who lives close to the ground. This is a very charming visual style, especially with the images which show typically small objects as these massive landmarks. The aesthetic has a very warm and lighthearted vibe, which promotes exploration and adventure in the great outdoors. It gives a new perspective on objects in daily life we would typically look over, like litter or leaves on the ground. It turns these everyday objects into monuments to be explored, a really cool and unique outlook. Normally, when people want to visualize technology or technological concepts, the pictures are intangible or can't be understood by a layperson. So, an artistic style to represent general technological concepts had to be created, resulting in the abstract tech art style. This style is defined by the colors blue and green, alongside lots of glowing lines, transparent or holographic screens, concentric circles and arcs, and circuit boards. These visual motifs can also be combined with imagery to represent certain concepts, such as a lock to represent cybersecurity or a brain to represent artificial intelligence. These visual motifs became associated with technology due to movies and TV shows depicting futuristic technology with these graphic visuals. This type of imagery is so common that we don't really give it a second thought, but it is worth learning about why it became associated with technology. Afro-Victorian is a fashion style which creates Victorian-era European dresses with African colors and fabrics. The term was coined by fashion designer Michael Wilkinson, but it was also around earlier through the works of artist Yinka Shinobare, photographer Tamari Kudita, and the historical clothing of the Herero women of Namibia. The Victorian-era dresses and suits are already quite beautiful, so combined with the vibrant colors and patterns of traditional African clothing, it turns into some truly wonderful pieces of art. Analog horror is a style of lost media content popularized on YouTube over the past couple of years. Its defining feature is right there in the name itself, analog. These video series often emulate the format of older media, like VHS tapes and cable broadcasts. Since this is also a horror genre, the visuals play up that aspect, with the distortion and static found in older recordings being used to build tension and a sense of unease, as well as the PSA format being used, as PSAs indicate something wrong has happened, and a lot of us have had unpleasant childhood memories as our everyday cartoon watching was violently disrupted by the blaring sirens of a PSA. These distorted effects, combined with the PSA and found footage visuals showing disturbing and mysterious subjects, have the ability to produce some great horror stories that are quite easy to actually make. This is because found footage style camera work is easy for amateur filmmakers, and any imperfections in CGI can be covered up with the VHS style distortions. Of course, I'm not saying that all analog horror is low quality with poor graphics, as there is some amazing stuff out there, but overall the combination of analog horror's ease of creation and the creepy mood it invokes made it a very popular medium for telling scary mysteries on the internet. The final of the academia aesthetics for this video, art academia, is, as the title suggests, an aesthetic all about studying at a classical art school. A lot of these students study old Western art, ranging from Greco-Roman sculptures to the great artistic styles of the 20th century. The visual themes are very neutral yet warm, evoking the same feelings of the paintings they're in the building to study. Other visuals are galleries and art museums, framed paintings, classical statues, art studios, easels, paintbrushes, paint, and palettes. The fashion is similar to the other academia aesthetics, focusing on semi-formal and comfortable clothing like sweaters, khakis, button-downs, and loafers. Stuff like aprons and French berets are also common as clothing options. Fauvism is an artistic style which utilizes thick brushstrokes, flat and blocky images, and bright colors. The paintings did not usually represent real life in neither proportion nor color, and were usually done based on whatever the artist felt like doing. What results in a rather interesting perception of the subjects depicted. Some famous Fauvist artists are George Braque and Henri Matisse. The opposite of Fauvism, Impressionism, is defined by soft brushstrokes and realistic colors. However, they were once considered as incomplete paintings, as they don't have fine details, and looked as if they were smudged if seen up close. This is why it's called Impressionism, as they were initially seen as mere impressions of actual paintings. However, as time went on, people appreciated their beauty more. Some notable Impressionist artists were Van Gogh and Claude Monet. Techno-Zen is an aesthetic inspired by mid-2000s Japan. It's somehow both sterile and welcoming at the same time, cold yet cozy. The visuals are a mix between this weird minimalist interior design and Japanese technology of the era, specifically Nintendo consoles like the Wii and the DS. Speaking of Nintendo, Techno-Zen is associated with Nintendo music, like the Mii Lounge theme or the Wii Shop theme. Cold and minimal for sure, but still music which invokes emotion, mostly peace and calmness. Overall, the aesthetic is meant to translate some of Japanese philosophy, simple yet functional and comfortable, keeping things which invoke peace and happiness. This is a type of minimalism I can get behind. Whoa, an aesthetic about aesthetics. Quite meta. It used to be known as 2014 era Tumblr, but Pale refers to the community of Tumblr in that era and the stuff they posted. The aesthetics community back then wasn't as diverse as it is now, so a lot of people would just post these mood boards on Tumblr with appropriate tags, which other people would find and congregate around. These included popular visual aesthetics like emo, scene, hipster, kawaii, and vaporwave, as well as fandom-based mood boards. The clothing is basically the same as emo or grunge. This isn't really much of an aesthetic to be honest, but it is cool to talk about the roots of the modern internet aesthetic community. Net art is a very broad term, as it basically encompasses any sort of art which isn't really a part of mainstream art, but rather found its popularity through the internet. Net art has existed as long as the internet has existed, making it decades old, but it really picked up in the early 1990s. There's no specific art style or rules to net art. The idea of distinguishing net art may seem very strange to us now, and even I really struggled to grasp it while researching. But we have to keep in mind that we live in a time where the internet is absolutely everywhere in our lives. The articles and books I've read to research this topic were all written in like 2003. Back then, the widespread idea of social media wasn't really a thing. We were just in its infancy. Nowadays, artists and musicians having their own social media to post their art and potentially even becoming famous due to it is not an alien concept at all. But 20 years ago, the idea of internet fame was almost unthinkable. Most art was mainstream and was very heavily tied to the monetary value of the arts. Popular art was really just what made the most money at art shows, so to them, the idea of art becoming popular through the internet, art which was made without the intent to be monetized, was an interesting thing to follow. Sadly, within the past year, internet art seems to have gained notoriety for being only about making money, with lazy, procedurally generated NFT art blowing up. But it's rather fitting that this aesthetic is the last one for the series, as it kind of brings everything full circle back to the introduction before Layer 1. Back then, I talked about how the internet kind of democratized pop culture and art. So while previously art would be divided into a mainstream and counterculture movement, with the internet, art was able to flourish in smaller communities, with a bunch of groups creating and fostering their own artistic style, or aesthetic. And over the course of the past year, we've explored hundreds of them in this video. This project was absolutely amazing to research, script, and edit. Honestly, so much of my time had been taken up by working on this that I'm quite sad that I don't even have to work on it anymore, and it had almost been a constant in my life. Thank you to everybody who supported me through this journey, all the viewers who kept me motivated to making them, Reddit user Silent Chatter for making the Iceberg, Twitter user Kaiser Beams for a bunch of the bonus aesthetics, and of course the Aesthetics Wiki for being a centralized hub for most of the research I've done. And once again, thank you everybody for watching, and I really hope you've enjoyed the Aesthetics Iceberg.